Thank you for coming to Then Radio. Please like, subscribe, or click the link below to join our Patreon. Thanks again.
The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese.
Ladies and gentlemen, Columbia takes pride in inaugurating tonight a new series of programs dedicated to you and to the magic of radio, the Columbia Workshop. The Columbia Workshop believes in radio, in its past accomplishments, and in its promise for the future. Radio has reduced the area of the world to a split second of time for the transmission of human thought and feeling through man's literature, his music, his spoken word. In the 5 centuries that bridge the years since Gutenberg invented movable type and gave the world the store of man's knowledge through the printed word, no discovery has promised greater potentialities for shaping the world's culture than the slim, swift path of the electric wave. With the speed of light, it cuts through the barriers of boundary, class, race, and distance. While these words, electrically amplified 100 trillion times from the microphone to the transmitters which hurl them on the air, are being sent to you on broadcast bands, 100 other bands in the radio spectrum are busily engaged performing useful functions for man. At this second, somewhere 20,000 feet above the Earth's surface, giant aerial transport planes are winging their way above clouds through night and fog, following the straight, invisible electric path of the radio beam signal, which guides them unerringly to their destination. On the high seas, or near treacherous shoals and reef-strewn waters, the signal of the radio compass station points the way for mariners when the stars are hidden and the sextant useless. In hospitals throughout the world, electrical surgery and shortwave artificial fever machines, radio's contribution to medicine are helping scientists in their onslaught against disease and pain. The Columbia Workshop dedicates itself to the purposes of familiarizing you with the story behind radio, both in broadcasting as well as in aviation, shipping, communication, and pathology, and to experiment in new techniques with the hope of discovering or evolving new and better forms of radio presentation, with a special emphasis on radio drama, to encourage and present the work of new writers and artists who may have fresh and vital ideas to contribute. The workshop earnestly asks your participation in these and future experiments. Your response alone will enable us to judge our progress, and we shall appreciate your letters, your criticisms, and your suggestions. Now, tonight we wish to try an unusual experiment in dramatic presentation. We're going to present 2 well-known short plays. One has been written for the microphone, and one for little theater presentation. In the radio play, A Comedy of Danger by Richard Hughes, first produced by the British Broadcasting Company, the author created his setting for radio's dimensions alone. It would be almost impossible to present this play properly on a stage or on a screen. We shall attempt to produce the play, giving it every advantage of radio technique. And after you hear A Comedy of Danger, we shall present Percival Wilde's one-act play, The Finger of God. This play will be presented with a technique never attempted in radio before. Mr. Myron Sattler, well-known director of the Little Theater, has been asked to stage this play in the studio exactly as if he were presenting it before a theater audience. The performers will pay no attention to the microphone. They'll move around as the stage business demands on a special set which we have erected in the studio. Through the cooperation of the Columbia Engineering Department, a parabolic microphone, which can be focused like a spotlight, will be trained on the actors from a distance of 20 feet and will follow their movements as they go through the business the play calls for. But first, the radio play, A Comedy of Danger.
A gallery in a Welsh coal mine, 1,000 feet below the surface of the earth.
The lights have gone out.
What's happened? Where are you?
Here.
Where? I can't find you.
Here. I'm holding my hand out.
I can't find you.
Well, right here.
Oh, what's that?
It's all right. It's only me.
Oh, you did frighten me. Touching me suddenly like that. I'd no idea you were so close.
Get hold of my hand. Whatever happens, we mustn't lose each other.
That's better. But the lights, why have they gone out?
I don't know. I suppose something's gone wrong with the dynamo. They'll turn them up again in a minute.
Oh, Jack, I hate the dark.
Cheer up, darling. It'll be all right in a minute or two.
So frightfully dark down here.
No wonder. There must be nearly 1,000 feet of rock between us and the daylight. not surprising. It's a bit dusky.
I didn't know there could be such utter blackness as this ever. It's so dark, it's as if there was never such a thing as light anywhere. Oh, Jack, it's like being blind.
They'll turn the lights up again soon.
I wish we'd never come down to this beastly mine. I knew something would go wrong.
It'll be all right, dear. It's only the lights.
Where are the others?
Oh, they're just on ahead, not far.
Suppose we get lost.
We can't get lost, Mary, darling. The others will stand still, too, till the lights go up, and then we can easily overtake them. We've only got to wait patiently.
I wish you hadn't wanted to drop behind the others. Oh, Jack, I'm afraid of the dark.
My mistake. Buck up, Mary, old girl. It'll soon be over. Listen.
There's someone coming.
All the incompetent idiots. Turning their lights off just when the party of visitors were seeing the place.
Oh, it's Mr. Bax. Hello?
Hello, who's there? Of all the stupid, meddlesome idiots that I ever saw.
Oh, Mr. Bax, what's happened? Is it all right?
It is all right, indeed. Leaving us suddenly in the dark like this.
But there has been an accident?
Goodness knows I'd expect anything of a country like Wales. Wretched, incompetent. Their houses are full of cockroaches. Well, I suppose the only thing to do is to sit and wait for the lights to go up again.
There's no danger, is there?
No danger, young lady, but it's dead unpleasant.
Oh, I don't know. I'm beginning to think it's rather fun.
Well, if you can find any fun in breaking your shins in the dark...
Why don't you call it fun? Being in a mine disaster?
But this isn't a disaster. It's only the light.
No, of course it is. You don't think it would be fun if it were a real disaster, do you? But the lights going out might have made a disaster. And think how thrilling it's going to be to talk about it afterwards. I say, Jack.
Yes?
Let's pretend it's serious.
What do you mean?
Well, let's pretend it's a real disaster. And we're cooped up here forever, and we'll never be able to get out.
Don't joke about it.
Oh, no. There's no real danger, is there? Let's get all the thrills we can.
With all the morbid ideas. Young people nowadays...
I'm not thrilled. Let's pretend the roof's falling in, and they can't get at us.
All right. Baby, you are. Here we are, my dear, buried alive.
Oh, Jack.
Alas, they will never find us.
Oh, Jack.
Well,
I'm so frightened.
what is?
About the roof having fallen in.
But it hasn't. It's only pretend.
Yes, but when I pretend, it seems so real.
Well, then don't pretend.
But I want to pretend. I want to be frightened. Only hold my hand tight, won't you? Go on.
We shall suffocate or starve or both, my dear, in each other's arms.
Oh, Jack.
Even death shall not part us.
Oh, Jack, don't. It's too awful.
Our poor young life, cut so short.
Oh, don't.
There'll be articles in all the newspapers.
I wish I could read them.
Well, you can't have your funeral and watch it, young lady.
Oh, this is fun. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Jack! Jack!
Quiet. Let's go. You're frowning me. Leave go of it.
Jack! Jack!
Scream.
Oh, Jack!
Put yourself together. We're all right. We're not hurt. No, sir, we're not hurt. But listen. Water. Oh, no. It's only an echo.
Oh, Mr. Bax, can't we find the other?
I don't think we could, young lady. It wouldn't be much use to us if we did.
The echo's getting louder. Yes, it isn't an echo. It is water. The mine's flooding. We'll be drowned.
It's an echo.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to die. I won't.
It's got to come sometime, young lady. Isn't it better for us that now in your lover's arms, both of you together? You won't fool us very well with this stoical about death at your age, but we're young. We've got all life before us. Well, can't you keep quiet about it then, you young jackanapes? Do you think I want to die either? But it isn't good manners to talk about it. Where would it be if we all started screaming about it, eh? We can at least die like gentlemen. Die like gentlemen, indeed. I tell you, it's very well for an old chap like you to die anyhow in a year or two. But it's different for us. We're young. Well, if you want a casino, you shall have one, sir. Do you think it's any easier for the old to die than the young? I tell you, it's harder, sir, harder. Life is like a trusted friend. It grows more precious as the years go by. Oh, what's your life worth to the world? Who's dependent on you? What good are you to anyone? Well, what good are you, young man? One person is dependent on me anyway. You mean that you're loved by this young lady? If you both die, what loss is left to the world? Opposite quantities cancelling out.
Oh, you beast. You cruel beast.
I must speak, madam, in common justice to my age. Since that young cub has started the subject, it The old always being twitted with her unwillingness to die.
Look here, instead of talking like this, let's do something. Let's make some sort of an attempt to escape.
What do you propose to do, young man?
Why, look for some way out. We can't stay here and drown like rats in a cage.
Oh, the dark. I do hate the dark. I think I could go more easily if I could see light. Just once before it happens.
It's coming closer. Listen. Yes. It would be honest in another 5 minutes.
Pray heaven, let's finish this off quickly.
Oh, think of dying somewhere out in the open, in the sunlight. Me able to see you, and you able to see me. What bliss that would be.
It's strange. How little cats wonder what will happen to them after death. One hardly thinks about it. Yet I don't know. How thrilled we should be if we met a chap who really knew. In 5 minutes, we're going to know ourselves. All three of us. I've always wanted to travel. Now I'm going to.
Oh, Jack, my poor dear.
You know, I'm beginning to feel as excited about it as a child going to the seaside for the first time. Aren't you?
Jack, how queer you are. I never looked at it like that.
Well, I wasn't in any hurry to die, but now it's coming. I feel sort of proud of myself, as if it was a wonderful thing to manage to pull off.
Oh, Jack,
There's
darling.
only one thing I'm sorry about.
What is it?
My work. If it wasn't for that, I'd go to death without carrying a tuppenny damn. I'd die just for the fun of the thing, to see what it felt like.
I shouldn't worry about that if I were you. The world will get on all right without you, never you fear. And what is your work?
I write poetry.
And you call that work?
Jack, the water's coming. It's over my feet. Oh!
Courage, darling.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to die. I hate it. I loathe it. I want to live.
Don't make it harder, do you? You don't think it's fun for me, do you, having to die?
Jack, it's awful. Only for one more hour. Oh, I do want to live another hour.
Oh, God, can't I be allowed to finish my work?
Lost your work, sir. Do you think you're the only one dying before his time? I tell you, every man dies before his time, even if he lives till he's as old as Methuselah.
Oh, it's up to my knees.
Don't touch at me like that, Mary. It won't do any good.
For the water, the current's washing me away.
Hold tight, then. Got too tight.
Oh, if I could only see you.
Just think of all the things I meant to do.
Oh, shut up about the things you'd meant to do, you young cub. Will you realize we're all in the same boat, and it's as hard for me to die as it is for you? Or worse, by Gad, 1,000 times worse.
You hoary old sinner! Can't you prepare to get out of the world instead of cursing at me?
Oh, Jack, let's pray.
Pray if you like, Mary. I can't.
Oh, Jack, don't!
I can't die. I'm an old man. I won't.
Oh, hold yourself in, you old coward.
Oh, Mr. Bax, I'm quite calm now. I don't mind dying.
Nor do I. Not so close.
Help me! Help me! Help! Help!
It's no good, Mr. Bax. No one can possibly hear us. The only thing is to keep calm. It won't be long now.
Oh, help! Help! Help!
What's that?
Help!
Shut up! We ought to listen.
It's up to my waist, Jack. My God, I would catch him.
We're here! Find her alone!
They'll find our bodies. That's all.
They'll find us if they're quick enough. Find her alone! Still! That's right!
They can't be quick enough. Besides, I don't want them to find me.
Help! Be quick, you fools! Quick, we're drowning!
Oh, why can't you behave sensibly?
Jack, darling, I'll never leave you.
How do you know they let you stay with him, you little fool? What do you know of death? Death means nothing. Not even a breath of the wind or a mere drop of the rain. Not even a dirty ghost dragging its chains on the staircase.
It's up to my chin. Help me.
Let me lift you in my arms, darling. Then when it gets up to my chin, we'll die together.
Tell me, it isn't true what he's been saying.
No, darling. Of course it's not true.
Hurry up, you ghost! You blockhead! Smash your way in! We're drowning, I tell you! Drowning! Quick!
Goodbye, Jack, dear.
They must be nearly through. Oh, this suspense! How much longer before we know whether we're going to live or die? I don't care which, but I do want to know!
Look! There's a light! A hole in the roof! Quick!
They're through!
Quick! Below there! Catch on to the I'm an old man. There's a girl here. My God, Jack. Here she is. Come along, young lady. I've got the rope. Thanks. No, never mind. I'll set up here. She'll be all right. I'll give you something to write about, too, my boy. All right above there. Have you got her?
Right. Over next.
Up you go, quick, Mr. Beck. The water's still rising.
No, my boy. After you. You're more value in the world than I am.
Nonsense, sir. After you, you're an older man than I am. Quick now. There won't be time.
You've got nearer to think of now, Jack. Fall away above there.
No. Melody! It's me you're holding up. You ought to be back. We'll have you up first. There's no time to wait. Lower away again. Below there. Hey, back! Catch hold! Have you got it? High! Back! God. He's gone.
And now we are about to present Percival Wilde's play, The Finger of God, with a technique heretofore untried in radio. An engineer is stationed about 20 feet from the performers, focusing a parabolic microphone on them as they move around the especially set stage. This will allow them an unrestricted movement, which ordinarily cannot be done in present radio production. Percival Wilde's The Finger of God.
The living room of Strickland's apartment. As the curtain rises, he is kneeling and burning some papers in a grate near the main door. Benson, his valet, is packing a suitcase which lies open on the writing desk.
Benson,
Yes, sir?
close the window. It's cold.
Yes, sir. Why, sir, the window's closed. It's been closed all evening.
Benson,
Yes, sir.
don't forget a heavy overcoat.
I've put it in already, sir.
Plenty of fresh linen,
Yes, sir.
collars and ties.
I've looked after everything, sir.
You sent off the trunks this afternoon?
Yes.
You're sure they can't be traced?
I had one wagon taken to a vacant lot, and another wagon taken to the station.
Good.
I checked them through to Chicago. Here are the checks. What train do we take, sir?
I take the midnight. You follow me sometime next week. We mustn't be seen leaving town together.
How will I find you in Chicago?
You won't. You'll take rooms somewhere, and I'll take rooms somewhere else till it's all blown over. When I want you, I'll put an ad in the Tribune.
You don't know when that will be, sir.
As soon as I think it's safe. Maybe 2 weeks, it may be a couple of months. But you'll stay in Chicago till you hear from me one way or the other, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Have you plenty of money?
Not enough to last a couple of months.
Well, how much do you want?
500 or 600.
Wait a minute, I left that much in my bureau drawer.
Oh, Mr. Strickland.
Yes?
It's the midnight train for Chicago, isn't it?
Yes.
Hello? Hello, this Finley? This is Benson. He's going to take the midnight train to Chicago, Pennsylvania. You'd better arrest him at the station. If he once gets to Chicago, you'll never find him. And, Finley, you won't forget me, will you? I want $5,000 for it. Yes, 5,000. Oh, that's little enough. He's got almost 300,000 on him. You won't turn in all of that to headquarters, will you? Yes, it's cash. Large bill. Midnight to Chicago.
Here's your money, Benson.
Thank you, sir. Shall I go now?
No, wait a minute. Hello? Pennsylvania? I want a compartment for Chicago, midnight train. Yes, tonight.
Don't give your own name.
No. The name is Stephen. Oh, you have one reserved in that name already? Well, this is Alfred Stephen. You have it reserved in that name? Then give me another compartment. What? You haven't any other? Never mind then. Goodbye. Benson, go right down to the Pennsylvania and get the compartment reserved for Alfred Stevens. You've got to get there before he does. Wait for me at the train gate.
Yes, sir.
Now, don't waste any time. I'll see you later.
Very well, sir.
Who's there? Who are you?
Why, don't you remember me, sir?
No.
I'm from the office, sir.
The office?
Your office. I'm one of your personal stenographers, sir.
Oh, I suppose I didn't recognize you on account of the hat. Well, what do you want?
There were some letters which came late this afternoon.
You're bothering me with them now. I've got no time for that. You'd better go.
I thought you'd want to see these letters.
Plenty of time tomorrow.
But you won't be here tomorrow, will you?
Won't be here? What do you mean?
You're taking the train to Chicago tonight.
Well, how did you know? Taking a train to Chicago? Of course not. What put that into your head?
Why, you told me, sir.
I told you?
You said so this afternoon.
I didn't see you this afternoon.
No, sir. Then I found this timetable.
Where did you find it?
On your desk, sir.
On my desk.
Yes, sir.
You're lying.
Mr. Strickland.
That timetable never reached my desk. I lost it between the railroad station and my office.
Did you, sir? But it's the same timetable, you see. You checked the midnight train. I reserved a compartment for you.
You reserved a compartment?
I knew you'd forget it. You have your head so full of other things. So I telephoned as soon as you left the office.
I suppose you made the reservation in my own name?
No, sir.
What?
I thought you'd prefer some other name. You didn't want your trip to be known.
No, I didn't. What name did you give?
Stevens, sir.
Stevens?
Alfred Stevens.
What made you choose that name?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No, sir. It was just the first name that popped into my head. I said Stevens, and when the clerk asked for the first name, I said Alfred.
Have you ever known anybody of that name?
No, sir.
You're sure you never knew anybody of that name?
How can I be sure? I may have. I don't remember it.
How old are you? You're not 20, are you?
You think so?
And I'm 47. It was more than 25 years ago. You couldn't have known.
No, sir.
What is your name?
Does it matter? You didn't recognize my face a few minutes ago. My name can't mean much to you. I'm just one of the office force. I'm the girl who answers when you push the buttons 3 times. These are the letters I brought with me.
Well, what are they about?
Well, this one's from a woman who wants to invest some money.
How much?
Only $1,000.
Why didn't you turn it over to the clerk?
The savings of a lifetime, she says.
Well, what of it?
Well, she wrote that she had confidence in you. She says she wants you to invest it for her yourself.
You shouldn't have bothered me with that. Did she enclose the money?
Yes, a certified check.
Well, write her that... Oh, you know what to write. That I'll give the matter my own attention.
Yes, sir. She says she doesn't want a big return on her investment. She wants something that'll be perfectly safe. And she knows you'll take care of her.
Yes, of course. Well, what else have you?
A dozen other letters like it.
All from old women?
Some of them.
Why did you bring them here?
Every one of these letters asks you to do the investing yourself.
Oh.
And you're leaving town tonight. Here are the checks. Every one of them's made out to you personally, not to the firm.
You shouldn't have come here. I haven't time to bother with that sort of thing. Every man who has $5 to invest asks the head of the firm to attend to it himself. It means nothing. I get hundreds of letters like those.
Still.
Well, what?
You must do something to deserve such letters or they wouldn't keep on coming in. It's wonderful to inspire such confidence in people.
Do you really think so?
Oh, it's more than wonderful. It's magnificent. These people don't know you from Adam. Not 1 in 100 has seen you. But they've all heard of you. And what's even more real than you is your reputation. Something in which they rest their absolute confidence.
So you think there are few honest men?
No, there are many of them. But there's something about you that's different. Something in the tone of your voice and the way you shake hands. Something in the look of your eye that's reassuring. Oh, there's never a doubt, never a question about you. It's splendid, simply splendid. What a satisfaction it must be to you to walk along the street and know that everyone you meet must say to himself, there goes an honest man. It's been an inspiration to me.
To you?
Oh, I know you don't remember who I am. But you don't imagine that anyone can see you as I've seen you, work with you as I've worked with you, without there being some kind of an effect. You know, in my own trouble...
Oh, you have trouble?
Oh, you don't pay me a very big salary, and there are others whom I must help. But I'm not complaining. I used to be like the other girls. I used to watch the clock and count the hours and the minutes till the day's work was over. But it's different now.
How different?
I thought it over. Made up my mind that it wasn't right to count the minutes you worked for an honest man.
Are you sure I'm an honest man?
Don't you know it yourself, Mr. Strickland?
You remember a few minutes ago you spoke the name of Alfred Stevens?
Yes.
Suppose I told you there once was an Alfred Stevens. Suppose I told you that Stevens, whom I knew, stole money. Stole it when there was no excuse for it, when he didn't need it. His people had plenty, and they gave him plenty. But the chance came, and he couldn't resist the temptation. He was 18 years old then. He didn't even know what to do with the money when he had stolen it. They caught him in less than 24 hours. It was almost funny.
He was punished.
He served a year in jail. And what a year. His folks wouldn't do a thing for him. They said such a thing had never happened in their family. He told his family that he never wanted to see them again. He changed his name so they couldn't find him. He left his hometown. He came here.
And he's been honest ever since.
Ever since. For 28 years. It was hard at times, terribly hard. It managed to live. It wasn't pleasant living. It wasn't even decent living, but he stayed alive. I don't like to think of what he did to stay alive. He thought the year in jail was terrible. The first year he was free was worse. He'd never been hungry in jail.
Then his chance came.
Yes, it was a chance. He found a purse in the gutter, and he returned it to the owner before he made up his mind whether to keep it or not. The man who owned the purse gave him a job. Then they said he was a hard worker, and they promoted him. They made him manager. They gave him more chances to steal. But there were so many men watching him, so many men anxious for him to make a slip so that they might climb over him, that he didn't dare.
And then?
Well, the rest was easy. Nothing succeeds like a good reputation. And he didn't steal because he knew they'd catch him. But he wasn't honest at bottom. The rotten streak was still there. After 28 years, things began to be bad. He speculated, lost all his money, and made up his mind to take other money that wasn't his. It was wrong. It was the work of a lifetime gone. But it was the rottenness in him coming to the surface. It was the thief he thought dead coming to life again.
What a pity.
He'd been honest so long, he'd made other people think he was honest.
Was he wrong, Mr. Strickland?
Stevens, please. Look, I don't know what sent you, who sent you, but you've come here tonight as I'm running away. Well, you're too late. You can't stop me. Not even the finger of God himself could stop me. I've gone too far. Look, here's money. Hundreds of thousands of it, not a cent of it mine. And I'm stealing it, do you understand me? Stealing it. Tomorrow the firm will be bankrupt, and there'll be a reward out for me. Here, if you please, is your honest man. What have you to say to him now?
The man has been honest so long that he's made himself think he's honest. Can't steal.
Do you believe that?
I was left a little money this week, only a few $100s. Hardly enough to bother you with. Will you take care of it for me, Alfred Stevens?
Good God.
What a beautiful night. Thousands of sleeping houses, millions of shining stars, and the lights beneath. And in the distance how the stars and the lights meet, so that one cannot say, here God ends, here man begins.
Yes? You're afraid I'm going to miss the train? Well, I am going to miss it. I'm going to stay here and face the music. I'm an honest man, do you hear me? I'm an honest man. There. Did you hear what I told him? Did you hear what I... Why, where are you? Where are you? Why, she's gone. She was never here at all.
The Columbia Workshop has presented as its first program a demonstration of radio and stage technique. Will you write and tell us how you liked the demonstrations and whether or not the illusion in the stage play had any advantages or disadvantages over the radio presentation?
The Columbia Workshop's presentation was conceived and directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Workshop under the direction of Irving Reese.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop is about to present its second program dedicated to you and to the magic of radio. Before we do, we wish to thank you for your generous response to our request for your opinions on the experiments we demonstrated of radio technique versus stage technique. During long rehearsals of the stage play with a parabolic microphone, we learned a great many things which, added to your opinions of the broadcast, have led us to decide to continue the investigations in the use of the parabolic microphone for radio drama. More than 80% of the letters told us that the stage play presented exactly as it would be in the theater, allowing the artist's freedom of movement, enhanced the illusion of dramatic reality. Because of your interest and response, we're planning further experiments along this line with modified equipment which will enable us to overcome some of the difficulties we encountered, and with dramatic scripts which will be shaped especially for the scope of the parabolic microphone. The first will be ready in a few weeks. Tonight, we're presenting as another experiment the work of a new radio writer, Leopold Prosser. Mr. Prosser has constructed an unusual radio play called Broadway Evening. Broadway Evening has no plot. It is an ear impression of an evening in the life of an average New York man and woman on Broadway. Many of the sounds that you'll hear will actually come from the crossroads of the world to form an authentic background for our play.
Times Square, the Great White Way, the main stem, the street of broken dreams, of fame and fortune, of hope and disillusion. Its great hotels would house a city full of people. Its restaurants would feast them. Its electric signs would light all their streets. The sayings of its sages, the soothsayers and its philosophers, would keep them reading for a lifetime. As bright as noon the whole day long, more stars than there are in heaven, the gayest spot in all America. The world beats to the pulse of Broadway, and its heart is the crowd that moves beneath its gaudy halo. Great ships bring them here, and swift airplanes. They come in 1,000 trains and 10,000 automobiles, in huge buses, and sometimes on floats. Visitors from the furthermost reaches of the United States, from all the Americas, pleasure seekers from the ends of the earth. They speed over it in taxicabs and up and down its buildings in fast elevators. But mostly, they walk up and down its sidewalks. You see this crowd on the stage, in the movie houses, on the screen as shadows. It is to be found between the pages of books and caught in the paintings of countless artists. Its movements, its colors, its smells unknown everywhere. Its gaily dressed throngs, its pet children, and even its beggars are the material for a never-ending stream of dramas. No source of pleasure is unknown to it, and many know its misery. It speaks all languages, in every tone, with every gesture. It is strident, fast, and living. Most of all, it is unceasing. Here is its voice.
Broadway Evening by Leopold Prosser.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm not crossing the subway platform without newsboys shoving past you.
Well, you gotta hustle to make a living nowadays, I suppose.
What'd you say?
I say you gotta hustle to make a living.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, Harry, I'll be seeing you. Come on, Fred, come on. Read all about it. Get your latest copy here.
Saw my horoscope this morning on the influence of Venus.
Yeah? What'd it say?
Oh, a lot of things. down pat.
Not a hooey, if you ask me.
Yes, so. Things often turn out, though, just as they predict.
Coincidence.
What'd you say?
I said coincidence.
Yeah, that's true. It's funny, though, just the same. Hey, you better watch yourself.
Yeah, getting a cough.
Well, that reminds me, I gotta get something for Junior's cough. That ad up there, think it's any good?
Can't tell. Why'd you get some and try it?
I don't know what to get nowadays.
Evening, son. Get your coffee.
Gotta reline the drawers in the bedroom chest. A lot of dust collected. Don't know where it all comes from.
Wind blows it from the street, I suppose.
Right, it dust 1 minute and it all settles again the next minute.
Times Square.
That's right. Amy said she'd wait for us in town. God, can't be sold out in 7 weeks. They have the best band in town.
Oh, bucks in the balcony. I'll put in the comedy theater. I don't want it.
She's living in the 40s somewhere. She's seen it twice, and you don't have a tip, so you save anyway.
Even double features. Sure, I told Why, a fellow that always plays the dumb guy. You know the one I...
That's before 6 o'clock, 85 cents after 6. Can't act, she's good looking, that's all. Up in the gallery? Well, we might as well be outside.
A complete soul dinner and dancing. Yeah, but there's such a cheap crowd there.
The British are 840, that's half the rate of the trade. So you don't have to order frog legs if you don't want them.
No, it doesn't go up until 9. Give me American cooking every time. American
There's the picture. It doesn't do this. What's yours here, pretty?
Music show, I tell you. Yes, but now you're like a society star.
You gotta wear a top. Where'd you pay $3?
All the latest song hits for a nickel. Songs of the San Quentin Radio. 5 cents. Voyage to all the popular songs. Only 5 cents. Gotta watch yourself in weather like this. First thing you know, you're down with a grip or something.
That's right. Gosh, it's getting muggier again.
Yeah, it feels like another scorcher.
Yeah.
Well, cool inside the moving picture houses.
Well, that's something. Boy, it's been hot.
And some say it can't be done. Out in California, the land in the midnight sun, they use it all the time. Now, here you are, folks. Not $1, not 50 cents, but only 1 dime. For a dime, you get the greatest invention.
What's the name, Gary? I don't know.
It's only 10 cents, so it's a one. Oh, it needs a new trend. Something the repairman said.
Did you tell him we got new tubes only last week?
Didn't you hear what I said?
Well,
it's not the tubes. It's the... What did he say now? Oh, yeah, the transformer, that's it. We need a new transformer.
How much will that cost?
Well, he said he'd let me know.
Well, don't let him put anything over on you.
Shine, mister. Shine, mister. Shine him up.
You want to go in here?
It's all right with me.
Get your section of machines, sir, please.
Huh?
Get the section machine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you never know what you get in these places.
Yes, whatever you want.
Well, I don't know what I want. Well, guess I'll have some eggs. Will you give me 2 fried eggs? Fry them on both sides.
Fry 2, over.
I'll take some bacon with that. Well done, please.
Bacon with it, well. Why, whole wheat rolls?
Whole wheat.
Whole wheat. Yes, sir. Yours? What kind of soup you got?
Lamb chowder, English beef, Yankee bean.
Yankee bean.
Yankee bean. On the dinner?
No, just soup.
Yankee bean, all off.
Now, I'll take one of those veal cutlets. That one.
This one?
No.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Vegetables?
Well, let's see.
Cauliflower, spinach plain, cabbage, spinach cream.
Well, spinach cream.
Spinach cream, yes, sir. String beans, French fried potatoes, Brussels sprouts, peas, macaroni, mashed potatoes.
Mashed.
Mashed. Here you are, sir. Check.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Here's my check. Say, do you mind putting a little gravy on the mash?
Not at all. Gravy on the mash.
Gravy on the mash.
Gravy on the mash.
Gravy Only on the mash.
Apple pie with ice cream.
Appaloola.
Liver and bacon. Liver and bacon.
Chowder.
Chowder. Carrots and peas.
Carrots and peas.
French fries.
French fries.
Coffee.
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 Tea.
Tea. Cream or lemon?
Cream.
Cream.
Coffee. Coffee.
Coffee. Coffee. Coffee.
Coffee.
Fry two.
Liver. Milk. Shrimp.
This one.
That one. That one.
This one. Olive.
Olive.
Turnip.
Pie. Chocolate.
Pie. Carrot.
Pie. Cutlet. Bread.
Medium
Toast. Butter.
Cheese. Pie.
Boiled cheese. Coffee. Cheese. Cheese. Coffee. Cheese. 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 English cheese.
Yankee.
Cheese.
Yankee.
Cheese. English. Coffee.
Cheese.
Cheese. Cheese. Cheese. Coffee. Cheese. Cheese.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Got your ticket for complete show just starting. No waiting, complete show just going on. Get your ticket for complete show.
Two, please.
Just in time to see a complete show just going on. No waiting, no standing around. Complete show just going on.
Standing room only on the main floor. Seats in the balcony. Standing room only on the main floor, sir. Good seats in the balcony.
What time now?
The feature, sir. Been on 35 minutes. Standing room only downstairs. Seats in the balcony.
Should we go upstairs?
No, let's stand downstairs for a while.
All right.
Dorothy, I didn't expect to find you here.
I'm going away, Reggie.
Going away, Dorothy? Why?
Well, I realize it's all over between us, you and Bob Viola. And well, there doesn't seem to be any good reason for my staying around anymore.
Let's sit here.
Okay. Gee. Thanks, Dorothy. You're swell.
Yes. Well, I guess it's goodbye.
Yes. Goodbye.
Reginald.
Yes, Dorothy.
Aren't you going to, for old time's sake, won't you kiss me goodbye?
Kiss you goodbye?
Well,
of course, Dorothy.
Well, how nice.
Viola.
That's Louise, darling. Isn't she lovely?
Yeah.
Please don't let me interrupt you.
But Viola, we were just...
That's all right, Reginald. You don't have to justify yourself to me. I have eyes.
But Viola, darling, listen to me. Dorothy and I were only...
Please don't make matters worse by lying. You're free to act as you please.
Viola, listen to me. Viola, you don't understand. Let me explain. Viola, you must listen to me. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand.
Single down front, madam. Plenty of seats on the far aisle.
Martinis for if you don't like it.
I don't like any kind of cocktails. I just take one to keep you company.
Yeah. Fine company you're keeping me is 2 bits of throat.
Oh, stop your kidding. There's no cover charge.
Yeah, and lucky for me there isn't a cover charge. If you order and drinks you don't even like.
Well, you like them well enough. You've had 4.
All right, so what? I said anything about not buying you anymore? I'm paying for yours too, ain't I?
Just for that, I'll have another one.
Yeah? Well, don't ask for 2 olives this time.
Why not? What's your difference?
A lot of difference.
What, for instance?
Oh, skip it. Just stand.
Gardenia, only a dime. Get a fresh gardenia.
Morning papers, read all about it. Morning papers, get your copy here. Read all about the morning papers. Ballroom dancing, continuous dancing. Ballroom dancing. 50 beautiful dance partners. Continuous dancing. Ballroom dancing.
I nearly stifled in that diner dance place. The fresh air cleans your head.
It sure does. Terrible hot in there.
You don't notice it till you come out here in the open.
Yeah. Open air feels much cooler after that hot joint.
You don't feel so choked up. You can breathe easier.
Yeah, sure can.
Ballroom dancing. Modern ballroom dancing. 50 beautiful dance partners. Continuous dancing. Ballroom dancing. Continuous dancing.
Took me the longest time to get over the sunburn I got in the beach last summer.
I thought you rubbed that lotion on it.
Yeah, I did, but it didn't do much good.
No, I guess
You
not.
gotta rub it on before.
Oh, before the sun gets you?
Yeah, then it doesn't burn so bad.
Well, why didn't you?
Oh, I don't know. Guess you don't think about it at the time.
Yeah, I guess you don't.
I am up, mister. I am up.
Here. What's the matter? You colorblind? Can't you see the red light?
Yes, officer.
Then why do you go ahead?
Yes, officer.
Green means go, red means stop.
Yes, officer.
All right, then. See that you remember next time.
Yes, officer.
All right, take it out again.
Yes, officer.
Yes, boy, so I'm only Sightseeing buses down to the village. All right, sightseeing buses down to the village.
Sightseeing
buses down to the village.
Take a look at the craters in the moon. See the craters in the moon. Put your eye to the telescope. See the craters in the moon.
There was a big hole in the living room coffin when it came back from the cleaners.
I thought you said there was a hole in it when you sent it.
There was, but it wasn't so big.
Shine, mister. Shine 'em up. Shine 'em up. Shine 'em up, dear. Shine. Shine.
Get right in, folks. Get right in. Come right inside. That's right. Now get right down here in front here, folks. Get down here so I won't have to yell so loud. Of course, I can't yell anymore. All right. Now here you are. What is it? What is it? It's a watch. No, lady, it's not a solid gold watch. And I'm not going to sell it to you as a solid gold watch. And I'm not going to sell it to you for the price of a solid gold watch. In fact, by the time I'm finished, I say, by the time I'm finished, you'll wonder whether I'm going to sell it at all. You'll wonder whether I don't intend to give it away. Look at the watch, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Pass me another of the same article, Fred. That's right, Fred. That's right. A man couldn't wish for a better assistant. These watches, ladies and gents, is solid 14-karat rolled gold-plated cases. There's only two of them, and the cases are solid 14-karat rolled gold-plated cases. Now, you'll ask me, what's the difference between that and the gold you pay for in watches that the swell stores charge you $50 and $100 and $200 for? And I know you all buy one or two of them watches every week. What's the difference? Well, I'd be telling a lie if I said I knew. Yes, I'd be telling a lie. But I know this much. I said I know this much. That those swell stores where you pay $200 and $300 for a watch don't have any rent to pay there on the swanky avenues. Oh, no. And they don't have any insurance to pay. They don't have to pay for the uniforms with solid silver buttons on the la-di-da doorman. They don't have to pay for the elegant attendants in tuxedos at 10 o'clock in the morning to help you select your monogram cufflinks. Oh, no. And that's why they can give you things so cheap. But I have to pay to have my windows cleaned every 6 months and the floor swept. And so that's why I gotta charge you $500 for a watch, and the Tony stores only charge you $10. Yes, ladies and gents, $10 was what I was getting for these solid 14-karat rolled gold-plated watches this morning. But for you folks, I'm going to do better, because I know you have confidence in me, see? Not 10, not 9, not 8. Here, wait a minute. Tell you what I'll do. You folks are going to be glad you came in here tonight. Hand me one of them there rings, Fred. One of them 18-karat solid rolled gold-plated engagement rings with a genuine stone. That's it, Fred. We've been together for a long time, eh, Fred? You trust me, and I don't trust you. Hold it up where they can all see. Now, ladies and gents, take these two articles together. The 14-karat solid rolled gold-plated watch and the 18-karat solid rolled gold-plated ring.
Shine, Mr. Shine. Shine 'em up, Mr. Shine. Well, give me shine here. Shine. Hit the target. Hit the target. 6 shots for one gun. I'll try your aim, folks. Try your aim for it. Hit the target. You get 6 shots for one gun.
I read all the gangsters are getting killed off.
Yeah. They kill each other. Saves the police a job.
Notice how they all die young? It said that hardly any of them reach 40.
40's a good age for a gangster.
Young to die, though.
Well, they got it coming to them.
Yeah, I guess they have. If they kill each other off, soon be none of them left.
There'll always be some, as long as there's money.
Yeah, and women.
That's right. There's always a woman mixed up in it somewhere. All turns on money or women in the long run.
Run isn't so long, either.
Yep. Fast life and a gay one.
Can't be so gay.
Maybe not. But plenty fast.
2 francs.
2 francs? 2 drink with them?
2 francs.
2 drink? Frank, put it with it. 2 dogs as much as to go. 2 dogs to go.
Those cocktails have gone to my head.
Yeah, got quite a kick in them.
Cocktails always make me a little dizzy.
Well, I suppose that's what they're for.
Yeah, but you gotta drink a lot of them.
They charge too much.
That's right. Nothing in them. Must be all profit.
Well, you get away with it.
Sure do. It's a good business.
Well, business if you know how to work it.
Well, they know.
They sure do.
You bet they do.
Now bring all the powder, get your coffee at the morning paper. Morning
Everything worth doing takes time. Nothing worth doing is done in a hurry.
How about winning a horse race?
Let them that are suckers enough to bet on horses, bet on horses. Let them bet their last pair of pants if they want to. If you're going to be a sucker, you're going to be a sucker, and I can't do anything about it.
Yes, you can. Give us the winners.
All right, you can laugh. You can laugh. What this matter concerns your bread and butter, I tell you. It touches the fundamental solidarity of the only prop you got left to stand on. It's your
Nowhere else. Let there be peace and quiet. The world is in a turmoil across the sea. But let there be peace and quiet on this continent.
You men know why? You know the truth about things? Or are you deluding yourselves? Are you going about the circle with your eyes closed like a squirrel in a cage, round and round? Squirrels don't know better, folks. They don't have the faculty of human intelligence that differentiates us from the animals. They go round the circle. They don't get no place. They can't think where they're going as human beings like you and me can. They're content to plod around and round and round without gaining anything from going round and round. But you and I, having the faculty of human intelligence, don't have to go round and round. We can get someplace. We don't have to emulate the squirrel who gets no place. So men, learn the truth about things. Don't be content to go as the squirrel goes, round and round and round and round.
Give the kiddies a real treat. Here you are, lady. Get one for
I'll read all about it. Morning papers, read all about it. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Big shot musicians are worth. Most are playing the high-class music hall at the moment.
Hard to say.
Must be worth plenty, though.
They say that if they played in the street, nobody would take the slightest notice.
I suppose so. Well, they got good publicity agents.
Still, I guess you better have something to get those big audiences and your picture in the newspaper.
Yeah, I guess they know their stuff all right.
Must be a lot just as good, though. Gotta get a break. That's all.
Right. That's right. They gotta get a break.
I am up.
Take one home to the kiddies. They're only 10 cents. They're only a dime. Take one home to the kiddies, folks. Here you are, ladies. They're only 10 cents.
You won't have to rock me to sleep tonight.
I'm pretty tired, too.
Done a lot of walking.
Yep. Time tires you out.
Gosh, I never knew I could get so tired. That's the cocktails help, too.
Yeah. They make you feel sleepy.
You got any nickels?
Yeah, I got some. And I'll watch your step there.
I forgot to get those cocktails.
Get it some other time.
Oh, gee, I'm sleepy.
So am I. Look at the craters on the moon. That's the target.
14-carat solid roll gold plated. Take it out of there.
Ready on the mag.
Full moon, evening star out.
Check.
Preaching about them.
Off strong, big thing. Sunburn
Well,
ocean.
good dinner.
Argentina.
Float drink with it, float drink with it.
World, 5 cents a bag.
World, 5 cents a bag.
Immediately. For 1 hour. Sightseeing trip.
On the move.
On
the dinner. All profit.
Leaving immediately. For 1 hour. Sightseeing trip.
On the move.
The Columbia Workshop has presented, as an experiment in radio drama, Leopold Prosser's impressionistic radio play, Broadway Evening. Although all the voices you heard performing in the script came from Workshop Studio, practically all sound effects were actually taking place during this past half hour on Broadway and picked up by our microphones to furnish an authentic background to this play. We hope you liked Broadway Evening, and we would like to receive your comments. Tune in next week at the same time for another broadcast of the Columbia Workshop. The Columbia Workshop is directed by Irving Reese. Brewster Morgan assisted in the presentation of Broadway Evening. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
The Columbia Workshop under the direction of Irving Reese.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop presents the third program of its experimental series dedicated to you and the magic of radio. Tonight, the workshop will present a short radio play which is considered to be one of the finest experimental dramas written for radio, Cartwheel by Vic Knight, and also a short technical demonstration. To students of radio drama, Cartwheel is perhaps the best example of how economy of words and characterization has enabled the author to present a moving, vivid, dramatic idea containing 23 scenes, 34 characters, and covering a time lapse of 50 years in 15 minutes of playing time. To students of dramatic expression, it may be interesting to know that the 34 characters are being played by 9 actors. Before we present Mr. Knight's Cartwheel, we would like to take you behind the scenes for the first demonstration which the Columbia Engineering Department has prepared in conjunction with the workshop. In this demonstration, we shall have the assistance of Miss Frances Fuller, prominent stage actress, who has been featured in such plays as The Front Page, Animal Kingdom, Her Master's Voice, and I Loved You Wednesday. Are you ready, Miss Fuller?
What do I do?
Well, just call on over here. That's it. And by the way, may we introduce you to our radio audience?
How do you do?
Now, Miss Fuller, we're going to let you and the radio audience in on a trade secret. First, we want to have you know, and we don't want you to be prejudiced about this, you Western listeners. Did you know that all of you listening from Chicago West are hearing our programs 1/10 of a second after your cousins in Australia or New Zealand or the South Pole? Yes, they actually hear us before you do, and we're going to prove it in a moment. As you know, radio waves travel at the speed of light, or 186,000 miles per second, which means that the people in the land down under hearing these programs by short waves get them practically instantaneously, in spite of the 10,000 miles or more. But before you in the West or Middle West hear us, the programs travel along a few thousand miles of lines and then are broadcast by your station's transmitter. The feeble little electrical impulses, which the greatest programs are reduced to before you hear them as sound, travel a trifle more sluggishly through the lead cable lines than they do when they're finally hurled out on the ether. And as a result, they slow up a bit and delay your hearing them, while in New Zealand, listeners hear the sounds the instant they are created. Oh, yes, you want the proof. All right. Stand by, Master Control. Up in our main control room, the engineers have set up their apparatus, and they're going to electrically transcribe a section of this program as it leaves here, goes to Chicago, and returns over 2,000 miles of lines. Stand by, Miss Fuller.
I'm ready.
When I give you the signal, we'll have a little talk. And then a few seconds after it, we'll let you and the radio audience hear it as it sounded, traveling 2,000 miles. All right, Control, turn them over. Now, Miss Fuller, you're on your own. Anything you say will be transcribed against you.
Oh, my. I won't say anything. You mean I have to hear my own voice?
Sure. Haven't you heard it before?
Yes. In a Hollywood studio projection room when I made my first picture. It frightened me stiff. Luckily, it was dark. I sneaked out very quietly, and it took them 2 days to find me.
Say. Well, that happens to nearly everyone when he hears his own voice for the first time. But a great many theater audiences and producers feel quite the contrary about your voice. Suppose you recite something for us.
Recite?
Sure. You do, and I will, too.
Well, you start.
All right, now let's see. Frances had a pretty voice. Its frequencies were slow. It left New York at 8 p.m., returned at 8:10.
Did you just make that up?
Sure.
Well, I'll have to do the same. Twinkle, twinkle, radio star. There's your voice, and here you are. Now you hear what others do. Oh, there, now, don't feel blue.
Bravo! And now for the finish. I'll count a number, and you follow it after a slight pause. 1,
2,
3,
4,
5, cut.
Cut? Cut what?
Well, that was a signal to the engineers that we were finished. And now, in just a moment, when the boys get their equipment all lined up, we'll hear all of that over again.
May I go now?
Oh, no. Don't forget, you're in Cartwheel, and we're all waiting to hear that, I can assure you. I'll keep watching the control room, and as soon as Mr. Voorhees gives me the signal, we'll be ready. Are you ready yet? All right, there it is. And now, ladies and gentlemen, listen to voices leaving New York and then coming back over 2,000 miles of wire.
Sure.
Haven't you heard it before?
Yes. In a Hollywood studio projection room when I made my first picture. It frightened me stiff.
Luckily, it was dark. I sneaked out very quietly and it took them 2 days to find me.
Well, that happened to nearly everyone here. Here's his own voice for the first time. But a great many theater audiences and producers feel quite the contrary about your voice. Suppose you recite something for us.
Recite?
Sure. You do, and I will too.
Well, you start.
All right, now let's see. Francis had a pretty voice. Its frequencies were slow. It left New York at 8 p.m. Returned at 8:10.
Did you just make that up?
Sure.
Well, I'll have to do the same. Twinkle, twinkle, radio star. There's your voice, and there you are. Now you hear what others do. There. Now, don't feel blue.
Bravo! And now for the finish. I'll count a number, and you follow it after a slight pause. 1,
2,
3,
4,
5. Cut. There you are. That little echo you heard were the voices returning after having been sent around 2,000 miles of lines. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before the stage is set for Cartwheel, we'd like to give you a little demonstration of the progress which has been made in the past few years with the most important unit of all radio equipment, the microphone. It is the heart of all radio broadcasting, and each modification of the microphone has brought with it wider scope and greater entertainment in your radio programs. You know, at one time, the letter S was the bogey of every engineer and performer in radio. Weak hearts trembled at lines like, "She sells seashells on the seashore." A sudden loud sound on the old carbon microphone could blast the station right off the air. Let us show you the contrast between the carbon microphone of 20 years ago and the modern velocity microphone in use today. Mr. Ray Collins, will you help us with this experiment?
Why, certainly.
Ray Collins is well known to you all as a leading player in many Columbia radio dramatic productions. Ray, do you remember Lincoln's Gettysburg Address or Hamlet's soliloquy?
Well, I've played Hamlet.
Good. Suppose you stand here between these two microphones and do the soliloquy for us.
I'll be glad to.
Now, while Mr. Collins does the soliloquy from Shakespeare's immortal Hamlet, Mr. Voorhees, the workshop's engineer, will keep cutting from the carbon mic of 20 years ago to the modern, high-quality, sensitive microphone of today. See if you notice much contrast. Mr. Collins.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them, die, sleep no more. And by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks of flesh is heir to, it is a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die. Sleep? The chance to dream? Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Ladies and gentlemen, the changes you noticed in quality represent 20 years of research and improvement in broadcasting microphones. But quality alone has not been the only objective. As important as quality is flexibility of use for perspective. We're now going to show you the difference in pickup perspective between the dynamic microphone, which was the latest type before the velocity was perfected, and the velocity. Miss Francis, it's your turn to help.
With pleasure, sir.
Thank you.
With pleasure, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Arlene Francis, one of radio's best-known actresses. One of radio's best-known actresses.
How do you do?
Arlene, suppose you do Lincoln's Gettysburg Address for us. Start on this dynamic microphone over here and walk around it in a circle.
All right. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place of those who here gave their lives, that that nation might live.
You noticed that Miss Francis, who was never more than a foot from the microphone, was audible at all times, even when she was directly behind the face of the microphone. The sound waves were being picked up by reflection. This caused much difficulty in pickup. First, because the microphone had only one side, into which the performer should work without this reflection effect. And secondly, because of its non-directional pickup, which allowed extraneous sounds access to the microphone from all angles. Now listen to the velocity microphone. You will notice that when Miss Francis, again never more than a foot from the mic, starts reading, she will be very clear, or as we term it, on beam. As she moves off beam in a circle, there is a gradual diminishing of her voice volume and perspective, until she will be practically inaudible when she is at right angles to the beam. And finally, when she leaves the dead side of the microphone and approaches the second beam side, she becomes perfectly clear again. All right, Arlene.
77 years ago, our forefathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place of those who here gave their lives, that that nation might live.
Thank you very much, Arlene. In future programs, we will show you some more demonstrations of various perspectives on microphones and their use in radio production. Continuous laboratory research on microphones promises that the next few years will bring many more revolutionary changes, all for the sole purpose of improving the quality and scope of radio entertainment. And now, Cartwheel by Vic Knight.
Let me go! Let me go, I tell you! Give me my cartwheel! It's mine! Cartwheel! Cartwheel! Cartwheel!
You better get a straitjacket, boys, and tuck him up. I'll be back in a moment. Don't leave. Are you his son?
Yes, Doctor, I am. I guess he's lost his mind, hasn't he?
No ordinary case, this. What can you tell me about it? What is this cartwheel he speaks of?
It's a long story, Doctor. It goes back more than 50 years, when Dad was working in the United States Mint down in Philadelphia. He was just a young fellow, about 7.
There you are, Chief. Cut, flash, and edge roll. As pretty a batch of cartwheels as you ever set eyes on. Listen to it ring. No sound just like a cartwheel ringing, is it, Chief?
Guess not. Get him cleaned up in a hurry, Dempsey. Just got word the president's bringing a party through this afternoon.
What? President Arthur? You mean he's coming here? To the Mint?
That's right. Garfield used to drop in pretty often, but this is Arthur's first visit.
Gee. What? Hey, Chief. Look at this. Look.
What's eating?
What? What's the date on this? Why, Chief, only half of one of the eights is printed on this coin. Just half of an 8 that looks like a 3. A 1384 silver dollar.
Good God, Dempsey. Don't tell me that whole batch of dollars.
Oh, no, sir, no, sir. Only these last few, only 3 of them, sir.
You like to scare me to death. Let me see. Sure enough. 1384 instead of 1884. Only half of one of the 8. Well, I'll be...
What do I do, Chief? Toss them back in the bullion? There's only 3 of them.
No, Dempsey, don't do that. If we throw them out, the run will be short. Better just let them pass. Forget it. And don't say anything to anybody. Chances are nobody will ever notice it anyway. Pretty slick. A 1384 Cartwheel.
Get closer to the phone. I can't be wrong. There were only 3 of those coins. I know because I went to the mint personally and talked to a young fellow named Dempsey, the chap who turned them out. Yeah. Here's the point. You know enough about coin collectors to realize what this means to me. What's that? Precisely. Yes. With all 3 of those freak Cartwheels, I'd have the finest collection of American coins in existence. You've got to get me the other one. I won't be satisfied until I've found it. Hang the expense. I'd pay $25,000 before I'd see anybody else get that coin.
You always told me, Martha, I'd make a lot of money in the mint, but that I couldn't keep any of it. Gee, I never thought I'd lose my job just because I told that coin collector about that cartwheel. Just think, Martha. Once it was in my hands. I made it and lost it. Oh, but I'll find another job. Maybe before the baby's born. And mark my words, Martha. Someday I'm going to get that cartwheel. Yes, sir, I'm going to get it. It may pass through 1,000,000 hands, but someday I'm going to...
2 lamp wicks, a gallon of kerosene, and a pound of your best chicory. And say, how about throwing in a piece of liver for the catch, eh?
Mix me up a moxie.
Sweet cappers.
A pound of sugar.
Well, it'll cost you $1, Morton. Might seem like a heap of money for you to pay, but if you send off to that place I told you about for your store teeth, the whole thing won't run more than $5. Well, do you want me to yank out them teeth, or don't you, Morton? Well, sit down then. I'll get my pinchers, and don't be wasting my time, because I got that bay mare and them 3 other horses to shoot yet today, and I ain't hankering to be delayed.
Oh, you kiddo, there's a hokey-pokey wagon. You got money, Archie. Why don't you buy some?
23 skidoo to you. I ain't going to waste my silver dollar that way, Aggie. No, sirree. I'm going to hold on to it. Don't forget, the Floridora Sextet's coming to the casino next Saturday.
While it is true that he impressed me as a very sincere and capable fellow, Dempsey's past record shows that he was discharged from a job at the United States Mint. Period. This indicates questionable character, and I'd rather not have him in our employ.
All right, boys. Come on here. I'm looking at horses, looking at blackjack. 21, the old army game. 1 seat over to blackjack, men. 1 seat over.
Deal me in.
Going again. Blackjack, $1 and up. All right, cards for the gamblers.
Hit me, big fella, hit
I'm
me.
looking at horses, looking at blackjack. 21, the old army game.
O Lord, let us be worthy of these thy blessings, and let them be acceptable unto thee. For it is more blessed to give than to receive. Amen.
Oh, Jimmy, merci beaucoup. Cela fera bien l'affaire. Now the members know why they say doughboy.
No use, Larry. Don't stick with me. I'm a goner. Here, if you make it back, give this medal to Ma, will you? Better take the centemes, too. And this cartwheel. I can't buy nothing where I'm going now. Oh.
you get your pay, son, don't forget. All in silver dollars.
Oh, gee, Dad, you still expect to find that $25,000 cartwheel, don't you?
Sure I do, son. It may pass through 1,000,000 hands, but I'll get it yet.
Biggest and most stupendous show along the gay Rialto. The one and only Rudolph Valentino, the perfect screen lover in the chic cavalry. Sensational hit of the silver screen. Step right up if you've choice.
Do please.
Yes, I'd still meet the price. It's worth it. But something tells me my coin collection will never be augmented by the third and last of those 1384 cartwheels. Wonder where it is. Maybe it doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it went down at sea, or perhaps some old granny is hoarding it in her attic chamber. Or maybe, for all we know, right this very minute, it's in the hands of a...
Thief! So that's what I am, huh? A thief, just because I'm taking $1 of your filthy money to buy myself a bite to eat. Well, I'm fed up, see? Here's your dollar, stupid. Take a good look at it. It's the last one you'll ever see, you rat.
Cut. That was putrid. Now let's shoot the whole scene over again. And for Pete's sake, Barbara, let's hear that silver dollar hit the looking glass.
Only $1, Jim. Let's get one.
Oh, but Elsie, we don't need it, I tell you.
But we will need it soon, honey.
I know, but let's wait, Elsie. I never was a plunger.
No, Jim, please. Let's get it now. I want it, Jim.
Oh, but honey,
I've got $1, Jim. This old silver one. I've held on to it for a long time, just for something like this. Please, Jim.
Oh, all right. But I can't see the sense of buying a baby buggy before we've even got a baby.
On the reservations, gather these precious herbs, barks, and bitters. Nature's own ingredients for nature's own panacea. Dr. Witherspoon's Magic Elixir. $1 the bottle.
I'll take one.
Thank you. Now, who else wants it? Dr. Witherspoon's Magic Elixir. Nature's own remedy.
Telegram, sir, for Mr. Hemingway. Thanks. It's collect, sir, $1.
Oh, I see. Well, who sent it?
No signature, sir.
Well, come. I can't pay for something unless I know where it's from. After all, I'm not
It's from Nevada, sir. Reno, Nevada.
Reno? Nevada? Here's the dollar.
Oh, but this is only half $1, sir. Oh, I beg your pardon. I see. It's a cartwheel. Thank you, sir.
That's all right. Have changed my mind. Stop. Taking morning plane home. Ruth. Nuts.
He's been acting pretty strange, Ma, since he went to that fortune teller.
Cartwheel. That's all he ever thinks about. That cartwheel. Wasting his time. 'Cause you know he'll never see it again.
Come on, Glutton, divvy it up. What's the haul?
Oh, 3 or 4 C-notes, I guess, counting all this chicken feed. Gee, I didn't even leave that cashier enough jack to keep a lady bugging hair nets.
Nice going.
Say, Spike, look at this. Holy smoke. A cartwheel. Must be sort of an antique, too. Look at the dates. Hey, 1384. Gee, that must be way back in Buffalo Bill's time.
Give me it, you dumb cluck. Sure. Just as I thought.
What's the matter?
It's a phony.
No.
Why, you ignorant mug. How could there be a United States dollar in 1384 when Columbus didn't even find the place till 1776? Ain't you never read your civics?
Well, I ain't ever had much schooling.
Yeah. Here goes this phony cartwheel into the spittoon.
Now, Snake Eyes, a little Phoebe hiding the canebrake. How? Talk, school dice talk. No shade out loud. How? Heavens, I'm telling you out loud. Come on, boys. Shoot to work now. Who's going to fade me?
Not me.
Come on, son. Who's going to fade me? What's the matter? Is that all the cash money that you're getting? You know there's no more money? No. Sure now? All right, sir. Then I rolls and here it comes. Watch it. Ha! 7 years. School days, you done it. The ruckus am completed and High Pocket said all ready to war, gentlemen.
High Pocket?
Yeah?
High Pocket, man, you's rich. Why, you must make yourself $300 or $400.
Here, son. Take yourself this here cartwheel and go on get yourself a bottle of gin or something else that you crave.
No, High Pocket, don't give me that cartwheel.
What's the matter?
Oh, give me instead a dollar bill. This here cartwheel's your lucky pocket piece. Your voodoo charm that you done start with before you win yourself all that money.
Oh, hush your mouth, boy, and make tracks. Formidable. High Pockets can't be bothered with money that jingles, only the kind that ruffles. No, go on, get your gin now and let me be. I sashay in for the bright lights. Get going now, and look here, son. Don't spend your cartwheel only.
Say, would you give a buddy a dime for a cup of coffee?
Cup of coffee?
Yes, sir.
A dime for a cup of coffee?
Hey.
But why should you charge me a dime when I know where I can get it for a nickel? It's outrageous.
Ah, you don't get me, pal. I'm hungry. Awful hungry. I ain't seen food for 3 days.
You still recognize it. Same old stuff. Same old stuff. Here, you take your $silver. Get 10 cups of coffee. Get 20 cups. Get going.
Gee, thanks, buddy. Sucker. That's $18 so far tonight, and the evening's young.
Shall I give him another hypo, Doctor?
No, I think not. In his condition, I hardly believe he feels any pain.
He cried out all through the night, Doctor. Mumbled something hardly intelligible, except for an occasional mention of a cartwheel and 1,000,000 hands.
Yes, I know. His son explained that to me last night. Just stay with him, Miss Maxwell. He doesn't have much farther to go.
For your sympathetic handling of Father's funeral.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Dempsey.
I've brought the insurance check with me to settle the bill.
Oh, yes.
Mother has endorsed it. $200. That's just about right, isn't it?
Yes, the amount is slightly less, I believe, Dempsey. Yes, just $199, including the extra limousine. You've got $1 change coming, Dempsey. Do you mind taking this cartwheel?
You have listened to Cartwheel by Vic Knight. It was the third presentation of the Columbia Workshop. Let us know how you liked tonight's demonstrations and dramatic presentations. Tune in again next week at this same time for another program by the Columbia Workshop. The Columbia Workshop's presentation was produced by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Columbia Workshop under the direction of Irving Reese.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop presents its fourth program of an experimental series dedicated to you and the magic of radio. Thank you for your letters on last week's program. The workshop staff was pleased to learn that you liked the technical radio demonstration. Your letters will help shape our policy for future programs. If you have any suggestions for demonstrations that you would like to hear or stories you would like to have dramatized, write us. The workshop has a number of guests in the studio tonight, among them one who is very well known to you. Won't you come over and say a word, David Ross?
Thank you, Mr. King. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a new role for me. I mean watching a broadcast. But really, I'm deeply interested in the progress of the workshop for many reasons, and I'm glad to be here. And I think that work of this sort also deserves your best interest. From it will come the advancement that only research and experiment can give any art. That they will fail from time to time is to be expected. Now, I'm one of the workshop's severest critics, and you too should voice your criticisms as well as your praise. But their successes will be important because they contribute information and knowledge to an art that is still very young. Therefore, to the workshop staff, I extend my very best wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Tonight, the workshop presents two short plays. First, the British Drama League's prize-winning comedy drama, which has a title singularly appropriate for the workshop, Experiment, by Mary Parkington. Then the workshop will introduce the work of a playwright who is making his debut in radio, Brian J. Byrne. We have selected a short episode entitled Highway Incident from a play Mr. Byrne will have produced this fall. And now, Experiment by Mary Parkington.
Good evening, everybody. I'm the experimenter, and I'm about to show you an interesting little experiment in synchronized life drama. One scene is laid in a tent pitched on the ice near the South Pole. The other, an apartment in London shared by Corinne Sheldon, an actress, with her sister Rosemary. There's a third occupant named Lydia. Jim Oberon and Frank Stacy in the tent are the sweethearts of Corinne and Rosemary in the apartment. They're engaged to each other. My little experiment is designed to show the perfect synchronization of feeling which may exist between four human beings placed thousands of miles apart. And now, judge the progress of the experiment for yourself.
Oh, Corinne, I'm thinking all the time of those poor dears at the pole enjoying their Christmas tree in the nice warm headquarters hut.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, they ought to get back to the hut tonight at the latest.
Isn't it too marvelous to think that my Frank and your Jim were sent by headquarters all alone to take possession of a new island for Britain? I'll decorate our tree.
Well, hadn't you better wait till we know whether they have succeeded? Anyway, that old tree's all wrong with this room.
I don't care if it is all wrong. Frank said they were going to have a Christmas tree in the hut, and I want to feel we're both doing the same thing at the same time.
Synchronized affection?
You needn't jeer. I'm absolutely certain that it's possible for people who care for each other to be thinking and doing the same things at the same instant.
I'm thinking that my cigarette's going out.
Corinne, sometimes you're hateful. Sometimes I wonder if you love Jim at all.
Oh, hush, hush. You'd better get dressed, dear. Billy Burton's coming in for cocktails at 6:30.
I wish Billy Burton were at the South Pole in the middle of a blizzard.
Jim, old man.
What's the matter?
The blizzard stopped after 4 days.
What's the difference? We'll never get back.
Oh, buck up, Jim, can't you? Where's your will?
Done for, I guess. Like me.
Right, old man. You've only got to use it.
Can you use your fingers, Frank?
Half and half. They're going numb again.
So's my will.
Some queer thing got hold of you, Jim boy.
Frank, give me those letters. Out of my pack.
Righto. They'll cheer you up a bit. Lordy, this pack's chock full of ice. There are your letters. Jim! I say, Jim!
Found something?
Crumbs! Biscuit crumbs.
How much?
Oh, nearly 2 mouthfuls.
That all?
It's more than we've had for the last 2 days.
You finish them. Makes no difference to me now.
No. We'll divide them up fair. There. 1 mouthful. There. 2. Here, Jim. Jim, I say. Oh. Asleep again. Well, he's better off.
I wonder what Frank is talking about at this moment. Corinne, I believe they're talking about us.
Quite possibly. There can't be many topics of conversation up there.
I can almost hear him. He'll be saying, little Rosemary, just like that.
Oh, by the way, where's Lydia?
She'll be in soon.
Why on earth did you turn off the lights?
I'm feeling dreadfully nervous. Corinne, I believe we could almost hear them talking if we were quiet enough.
Pity we can't. It's such a waste to be discussed by one's adoring fiancé if one doesn't even know what he's saying.
Oh, shut up. What does it matter? Surely one can guess. I can, anyway.
Jim! Wake up!
What is it now?
I had to tell you. I've been a swine, Jim. I ate your share of the crumbs. It's nothing to laugh at, you fool. It's food.
I can't help. You gasping about a few crumbs. What do you think I was dreaming of when you woke me?
What?
Plum pudding.
That comes of being a poet, I suppose. Oh, how big was it?
Oh, the size of the sun.
With enormous currents.
There's only one thing bothering me.
Get it off your chest.
What's the name of that brandy they put in the sauce?
I don't know. Something frightfully old and mellow.
Well, say, then let's have a Christmas dinner.
I'm starting on mine. Turtle soup first. Thick as you can make it. Nearly solid.
Mine's clear. With wine in it.
No good for me. I've got to get right off with something filling.
Kids, aren't we? Gone back to our school days.
My hunger's grown up right enough. You're lucky. You can dream.
I guess I could dream a bit more. Oh, it wasn't so cold. Can't you have another try at lighting the primus stove?
It's no go. The oil's frozen hard.
Oil. That's it. Clear soup. With oil in it.
He's off again. Wish I could dream like that. Raspberry tart. With cream. And rare roast beef. Rare roast beef.
Corinne, I could feel them talking about us.
Really? What were they saying?
I don't know exactly, but I know they were.
Well, put the light on again.
Hello, Rosemary.
Hello.
Hello, Corinne.
Oh, Lydia. You might have put on a nicer dress. Billy Burton will be here in a few minutes.
Billy won't notice what I've got on. I got here in time for the first news bulletin. There might be something about Jim. I'll switch the radio on.
Jim? I didn't know that you were interested, Lydia. You're not falling for Jim.
Further outlook unsettled. First news bulletin, copyright reserved. A wireless message has been received from the RVS Antarctic expedition stating that considerable anxiety is felt as to the whereabouts of Jim Oberon and Frank Stacy, who left headquarters 6 weeks ago to plant the British flag on the newly discovered island. It is feared that they may have been cut off by the blizzard, which has been raging for the past 4 days, and an SOS has been sent to the seaplane depot at Center Point.
His Majesty the King today visited...
What did I tell you? They failed. Corrine, how can you? We don't even know if they're alive.
Oh, nonsense, Rosie. The seaplanes are certain to have picked them up by now.
If one could only see. It seems so strange that two people who love each other shouldn't be able to communicate somehow.
Perhaps someone else is interrupting the current.
Well, don't stare at me. You're both talking nonsense. We know all that matters. They haven't got through, that's all.
It isn't the least like Frank to fail. But of course Jim might pull him down.
Why should Jim pull him down?
Oh, well, he's not nearly such a strong character as Frank.
Strong? Who wants to be like a piece of beef? Jim's fine. He needs delicate handling.
Lydia! Thank you for coming to my rescue. I'm quite aware you don't think me worthy of him. Though let me tell you, I'd be as proud as anyone if he succeeded.
A few more laurels for Miss Corinne Sheldon? Why aren't you wearing the wristwatch Jim gave you?
But if you must know, I'm wearing the other one tonight to please Billy Burton.
No need to please Jim. He's thousands of miles away.
My dear idiot, what difference would it make? He couldn't possibly know.
You can never tell how much a poet knows.
You're simply imagining things, Lydia. It would be much more to the point if we knew what they were doing.
Sheltering in their tents, probably talking about food.
Food?
Oh, what else should hungry men talk about?
Is that how much you think Jim cares for me?
Well, I'm certain you don't care for him.
Well, Jim's got all my letters in his pack. Gave up his tobacco to get them in. Now, what do you think of that?
I think it's disgusting. Any decent person would have told him to take the tobacco and let the letters hang.
How can you be so unfeeling, Lydia?
I shouldn't wonder if Jim's lying snug in his berth and mooning over my letters at this very moment. I can see him taking out those letters, one by one, kissing them, I suppose. He's crazy about me. Poor old Jim.
You awake, Jim?
No use, Frank. I'm done for.
No. Think of the people at home. Look at these letters. Think of Corinne. Isn't it worthwhile getting back?
No.
But what I don't understand...
Those letters...
You've been reading them all right. Every spare moment.
Yes. That's why.
You mean you found out that you...
You knew?
No, I only guessed.
It's been Billy all the time. Lydia tried to warn me. You see that? There's nothing. Nothing to go back for.
Right, old man. I mean to get back, and I'm taking you with me. If I could only get that stove thawed out.
We'll freeze to death before they get here. If you only had something to burn, you could thaw it.
Which I haven't?
Yes, you have. Burn these.
Corinne's letters?
Yes. They do the trick. Quick. Give me the matches. The first letter she wrote. Now the rest. All of them.
What a smoke they make.
Smoke. Smoke. She's slipping away in smoke.
This fireplace gives off nothing but smoke. Lydia, just come and see the fire, will you?
Coming.
Have you two been discussing me?
Rosemary was going into raptures over your letter writing. I only ventured to suggest that letters in bulk may be a pretty good test.
Are you trying to make out that Jim is testing me?
The test doesn't lie with Jim.
Lydia Cresswell, you're in love with Jim Aubrey.
Thank you, Corinne, but my private feelings are my own affair.
Not when you allow them to interfere between two people who happen to be engaged to each other.
Are you quite sure it's I who am interfering between you and Jim? Rosemary, what's that?
An airplane, isn't it?
I can't hear anything.
Seaplanes going to them.
All the way from London? Oh, isn't you ridiculous, Rosie?
You may say what you like, but I can hear them. If they shouldn't be in time. If they shouldn't be in time. Hold on, Jim. Don't let go. Hold on, Jim.
I'm holding on. Jim, old man. He's going. Jim, for God's sake. They'll come, Jim. They must come. They can't have forgotten it. Jim. Do you hear a plane? They're coming for us, Jim. I'm... hold on. Good. George, you frightened me just now. What was I saying? Why, you told me you were holding on. Not you. I was answering someone. There's no one else here, old chap. He called out. Don't let go. Hold on, Jim. Wondering a bit, aren't you? It's all right, Bill. Imagine Corinne calling for you if that helps. No. Not Corinne. Quick! For God's sake, be quick!
Good evening again, everybody. I'm extremely sorry to have to tell you that my little experiment in synchronization has been a complete failure. Time and place were most carefully chosen. But I regret to say that I observed none of that delicate coincidence between soul and soul which might have been expected from four persons in such circumstances, except by an accident which I cannot account for in the case of a young woman who had no sort of connection with my scene. Strange and unaccountable. Quite unaccountable.
And now the Columbia Workshop presents Highway Incident, an episode from a play by Brian J. Burns.
Swell night for driving, ain't it, boss?
Yeah. Well night. Clear and cool.
I enjoy driving on a night like this.
So do I when you take it easy.
You don't call it fast, do you?
I do. Cut it down. We got plenty of time.
Oh, I know this road like a book. I can drive it with my eyes closed.
Well, keep them open and slow down.
Okay.
That's better.
You know, every time we come up here, your missus makes me promise I'll take good care of you.
Yeah. She's been worrying about me for 30 years. I'd be pretty lonesome without Martha. I don't have many friends.
Yeah. Hey, that guy tooting for me?
Yeah, looks like he's in a hurry. Give him all the room he wants. Pull over.
Wow, look at him go. He's doing about 80.
Crazy fool.
He'll wind up behind the 8-ball someday.
If you don't slow up for that turn up ahead, this will be the day.
I guess he don't know it's there.
He'll know it in a minute.
There he goes.
He went off the road.
Step on it. Right, boss. I hope it ain't serious.
Keep going. All right. Take it easy now. Hold it. Bring the flashlight.
Right.
You hear that?
Yeah.
They're over there. There it is. You all right, mister?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Anybody else in there?
Yeah, there's an old lady. Help me get her out quick, will you?
Tommy, throw your light in there.
Yeah, right, boss.
All right, Tommy. Here she is. Get her feet. There. You got her?
Yeah, okay.
Watch your head.
Right.
All right. Set it down here in the grass.
Okay.
There's no blood. I guess we got shaken up. Poor old lady. You a chauffeur, son?
No. She just hired me for the trip.
Here, Tommy. Rub her right arm.
Yes.
Just massage it. You were sure burning up the road, son.
Oh, it wasn't my fault. She kept begging me to go faster and faster. You think she's hurt bad?
Rub her left arm now, Tommy.
Okay.
She'll be all right, I guess. Just fainted from fright.
You're both pretty lucky if you ask me.
Where were you heading?
Albany.
What was she in such a hurry about?
Don't you know who she is?
Can't say I do. Her face looks familiar.
It should. Why, anybody that reads the papers.
She's coming around. Keep rubbing, Tommy.
Okay.
You're all right, little lady. I guess you just fainted. Oh, no. Wait a minute now. Don't try to sit up yet.
Fred. Where's Fred?
I'm right here, ma'am.
Are you all right? You're not hurt.
No, ma'am. Just a little shaken up, that's all. How are you?
I'm all right. But the car, is it badly smashed?
Don't worry about the car, ma'am. It landed right side up. The glass broke. That's about all.
Oh, thank God. Then we must start right away, Fred. I've got to get to Albany tonight.
I'll go look it over, ma'am. See if I can get it started.
Oh, you've got to get it started, Fred. You've got to.
Well, I'll do my best, ma'am.
Please. Oh, please. So much depends on it.
There. Now, don't get yourself excited, ma'am. You've had a narrow escape. You've got to take it easy.
But you don't understand. It's a matter of life and death. I've got to get to Albany on time.
Well, we'll do all we can to help, but you better rest. Tommy, help him get that car started. See how quick you can get it back on the road.
Hey, if there's just a peep left in that buggy, I'll have it humming in no time. Come on, kid.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Please hurry.
Don't you worry. We will, Mrs. Lasher.
Mrs. Lasker. Did he call you Mrs. Lasker?
Yes. You recognize the name, I suppose.
It's an unusual one. The only one I heard of by that name is Bob Lasker, the murderer, and...
Bob Lasker is not a murderer. He never hurt a soul in his life.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
He's being made the victim of a fearful miscarriage of justice. Bob is as fine a son as ever lived.
Son?
My son, yes.
Why, he's to be executed tonight.
Oh, but he won't. They can't do this to my boy. I'm going to see the governor in Albany. I'm going to make him understand that my... Oh, now you must see why we've got to get the car back on the road. Why I have to reach Albany tonight.
Well, don't worry, ma'am. My driver's a good mechanic. He'll get the car started.
I've got to talk to the governor. I've got to save Bob.
I understand, ma'am. I sure hope the governor can do something.
Can? But he must. He can't let them do this to my boy.
The governor's not a hard man. I'm sure he'll do all he can.
But he's the governor of the state. He can save Bob.
It's not entirely in the hands of the governor. His powers are limited.
What? You don't think he'll be able to do anything?
You must be prepared in case he can't.
But why? Why can't he do something? Why?
Public sentiment's a great factor in all such cases as your son's.
Oh, I know. I know the public is against my boy.
That's unfortunately true.
But the public doesn't understand.
Not as you do, ma'am. If judgments were dictated by the hearts of mothers, there wouldn't be any execution.
Oh, it's brutal, inhuman.
It's the expression of the public mind.
Then the public is brutal and inhuman. They are persecuting my son.
Unfortunately, he has a bad record, and that doesn't help him in the present circumstance.
But he was never a bad boy. He was wild, yes, but not bad.
I wish for your sake it was like that.
Then you share the public opinion. You believe my boy guilty.
I have no opinion in these cases, ma'am. And until I met you, Bob Lasker concerned me very little. But now...
Now?
I feel that for ever bringing a little lady like you moments of pain he deserves...
Oh, please. Please, don't say it. Please.
I'm sorry for you, ma'am. Very sorry. I don't mean to hurt you. I'm just trying in my clumsy way to soften the blow for you in case the governor should...
Oh, but that can't happen. It can't. I've got to make him see this from my viewpoint.
Now, look, little lady. You have been entirely on the tragic side of this matter. Did you ever stop to consider that, black as it seems, it has a bright side?
A bright side?
Yes. I presume you're a religious woman.
Why,
Then you must know that your son is more fortunate than he is unfortunate.
what?
In knowing his time and having the great good fortune to be prepared to meet his Maker.
Being prepared. Are you a clergyman?
No, ma'am. I'm just a plain man who lives the things he was taught. Those are the things we must believe, especially at a time like this.
You are preparing me for the worst.
For the best, ma'am, if you're truly religious. Life's nothing more than a preparation for death.
Why, I hadn't looked at it that way.
But you must. Death is our greatest blessing because it's a promise. A promise of all the things we wish for.
A promise? What do you mean?
It's the promise of eternal peace, tranquility, and immortality.
I've been raised to think so.
Then to fear death is to doubt your heritage.
Oh, I don't fear it for myself.
And you mustn't fear it for him.
If I could only know that my boy is aware of these things.
We know them best when we come close to the end. He will know them, too.
Do you think so?
I'm sure he will.
I hope so. I could bear it better if I could be sure that Bob realizes the end is the beginning.
They've got the car started.
Yes. But somehow it doesn't seem so desperately important now.
Why?
Because you have reminded me of the things I should never have forgotten. My boy's destiny is in tender hands.
Then you're ready for whatever may happen?
I am fortified.
I'm glad, ma'am.
Thanks to you.
If the things I've said have helped you, I'm happy indeed.
They have.
Hey, boss,
Yes, Thompson?
we got her shaken. I think we can get her up on the road now.
All right. Come on, little lady.
Yes.
I'll help you up. Take it easy.
Oh.
There you are. Now, here, take my arm.
Thank you.
Lean on me. How's that? Better? Here we are.
The car's almost as good as new.
Thanks. Gee, you sure know your autos.
I cut my teeth on one.
You ready, Mrs. Lasker?
Coming straight.
Hey, what's them bends, kid? You've got a lot of them between here and Albany.
Don't worry. I've learned my lesson for tonight.
Okay, boss. It's all set.
Fine. Are you all right, little lady?
Yes, I'm all right.
Let me help you into the car.
Thank you.
Easy now. There you are.
Now I can see how fortunate the accident was. I don't know how I can ever thank you.
Oh, that's all right, ma'am. I'm happy that I've been able to help.
You have helped me more than you know. I'm sure I shall never forget you. Goodbye. And thanks again.
Goodbye, little lady. Good luck to you.
And to you.
So long, lady. Hey, watch your step, kid.
I will.
You know who that little lady is?
Yes.
You do?
Bob Lasker's mother.
Yeah. She told you, huh?
Yeah. I had a long talk with her.
You sure fixed her up.
I don't know now whether I talk to bolster her spirit or to justify my own existence.
Hey, boss, what's the matter with you?
Matter?
Hey, you look like a ghost.
Why?
And you're shaking like a leaf. What's the matter?
Did you see what she did before she left?
What do you mean?
She took my hand,
Yeah?
pressed it to her cheek, kissed it.
Yeah.
It was my right hand. The hand that'll throw the switch to shoot 2,000 bolts into her boy tonight.
You have heard the fourth presentation in the Columbia Workshop series. Your criticisms and suggestions will be welcome and will shape the workshop's policy to a great extent. Tune in next week for another program of the workshop. Tune in next week for another program of the workshop. Tune in next week for another program of the workshop. Tune in next week for another program of the workshop.
The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reed. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop presents the fifth program of its experimental series, dedicated to you and the magic of radio. In line with its policy of introducing the work of new authors, the Workshop is pleased this evening to offer an unusual drama dealing with the dark recesses of the subconscious mind. We present Case History by Milton M.E. Geiger.
I think it's pretty hopeless, Doctor. He's too far gone. No, there's still a spark left. About 1 chance in 100 if we work fast. When did they find him? Our ambulance picked him up about 20 minutes ago. Crumpled on the sidewalk in front of a drugstore on 6th and Main. Nurse, tourniquet for intravenous injection. Syringe, 50 cc of methylene blue. Get ready for gastric lavage and artificial respiration.
Yes, Doctor.
Strip his right arm, Dr. Marks, while I get these gloves on. Right. Alcohol, please. Cotton. Iodine. All right, Doctor. Tighten the tourniquet. A little more, please. Syringe, please. Thank you. There. Stand ready with the respirator if he starts coming around.
All ready, Doctor.
Consciousness and reflexes are restored sometimes before the entire injection of the methylene. He's coming out of the coma. Quick, stop the respirator. All right, Doctor. Put the mask on his face. Nurse, get another 50 cc of methylene ready in case of lapses. He's slipping again. Hypodermic, please. He's slipping again. Hypodermic, please. He's slipping again. Hypodermic, please.
What am I doing up here? Wonder what time it is. Nearly fell asleep. On these hills, snooze you go and wham. 8,500 feet. No good either. Fella can scrape his landing gear off on a tree or smack into some mountain, like Gerard out of Cleveland. Found Gerard almost 3 weeks after he came down in the Alleghenies. Gerard could fly, too. Good job flying the mail. Checks coming in regular. Fella could be pretty certain of his coffee and rolls as long as he kept his end up. That'd be 1 cinch for River Dawson. If only Western Continent hadn't folded, I'd still have my job. And 1 pilot and no troubles with Janet. No troubles with Janet. Wonder what Janet is doing now. Sipping cocktails, dancing with some mug, someone else's arms around her. All right. I'm just a dumb pilot out of a job. Can't blame the kid. What was it she said?
Why can't you give it up, Weaver? Now that Western Continent is out of business, give up flying. Get yourself another job. It gets them all. It comes to everyone, they all say at the field. It'll come to you, and where'll I be, River?
It'll be all right. Some of the men have been in it since the Wright boys flew at Kitty Hawk.
Yes. And their legs are broken in a dozen spots. And crooked. And shiny where they're scarred. And they talk of the miraculous escapes. And then one day they don't escape. Every week, one of the boys who've been in it since the Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk comes to the end of his string. Give it up, River.
I can't. I'll get a job and we'll get married and everything will be hunky.
No, River. It won't.
It won't?
No. I won't share you with the wind and the scent of gas and the beat of engines and the threat of death. I want my man for myself and not for the service of machines.
You're wrought up. I'll call you tomorrow.
No. I won't be home to you. I'm sorry, River. I've made a decision. I'm asking you to make one. But think.
I don't have to think. I can't do anything but fly. It's in my blood. There's no decision to make when there's only one course.
I'm sorry, River. Terribly sorry.
Sorry. Yes, you're sorry. Maybe you'd like me to be a ribbon clerk or a dandy in evening pumps. Well, I'm not. It ain't my speed. I stick to the stick. I'll be seeing you. So that's the end of that. Wonder what time it is. It's been 9:52 for the last hour. Why is it so cold and dark? Like the bottom of a pitch lake. Oh, funny. There's that pain in the right arm again. Tight and cramped. I wonder what's wrong with the old lung. Can't seem to get my breath. Kind of chokes me. Awful cold. Wonder why. Can't be lost. Oh, me? River Dawson? Don't make me laugh. There's a light in the east. Funny. Gas gauge must be stuck. Flew all this distance. Didn't use up any gas. Stuck. Remember, have it fixed. There goes my breath again. Gotta hold tight. Can't crack up here. Bad spot. Never find me. Better set all controls in neutral. Slipping. Cold. Dark. Slipping. Janet. Janet.
Slipping again. Hypodermic, please.
Yes, Doctor.
His respiration's more labored. He's slipping back into a coma again. Yes, looks bad. The syringe, please.
Yes, Doctor.
We'll give him 50 cc more. Tourniquet again, Doctor. Tight on the right arm. Tight on the right arm. Tight on the right arm. Tight on the right arm.
What happened? Must have passed out. That's funny. River Dawson passing out. Lucky I didn't smack into a mountain. Better have a look around. It's light now. Foggy, but light. Well, if that ain't the luckiest. An airport. Just where I was heading to. As that flying, or is that flying? Just kind of instinct, I guess. Using the old frying head. We better get down, Beulah, and see about that gas cage. That's it, Beulah. Around and into the wind. Nasty fog. Lucky it's a nice long field. Easy, Beulah. Easy does it. Ease down. Nice work, Beulah. What a fog. Over the side. Well, where is everybody? Not even a ship on the field. I better do a little investigating. Ought to be some stirring in the administration building. There's a bunch on the rail. That's a relief. I was beginning to feel creepy around this smog and this fog. Thickest Turkish coffee. Funny-looking bunch. Old horse face there. Sadder than sad. Bony-looking guy. I ought to feed him an apple. Hello, boys. Hello. Say, you guys deaf? Howdy. Where's the boss of this outfit?
Inside. You better wait, though. You better.
A tough baby, the boss, huh?
He's all right.
Funny old curse horse face. Put his face together in a hurry. Nice eyes, though. Kind of soft like. Occasion. I guess I'll go in anyway. It's formal to report. I'll see you, boys.
No. Don't go in. I wouldn't.
Say, the boss must be poisoned.
Oh, I don't know. Pretty regular when you get to know him. If you get to know him.
If I get to know him. An aristocrat, eh? In this forsaken burg?
I wouldn't say that. I would know about it.
All right, all right. Can I get a stuck gas gauge adjusted? And how about a little gas and oil? Gauge says I'm full up, but that couldn't be. I've been flying all night.
That'll be all right.
Will it now? All by itself. It'll be all right. Well, fine, I bet. What I want to know is, do I get a gas gauge unstuck?
It'll be all right, I said.
Well, I want a gas gauge fixed, and I want gas and oil, and if you boys aren't talking, your boss is, so one side.
Where are you from?
Huh? Oh, Los Angeles. San Diego, really, but I took off from Angel.
Nice trip?
Oh, sure. All right.
You ever been around these parts before? Don't quite remember seeing you, stranger. I don't think.
You shut up, Chet. This man's a guest, see? He ain't staying, so you treat him like a guest, see? You got such a big mouth.
I've been around. Maybe you haven't. But I've done plenty flying, plenty. I think I'll have a look around until the big shot can see me and check me in and out.
Mind I go with you?
No, I don't mind. Thanks.
Be good, boys.
Say, what about this place? Don't it do any business? I don't see a ship and I don't hear a single engine.
No. Nothing much doing lately.
Well, I'm sorry to report that I don't like this place.
We belong. You don't. Let it go at that.
Sure. But I think you're all right.
Thanks, kid. Well, this is number 1 hangar.
Well, a ship as I snore in my sleep. And a beauty. I never would have thought it of the old bird. A real beauty. Look at those lines. Long and sleek and slick and... Boy, she's a honey, what I mean.
Mercury Airlines. Cruising speed 180 miles per hour.
Well, she'll do all right. Man, that's what I like to see him. Hey. When did that ship come in?
Last night.
Where's the luggage? And the passengers?
About somewhere. I ain't exactly the local nursemaid.
You know, I wouldn't say this to anyone but you. You look on the level, and if you ain't, it's my funeral, not yours. But is that bunch stealing planes?
Stranger, you grieve me.
All right, don't talk then. I'm not looking for trouble. Unless you get gay with my ship out there, then watch out.
Don't worry, kid.
All right. I was just serving notice, you might say. I've heard of plane smuggling to 2x4 powers that'll buy up anything that'll hop 50 feet. Revolutionaries and that sort of thing. But let it pass. Only hands off my ship. Look. That man on that oil drum. Reading out of that little leather book. I know him.
Honest?
Sure. Brad Young used to sit like a jackknife like that and read and read. Hey! Oh, no. No, it can't be. No, that's impossible.
People look different in a fog, don't they?
Yeah. You guess they do. Only it sure gave me a start at first.
I bet it did. You grabbed my arm so it'll be black and blue. I bet.
I thought sure it was old Brad Young. He looked up at us so sad and expectant like. I thought I recognized him, and then I didn't, and then I did again. But it's impossible. I tell you, I never did see such a bunch of melancholy mutts, if you don't mind my Spanish. I never did see such a bunch in all my days.
So would it be all right if I just kind of inquire where you're headed for?
Me? Oh, east, I guess.
You don't seem very particular about your destination. Feeling a bit low, kid?
No, I know I'm okay. Well, yeah.
Shoot, kid. That is, if you feel like it. I'm always glad to listen to a man's troubles, if it'll help him.
Don't see where it makes any difference if I tell you. Girl trouble.
That's nothing. Don't be foolish.
Lost my job with Western Continent when it folded, too.
That's nothing. Nothing to shout about, but nothing to get you down. Don't be foolish. I wouldn't do anything rash, you know. What's this I hear about a trans-Pacific line? There ought to be jobs for the right men. Trans-Pacific. That sounds great to me. Trans-Pacific. Trans-Pacific. If only I...
What? If only you was what? All right again, but to me you sounded like a guy in the trenches that's just heard about Broadway or Main Street or Clark's Junction, that's all.
Mighty fine. You left Los Angeles last night?
That's right. Had a battle with a girlfriend. It's all up, too, if you want to know. So I checked out of my room and tore down to the field, and here I am.
And here you are. You came straight out to the field. No stops. Think. Think very hard. It's important, kid. Think. Think. Think.
Sure. Straight out. No. No, not quite, I guess. They cut it out. My arm hurts. Sharp. Cut the question. Cut it, I say. Cut it out, do you hear? I'm on the level, and this place isn't. I can tell you. So cut it, see? And my arm aches. What's making
Tight on the right arm. Right, Doctor. He's coming to again. Serene. Hold his left arm, Doctor. He's reaching for the tourniquet. If this Nephilim brings him around again, I think he'll be all right. I think he'll be all right. I think he'll be all right. I think he'll be all right.
You'll be all right, kid. Just think. It's important. Think.
Think what?
Did you stop any place between the time you left the airport and came here?
I don't know. And the back of my neck hurts. I can't think. I can't. It was raining. Yeah. It was coming down heavy, and it was late. There was a light on the corner. And it said drugs. I got some cigarettes. That's right, cigarettes.
That all? Nothing else? Think. Think.
That's all. Oh, I don't know. I can't think. I tell you, my arm aches and my neck. He wrote in the book. Yeah. The druggist. He had a face like a prune. I thought, he's got a face like a prune and a head like a shiny bowling ball. He bent over to write in the red book. He wanted to know my name.
For cigarettes?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, for cigarettes. He asked, what is your name? And I said, Hector Higgins. Wasn't that a scream? Hector Higgins. It was raining. And I got cigarettes and I was in the plane and... What do you care, you old scarecrow? What is it to you? You with your goofy horse face. What's it to you? Let me go. I gotta be going. I'll be seeing you. Gotta go. Get gas and go. That's it. I won't stand this way for another minute. I have to go. Let me go. I can't.
I think you can go back. It's hard, but you can do it.
No.
Easy does it, kid.
That man. That man on the oil drum again. That man. I know now. It is Brad Young. It is, I tell you. Look, he's walking away from me. But it's Brad. Brad! Brad Young! Brad, wait! Don't you know me, Brad? He's turning. He heard me. It's Brad. See?
recognizes me. He's smiling at me. Brad, talk to me.
Hello, River. Sure is great to see you again.
No, it can't. It can't. Don't lie to me. You can't be Brad Young. Stop nodding at me like that. Stop grinning, I tell you. You can't be Brad Young. You crashed in Arizona 4 years ago. Burnt to a crisp.
Yes, River.
Yes, River, he says. Yes, River. It can't be. It can't. The liner. The Mercury ship I saw in the hangar. Well, what about her?
She crashed last night in the Sierra. Max, England. All hands clear.
Max. Oh, I've got to go. Let me out of here. My ship. Where's my ship? Let me get to my place. That light. That awful glaring light from the building. And there's someone standing in the doorway. Someone. My plane, I can't find it. There's Ron. You, Brad. Stop that grinning and nodding.
Broadway, East Track.
Hello. Well, you're looking better. I didn't think there was much hope when they brought you in last night. That was a terrific shot of cyanide you took. Enough to kill a squad of ordinary men.
Yeah. Don't know what's got into me to listen to it. Let's forget about it.
I brought you a morning paper.
Thanks. What's the top news?
Bad air crash. Headlines. Look.
9 guys. Mercury liner. Crashes in the night. Mercury liner. Crashes in the night.
Did you know about it?
No.
No, it.
I don't think I heard it.
Well, I'll leave you now. There's a young lady waiting to see you. Think you're strong enough?
Case History by Milton M.E. Geiger has been presented as the 5th program in the Columbia Workshop series. We would appreciate your letters telling us if you like this presentation. Tune in again next week for another in this series of programs devoted to experimental radio. The Columbia Workshop is under the direction of Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Workshop under the direction of Irving Reese.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop presents the fifth in its series of experimental programs dedicated to you and the magic of radio. Thank you for your letters on last Saturday evening's broadcast, Case History by Milton M. E. Geiger. Your response to this unusual dramatic script has convinced us that in giving Mr. Geiger his first hearing on network radio, the Workshop has discovered a writer of first magnitude. We shall encourage more of his work. Tonight, we divide our program into two sections. The first half will consist of an interesting technical demonstration, which we believe will help you to understand more about your radio receivers. And the second half will be a presentation of a new and original radio drama, There Must Be Something Else, by Helen Burgavoy. Miss Burgavoy is a talented young radio actress, and There Must Be Something Else is her initial attempt at writing for the microphone. Before our demonstration begins, we should like to introduce a man whose cooperation and assistance to the workshop has alone made most of the experimenting possible, Mr. E.K. Cohan, Director of Engineering for the Columbia Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the engineering department of the Columbia Network is as happy to play a part in this series of experimental programs known as the Columbia Workshop as it is proud of the fact that its young and creative producer, Mr. Irving Reese, was for many years one of its very capable members. In endeavoring to make the scope of these programs as broad and as interesting as possible to you, our audience and judges, we are not confining ourselves wholly to the facilities and services available within our own domain, but we will, from time to time, augment our own resources by calling upon the cooperative assistance of associates and facilities within the industry. It is just such an occasion that I now have the pleasure of introducing a man who has been prominently identified with radio broadcasting since its inception. As one of the original Federal Radio Commissioners, back in the days when the government undertook the task of bringing order out of a wavelength chaos, this gentleman has had much to do with shaping the destiny of a new child of science, radio broadcasting. We have requested him to be with us this evening that he might employ the medium with which he has been so closely associated to bring to you some more of the marvels of modern science. May I present Dr. Orestes H. Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Cohan. Ladies and gentlemen, your radio set is a marvelous mechanism, and I am glad to have the opportunity to help the workshop in telling you something about it. Your receiver, looked at one way, is a machine with 100 million moving parts, and yet it all operates silently as it converts the feeble little electrical impulses which ultimately become music and sound in your loudspeaker. In a moment, I am going to demonstrate some of these moving parts, whose speed is faster than a high-powered rifle bullet. The most interesting thing about a radio set to me is its uncanny ability to take the tiny electrical current which comes flowing down the antenna wire and to magnify that current millions and millions of times until it has power enough to reconstruct the original sound life-size, just as that sound was produced in the broadcast studio many miles away. The current picked up by your antenna is so small that a cent's worth of electricity at present rates could keep a current strong enough to produce an audible sound in your radio for 30 million years. So that to start such an experiment, we would have to turn the calendar back to those dim Triassic times when dinosaurs scampered over the face of America. But even a current so tiny as that flows in your home antenna contains in itself all the marvelous tones and cadences of the music or speech. You have only to amplify it or magnify it through your radio set, and when it is built up several 100 million times, it flows into your loudspeaker and reproduces all the sounds that went into the microphone at the studio. In this process of magnification, the currents flow through various magnetic parts in your radio receiver. And in these parts, there take place some incredibly swift and wonderful actions that we are going to let you hear. Tiny particles in the solid iron of the magnetic parts have to turn flip-flops many times a second to pass along the signal which brings you the sound. And that iron, in fact any iron, is made up of tiny particles called molecules, which are so small that it takes about 30 million of them laid end to end to measure an inch. When no current is flowing through your receiver, these molecules lie helter-skelter, some turned this way and that, and their magnetic force is neutralized. But when you turn your radio set on, it is necessary for these millions of little soldiers to regiment themselves, to line themselves up, and then continually to about-face and countermarch to the music. Upon the accuracy and the unison with which they obey depends the quality of your radio reproduction. When low tones are coming through your receiver, the molecules are about-facing probably 100 times a second. When high tones come through, they are called upon to reverse themselves about 5,000 times per second. No scientist has yet been able to devise a microscope powerful enough to enable you even to see one of these little molecules in action. Yet I am going to let you hear these individual iron molecules as they turn over in their steel beds. With the special apparatus we have here in the studio this evening, you are going to hear the movements of particles less than 1/30,000,000th of an inch long. I hold in my hand a piece of soft iron in which the molecules lie relaxed and lazily strewn about in all directions. Because they are in this lazy state, the iron does not appear to be magnetized. But now listen as I bring it near a horseshoe magnet. As it approaches the magnet, you will hear the little molecules in the soft iron begin to line themselves up. Now if I move the magnet closer, increasing the magnetization of the iron bar, still further, listen. More of the molecules fall into regimental formation, and the soft iron bar becomes a magnet itself. Here you have regimentation all right. In fact, speedy regimentation of this kind is necessary for the operation of all radio apparatus. If the molecular soldiers refuse to line up, your radio set would be silent. Now listen while I take the magnet away, and you will hear the molecules falling back to their former positions. You notice that the change during both demonstrations took place very slowly. That is, the tiny individual molecules seemed to flop over one after the other. And what you heard was the successive and combined clatter of hundreds of thousands of these tiny magnets turning over. Now you may be wondering how the action of these molecules makes the music. I'll try to clear that up. Here is what we call one complete cycle, or a double flip-flop, as I spin the magnet so as to magnetize the bar first one way and then the other. But now if I spin the magnet rapidly, you will hear a succession of reversals. But being human, and not quite as marvelous as your radio set, the fastest I can spin this magnet is about 5 or 10 times per second. And even that fast, it would still sound like the roar of the noise that you just heard. But if I could spin it about 80 times a second, this is what it would sound like. That was an electric oscillator you just heard, making the molecules reverse themselves about 80 times per second. Now let us assume that I could spin this iron bar 256 times per second. Then you would hear this. And finally, if my hand were quick enough to spin this around about 4,000 times a second, the reversals would sound like this. So you see, every musical note or sound is produced by a succession of rapid, right-about faces of the amazing little soldiers in your radio set. In the 3 demonstrations of tones you just heard, the soldiers reversed themselves a definite number of times, 80 times or 256 times or 4,000 times per second. But those were single tones. Try to imagine what is happening now as we play some organ music for you, which consists of hundreds of tones and changes it, and really presents a difficult job for the tiny little soldiers. Every time you hear music or speech over the radio, remember that it has been made possible by these rapid about faces, or flip-flops if you prefer, of millions of tiny little iron molecules, turning somersaults hundreds and thousands of times a second. So if you're going to listen to splendid music, you will want a radio set capable of reproducing all the rich tones of the bass, as well as the treble overtones, which give snap and color to the instruments of the orchestra. It is these overtones that give timbre and accuracy to the quality of the singer's voice or the musician's violin. Modern broadcasting stations do their part by delivering this music right to your roof. But some sets have little soldiers that are not quite as active and alive enough to make the reversals as fast as high-quality music demands. In some of our demonstration broadcasts to follow, we shall show you what a faulty radio receiver does to prevent your hearing the entire range of sounds as it is broadcast. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cartwheel. Now, the Columbia Workshop presents There Must Be Something Else by Helen Burgervoy.
In his carefully sumptuous modern office, John Doe, a successful young businessman, sits at his desk. All the loose ends of the business day have to be tied up in readiness for the morrow. Outside, the New York skyline quivers in the shadows of a swiftly descending twilight. Outside, the myriad lights twinkle softly, mystically. Heedless of this, John Doe is busy talking on the telephone.
Now get it straight. Sell. Yes, I know I told you not to last week, but there's been a change. Well, this is no time for explanations. I've got my eye right on the tick of this second. Sell. All right, check with me tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. Yes?
The Cocoa office calling.
Put them on. Hello? I'm just about to call you. No, buy. Keep Chicago buying. We're selling here. Prices are going up. I don't care. I've told you over and over again I won't have stockholders meddling. All right. Yes, that's all. Send me a memorandum. Goodbye.
Cable from London, Mr. Doe.
Bring it in. I want to dictate a letter.
Here's the cable, Mr. Doe.
Oh, let me see. Well, I'll do nothing of the sort. Quoting a figure like that. Wait a minute. Hello? Who? No. Tell him I can't see him. I don't care how long he's waited. Yes. Make it next week. And that goes for everybody. Now, where was I?
You wanted to dictate a letter, Mr. Doe.
Oh, yes. Hawkins of London. You know the address. No, I think I'd better phone him. Get me London. He'll have to double his offer before he signs that contract.
It's too late, Mr. Doe.
What?
It's 11 p.m. in London now.
Oh, that's right. These time differences waste a lot of hours and money.
Yes, Mr. Doe.
Call Henry on your phone outside and tell him to get the car here. The picker's stopped. Guess business is over.
Yes, Mr. Doe. I called your chauffeur, Mr. Doe.
Where is that music coming from?
There's an organ studio on the 23rd floor. They must have their windows open.
A long time since I heard that melody. Way back. It's strange how music takes you back to other things.
Yes, Mr. Doe.
And at this time, I don't know what it reminds me of. Like a half-remembered dream. Organ music and the New York skyline. It's pretty wonderful when you have time to stop and look at it.
Yes, Mr. Doe.
All those lights and shadows. Like a kid's dream. Arabian Nights and stone and steel. Behind those thousands of windows that glitter and melt into the twilight are other offices just like this one. Other young businessmen, other model secretaries.
Will there be anything else, Mr. Doe?
There must be something else. There must be the dream.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Doe.
Oh, pardon me. I was just mumbling to myself. No, there's nothing else. You may go now. It must be that music. I don't know what it made me think of. I'm sorry I kept you.
You have the appointment for tomorrow, Mr. Doe.
Oh, yes. Never mind.
You won't forget your dinner engagement at the Ritz tonight with Mr. Jones about that new contract.
No, I'm going on there in a few minutes. I'm afraid I've been keeping you.
Oh, no, Mr. Doe.
Only looking out there reminded me that once, a long time ago, I was not John Doe, a businessman. I wanted to be a... You'd better run along. It's late.
Yes, Mr. Doe. You won't forget that dinner appointment.
No.
Good night.
Good night. There
That's wonderful. I don't see how he does it. Well, there you are, Doe. Right on the dotted line. I've got to hand it to you, high-pressure youngsters. I didn't intend signing that contract tonight, and there it is before dinner's over.
Thanks. I'm sure you won't regret it.
No, I don't think I shall. You've got what it takes.
I wonder.
Say, for a man that's just closed $1 million deal, you're pretty glum. You've just got about everything anyone could wish for. Position, wealth.
Yes, but there must be something else.
Sure, a little celebration in honor of closing the deal. You need a drink and a little fun. I know just what you need for that feeling. Come on, we'll do the town.
Quiet. She's going to sing. She's a honey. She's a honey.
I'm afraid of the dark. If I cling to you, it needs me nothing to you. It only means that I'm afraid of the dark. I'm afraid of the dark. Won't you hold my hand? I'm afraid of the dark. Won't you understand? And if I cling to you, but it mustn't mean a thing to you. But I'm afraid of the dark. Won't you hold my hand?
Hey, that's swell. That's swell.
Hey, what's the matter with your boyfriend? Looks like he swallowed nails.
Swallowed nails? That's hot. You hear that, Doe? Hey, Doe. Hey, he's all right. He's the best little fella in town. Smart as a whip. Hey, he's just tired. Hey, this is the 10th place we've been to. He needs another drink. That's it. Another drink, eh, Doe?
Yeah, sure. Another drink.
Fine. Me and my pal Lily will dance over at the bar and order it for you. Oh, you keep him awake, sister. I'll be seeing you. Come on, Lily.
Come on. Come on, sugar. Your boyfriend's gone. Relax. Be yourself.
Sure.
You've got the cutest eyes. Listen, big boy. I don't think you like me.
There must be something else.
What? Say, we've been trying to have a party, and all evening you act like a dead wire. What's on your mind, sugar?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, come on, baby, loosen up.
No, please don't.
Say, where are you going?
Home.
Home?
Hey, where are you going? What's the matter?
I'm going home, Mr. Jones.
Well, I'll go with you.
No, that's all right. I'll get home all right.
No, can't let my pal Doe go home alone.
Come on, Lil. Let's shove off. The party's over.
No, don't. Please don't break up the
Oh, that's
party.
all right. Come on, let's go. Come on, everybody go. Come on,
Room 514, sir.
Thanks, boy.
Thank you, sir.
Here you are. Got your home to your room safe and sound.
Yes, thanks.
You better get to bed, Doe. You look pretty tired.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Jones. Good night.
Well, I guess I'll be leaving you now. Go back and find the girls.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, good night, old pal. See you in the morning.
Good night.
Good night.
John, come with me.
Who are you?
John, come with me.
Where are you?
Come.
Dark. I see only a tall white staircase and millions of white steps.
Go to it, John. Go to it.
Who are you? Why do you sit so still? And strike terror into my heart.
I am the deaf composer. I am the mute singer. I am the blind painter.
It's cold here.
Why do you sit in the shadows of the stairs?
Out of these shadows, from remembered sunlight, I fashion a melody.
What strange music. I've never heard that tune before. Why does it come from so far away?
Because of the deathless, John.
And now I hear something else. Words of crushed sweetness distilled upon the air. Only I can't repeat them.
That is the poem that was once begun.
Finish it.
No. I am you.
Strange colors suffuse me in transcendent, unheard-of loveliness.
Once I was a painter, but the shadows have blinded me.
I see your colors through a mist of tears. In your poem and your myth.
We wait for you to release us.
Shall I buy your unfinished work?
You know not what you offer.
John, come to me.
Go to her, John. Save us.
How can I save you?
Go where she calls.
Speak to her. Touch her hand. Yes. Touch her hand, and we will be saved.
Why should I save you? I will go to her. Maybe I will touch her hand.
Yes. Yes.
But I will not save you. You are in rags, and I hate you. I hate you because you are maimed, and your humble faces make me want to strike you.
John, take my hand.
Oh, yes, I want to. Oh, I see you now. I'm climbing the steps. I must follow. Soon I will reach you.
Yes, follow her.
Follow the beckoning hands of the dream.
Follow.
At last I am near you. I can almost touch you.
Do you remember this place, John?
Oh, it is beautiful here.
Do you remember me, John?
Surely I have never seen you or this place before. Yet here is a haunting beauty.
Years ago, you came here to this cool green valley, and you brought me with you. And you loved me. Then you left. Oh, there has never been any sunlight since that time. Night after night I've called you. And those poor hurt creatures down below, on the lower steps of the tall stairway, they called to you too. But you never heard. Now perhaps...
Who are you? And who are those men who frighten me now, even as I speak of them?
Don't you know? Can't you guess?
No.
Here on this chain I carry a mirror, John. Look into it. What do you see?
I see 3 faces. Those men.
Beautiful faces.
Yes. Oh, but look. Now they are merging. There's only one face. One pair of deep and troubled dark eyes. Hollow cheeks. And a still smiling mouth. It looks like... No, it can't be.
What do you see?
I see myself in your mirror. Is it true? Is it...
Yes, John. Years ago, when first you brought me here, you wanted to give to the world. You wanted to give poetry, harmony, color. Can you remember?
Yes, I remember.
These are the men that you were meant to be. The poet, the artist. You left them behind you to die.
They are still alive, here in this place.
The starved shadows of yourself. You grew older. You became John Doe, businessman. You had nothing left to give to these men because it is wiser in the ways of your world not to give. Your world calls it success. And all the time, even as you forgot these men, even as you denied me, you knew...
that there must be something else.
Yes. And remembering that is what has brought you here tonight. My voices and their voices would never let you forget.
What is there for me to do?
Nourish these men back to vigor. Take me back to your world.
Oh, yes, I want to. More than anything else, I want to.
Can you forget the husk which is John Doe, businessman?
Give me your hand.
Maybe you'll go hungry for the joys of your world. Maybe success as you count it will be long in coming with me beside you.
Let me touch your hand.
Your world may denounce you, shrink from you. But after much toil, perhaps they will receive it. They will hear your music with awe. They will sing your song with joy. They will see your picture and smile with happiness.
Is there no sureness?
You are sure of me.
Let me touch your hand. I'm falling away from you.
Come, take her hand.
I want to, but I'm falling.
Let you fall.
Oh, let me come to you. I love you.
Can you learn to give?
Take my hand.
Yes, here. Oh, now that I hold you in my arms, will you always remember?
The dream. We are free. The dream. The dream. He has saved.
There is something else. Oh, don't let me go. I'm falling. Don't let me fall away from you. I'm lost. Save me. Save me. Save me. Save me. Save him. Oh. Hello? What? Who? Well, how did you know I was here? Oh, yeah, sure. Put him on. Hello? Oh, yes, swell. Sure, get a hold of Hawkins in London right away. Tell him to sell the first block. Oh, you bet. We'll clean up 1 million. Oh, nice work. I'll be down in a little while. Sure. All right, wait for me.
You have just heard the 5th program of the Columbia Workshop's experimental series. Tonight we presented a technical demonstration, The March of the Molecules by Orestes H. Caldwell, former Federal Radio Commissioner, and a new radio play, There Must Be Something Else, by Helen Burgavoy. The Columbia Workshop has a special treat in store for you next week when it will present another broadcasting innovation, a program preview. For the past 3 months, our program department has been working on a brand new, intriguing program idea. It features an all-star radio combination, including Ted Husing, radio's greatest sports announcer and master of ceremonies, Emery Deutsch and his new augmented orchestra, and a surprise radio idea, which we believe contains all the infectiousness of Columbia's famous community sing and the enjoyable entertainment of radio's well-known amateur hours. The workshop is turning its stage over for a preview of this program, and you will have a chance to decide whether you would like to see this program idea continued as a series. Your votes will determine whether or not the program will start this fall. It will add greatly to your enjoyment of this new program idea if you listen with a group of friends. Plan a party for next Saturday, and you will find this trial program an interesting contribution to the entertainment. And here's a tip. We can't tell you why without revealing too much of our surprise idea. But if you will have 2 prizes to award to your guests, one for high score and one for low score, it will give everyone at your home a lot of fun next Saturday night. Don't forget, Ted Husing, Emery Deutsch and his augmented orchestra, and a new surprise idea will be previewed by the Columbia Workshop next Saturday night at this time. The Columbia Workshop is directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Here, Broadcasting System. Here, Broadcasting System. Here, Broadcasting System.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
The Columbia Workshop. Columbia Workshop.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop presents its 7th program of an experimental series dedicated to you and the magic of radio. In our opening broadcast, we promised that from time to time we would present dramatizations of some of the exciting moments behind the scenes in radio. Broadcasting has proved that one of its most important functions is to bring you news while the news is being made. Thus, on Wednesday of this past week, those of you who may have been listening to Columbia's ace commentator, H.V. Carltonborn, heard for the first time in history the actual sounds of battle during the cannonading of the city of Irun in the Spanish Civil War. But sometimes, in spite of hazards and difficulties, it is impossible to have microphones on the spot when important news is breaking. On such occasions, quick attempts are made to reconstruct the story and dramatize it. Thus, 4 hours after the Supreme Court's Gold Clause decision, 10 hours after the burning of Nome, Alaska, 7 hours after the death of King George, comprehensive dramatic broadcasts went on the air. But to William N. Robeson, West Coast writer and producer, and the staff of Columbia's Los Angeles outlet, goes the credit for having established the record, when on January 16, 1935, the famous prison break at San Quentin was dramatized and put on the air 2.5 hours after the story broke. We're fortunate in having Mr. Robeson here with us. We have asked him to tell you and dramatize the story of the San Quentin Broadcast. Mr. Robeson.
Thank you, Mr. King. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For the past 3 years, I've been producing a program called Calling All Cars on the Pacific Coast. It consisted of dramatizations of police cases, and as a result, I developed a sort of sensitivity to crime news. We had established records for rapid dramatizations in the Dillinger and Gettle cases, but they toppled with a crash on the afternoon of January 16, 1935, when the first reports trickled in from an isolated sandy peninsula in the north where the San Quentin machine-gun-guarded walls glumly faced the storied towers of San Francisco. I was sitting at home in Hollywood working on a script, half conscious of the radio going in the background.
Smoke Gets in Your Eyes from the stage production Roberta. And now Gene Austin steps to the microphone. Stand by for a special news bulletin.
Turn that up a bit, darling.
What? Oh, all right.
4 convicts escaped from San Quentin Penitentiary a few moments ago. Severely beating Warden Holohan and escaping through the prison's heavily guarded walls in a prison automobile with 4 members of the prison parole board as hostages.
You hear that,
Stuart? How the convicts attacked...
Turn off that set, will you? I've got to make a call.
They're escaping through Marin County with the police...
You know what that means, don't you?
Yeah, you'll have to throw out next week's script and do this story.
That'll be a cinch. I can work one up in 6 days. Hello, Miss Campbell.
Yes?
This is Bill Robeson. Listen, save all the reports in that prison break for me, will you?
What prison break, Mr. Robeson?
You'll read all about it in tonight's papers. It just happened up in San Quentin.
Oh.
And tell Kim I'm pulling next week's show and substituting this story.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's all. And don't forget to save those reports on the break.
Yes, I will.
Thanks a lot. Can you imagine that? Kidnapping a prison boy. Boy, what a show that'll be.
Well, how do you suppose they ever managed to break out?
No, your guess is as good as mine. You'll have to wait for the papers. Anything can happen in the prison as overcrowded as San Quentin.
Sounds like you're going to have an exciting week. Wait a minute, I'll get it. Hello? Yes. Oh, just a moment. I'll call him. It's Dick Wiley down at KHJ.
I wonder what he wants. Hello, Dick.
Hello, Bill.
What's on your mind?
Listen, Bill, a big news story just broke.
Yeah, I heard the flash a minute ago.
I want to put a dramatization of it on the air at the 5:15. Can you write the script and do it?
5:15?
Yeah.
Well, it's 20 minutes past 3 nowadays.
I know, but we have a gang of actors here. There's an orchestra available in 15 minutes. Sound boys are standing by. All we need now is a script. How about it?
Well, it sounds screwy to me, but I'll try. Wait a minute. When will the car be back there?
The garage said they'd send it back at 5.
Well, that's a help. Hey, Dick, my car's being serviced. I have no way of getting down there.
I'll send a cab for you.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay.
Now, look, Dick.
Yeah.
Get the teletype to San Francisco open, and keep it open. We'll need all the assistance Holloway can give us up there. And then send a man down to the Times to cover their wire.
Uh-huh.
And have Jack Van Nostrand stand by. I'll need him.
Okay.
Get the cab on its way, and I'll start the script while I'm waiting. I gotta work fast.
Work fast on what?
Didn't you just hear? I'm going on the air with the San Quentin break at 4:45. I've got to write the script.
Well, how can you? You've only got an hour and 20 minutes, and you don't even know what's happened.
Yeah, I know. Fastest I've been able to do it yet is 8 pages an hour, so I'll need an hour and a half to do a 15-minute script.
But, Bill, I still insist you don't know what's happened there.
I heard the flash, and that's enough to get started on.
Oh, it sounds impossible.
Yeah, we'll see.
The cab arrived in about 12 minutes. I had 3 pages of the opening scene written based on the meager news flash. While the cab stopped for a red light on Sunset Boulevard, I bought a newspaper, but there wasn't a word about the prison break in it. We did 3 miles in a little better than 5 minutes. I wish I could get a sound effect like those screeching brakes made as we pulled up to the studio. An elevator was waiting to rush me to the second floor. 10 actors were waiting, an orchestra waiting, Dick Wiley waiting, everything waiting, but a script that wasn't written.
There's Bill. Mr. Wiley. Rosen's here. Hurry up, Bill.
Hello, boys.
Okay, Bill. Okay, come on in the office here.
Sure, got any more dope?
Here's all the teletype flashes so far. I've got 2 girls on the wire to Heenan at the Times. They're taking the news flashes. They come in.
Okay, get someone to put a typewriter in here, will you?
Sure, I'll get it for
Where's
you.
Van Nostrand?
Oh, Van!
Here I am. Bill wants it.
What can I do for you, Bill?
Look, here's 3 pages of the opening I wrote in the cab. Finish it, will you?
Sure, but what do you want in it?
Well, I don't know. Check the reports. I'll look through the rest of these messages. When you get that done, come right back and we'll have it copied on the duplicator.
Okay. Here's the typewriter, Bill. Anything else I can do to help?
No. Just leave me alone here for about 10 minutes until I go through these flashes and find out what happened.
But, Bill, it's 20 minutes to 4 now. We're on the air in an hour and 5.
I know it, but I've got to get some idea of what I'm writing about.
All right, I'll get right out of here.
The race between the tapping of the typewriter keys and the ticking of the red second hand on the clock began. But that red second hand, the tyrant of radio, the implacable timekeeper of the network, swinging slowly, ruthlessly around the bland face of the studio clock, kept gaining. Conflicting reports, contradictory rumors, sheafs of messages, and each moment a new flash coming in describing the mad dash of the convict-laden car. An opening night excitement gripped the studio as they got their instructions word by word.
Hey, Lloyd! Lloyd, bring the sound truck in. Hey, Hey, Leslie!
It pipes down in the hall there. I'm trying to think.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, how's this here? Oh, in a small way, but there aren't any machine guns in the script.
I see.
Here's the second scene, Mr. Robeson.
All right, drop it down there. Bill Goodwin. Bill Goodwin.
He's in the studio, Mr. Robeson.
Okay, I'll get him.
All right, boys, let him have it.
Hold it, please. Wait a minute, boys. Here's the second scene, Bill. A couple of guards, a warden, 4 members of the board. And don't forget one of those convicts is a Cockney. Now sign these parts quickly, will you? I've got to get back to the typewriter.
Okay.
I'll be back.
What about team, Bill?
Oh, Fred, use anything you've got. Something big open with. The robber mark from the Chuchin Chow. All right.
Bill, I got to check.
All right, boys. Here's your parts.
Bob
Fraser, you play the warden.
All right.
John Prince, you play Atherton. George, stick with us, boys. I'll be back in a minute with the next scene.
Hey, Bill, do you want 4 or 8 cylinder cars?
Oh, get a kitty car.
Oh, all right,
Mr. Robeson, another flash. They sighted the convicts near Petaluma.
Now, isn't that just dandy? And I haven't even got him in the warden's house yet. Keep bringing them.
Okay, as fast as they come.
What can I do for you now, Bill?
Look, Jack. I'm doing the scene where the convicts caught the warden and kidnapped the board. You start the scene after that, will you?
Yeah, well, what happened?
Here's the flash here. They tried to get across the Black Point cutoff, but the bridge was up.
Yeah.
Then they let one of the hostages off They threw him out to throw the police off their trail.
Yeah.
Now, it's all here. Bang it out in about 3 pages.
Okay.
I don't have much time, Bill.
I know.
Hey, listen to this text, Bill.
Go ahead.
Is that okay, or do you want the record?
Oh, the record.
Yeah, right. From Frisco, Bill.
Anything new?
Yeah, the convict car just turned down the Hicks Valley Road.
Can't those bulls do me a favor and catch that mob?
Do you a favor?
Sure. Here, I've got the biggest story of the year and no climax to it. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, the fleeing convicts are being chased all over Northern California by a policeman who are your friends. Thank you, and good afternoon. That's a swell way to end the show, isn't it? What time is it?
4:30.
15 minutes and we're on the air.
Anything else I can do to help you, Bill?
Get going. No. Well, keep your eye on the teletype and let me know the second any news comes in.
Then I will. Stick right with it.
Gradually, the confusion settled a bit, and at least 2 scenes were roughly rehearsed with sound effects and music. As I pounded away at the typewriter, I couldn't help wondering if the whole thing wasn't a foolish undertaking. I remembered my wife's words, "It's impossible." And more as the seconds dribbled away into eternity, I began to think she was right. But the gods of accident and chance smiled on radio that day, because just as it seemed as if the show would be a complete clam bake.
Here's the chase scene, Bill.
Yeah, let's see it. That's good. Swell. Fine. Mary Garvin,
Yes? What is it, Mr. Robeson?
run this right off, will you?
But I haven't finished the other scene yet.
How much longer are you going to be?
Oh, we're doing it as fast as we can, Mr. Robeson.
Okay. Stay right with it.
All right.
That's about all we can do on the script, Jack. I'll taper it off with a narration on the chase. Now, if we get stuck for time, we'll have to fill in with music.
All right, you've only got about 8 minutes.
Yes, I know. Give Sam Pierce a hand on the sound effects, will you? And send Fred Stark in here.
Yeah, okay.
Fred. Oh, Fred. Yeah? Bill wants you. All right, I'm coming.
Yep. What is it, Bill? I'm in a big hurry. I haven't much time.
Now, you're telling me, Fred. I've got to end the show with a chase narration.
Yeah?
Those guys are still flying around with that car. Put in that number you used in the Dillinger case.
I know the one you mean.
Yeah, that's the one. Give it the works. Otherwise, the end of the show will be an awful letdown. No climax.
Sure. I will run the boys through one.
Okay. That's 4 dangerous criminals
At this moment, speeding down the Hicks Valley Road, the armed forces of society closing in slowly, relentlessly against teaching lawbreakers that crime does not pay. Oh.
Here, Roses. Come here, quick.
Where are you?
Here in the teletype room.
Coming. What's up? I don't know, but this special flash cell just rang. Four convicts escaped from San Quentin this afternoon were captured. Wow! After a furious gun battle. There's the show. There's the show. How much time? 4 minutes.
Stand by. Everybody, stand by.
Good one. Stand fast. Hold everything.
Oh, we're getting ready to go on.
Yeah, but listen, they were just caught. I'm going to write the scene. Now, I'll probably bring it in while you're on the air. Sam.
Yeah?
Get out the arsenal. Machine guns, 22s, everything you got. We got a big battle scene here. Now, you'll have to ad-lib it.
Okay.
All right, now watch me. Now, if I bring out my right hand up and down like this, that means give it the machine gun fire.
Yeah.
Now, each time I point my finger at you, I want pistol shots, right?
Okay, right, Joe.
Yes.
Hey, you're not going to take a chance with the last scene cold, are you?
Oh, what else can we do?
But the cast won't even have a chance to look at it, you know.
Well, that can't be helped. Tell them to do the best they can. I've got to get this typed. There'll only be one copy. They'll have to read it over each other's shoulder.
Right. Listen, everybody. Hold it, everybody, please. Quiet, please. Bob, listen, we haven't much time now. Quiet. We're going to have a new closing. Listen, everybody. You won't get a chance to see it. We'll assign the parts while we're on the air. Keep your heads and watch for instructions. Robeson's working on it now. There'll be only one copy.
1 minute to air, Goodwin.
All right. In your places, everybody. Fred, quiet the musicians down.
Quiet, boys, quiet. We have one quick run-through. The opening thing, Robert's March from Chu Chin Chow. In 2, my so-so on the downbeat. It's 1 minute airtime, Bill. Okay, I'm nearly finished. 2 lines more. Well, Goodwin told him to watch for instructions for the last scene. You think it'll work? If we keep our fingers crossed. There it is. Let's get it in the studio.
15 seconds. 10 seconds. Stand by. 5 seconds.
Quiet.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2.5 hours ago, the most daring prison break in the history of California occurred at San Quentin Penitentiary. We now bring you a dramatization of this headline news story exactly as the events have been happening, as a special presentation of the public events and special features department.
Charlie, right here.
We will reenact for you the daring break in the events which are occurring at this very second. Ladies and gentlemen, the San Quentin prison break. Early this morning, as the inmates at the main cell block in San Quentin prison file into the washroom, Rudolph Strait, bank robber, joins Joe Christie, hold-up man, Alexander Mackay, British-born robber, and Fred Landers, highwayman. They engage in guarded conversation.
Come on, get your face dry and get over here. What's up, Rudy? I asked you the other day if you was willing to blaze out of here with a 45. Yeah? Well, today's the day. I thought you was fooling. I'm on the level. How about you, boys?
Sure. I'm all set.
So am I. That's great. Now, here's the lowdown. The prison board's meeting with the warden this morning. None of those bulls want any trouble while the big shots are here.
Maybe they'll get some whether they want it or not, eh, Rudy?
You know, I've been thinking, suppose it don't work. Suppose we get plugged or something.
You ain't yellow, are you?
No, of course I ain't yellow.
You better not be. You're in this too deep to back out.
I was just thinking.
I'll do the thinking.
What are you going to do for gas?
That's all taken care of. You ain't got nothing to do but come along and do what you're told.
We got some 45 stashed away. Hey, who's that?
Fresh fish, I think. I don't know him.
Do you think he's wise?
No. He wouldn't be making a noise if he was.
You never can tell about stools.
Now, look. Board's meeting in the warden's office, see?
Yeah? So what?
I got a tip that they all go over to the warden's house for lunch.
Now, what's that got to do with us?
Plenty. We drive up in the old Ford like we were doing our work. But all the time we got the 45s in our belts.
Yeah. Then what?
So we go in and we snatch the warden and the prison board.
What? You're nuts.
No, I ain't. We snatch the warden and the prison board. They'll come in handy. Cops won't shoot so fast when they know we've got big shots in tow.
Holy mackerel. The warden and the prison board.
Yeah. They've been handing out and turning down paroles all morning. Maybe they'd like to see how it feels to be the guy on the carpet. And for once, we'll be the big shots. Kind of a funny idea, don't you think?
It's okay if it works, Rudy.
Oh, it'll work. We'll be out of this joint in less than 4 hours.
Look out. Here comes a bull.
Take it easy.
A few minutes before noon, Joseph Stevens, Frank Sykes, Warren Atherton, Charles Cox, and Mark Noon, members of the State Prison Board, take a recess from their morning meeting to join Warden Hallahan at luncheon in his home within the prison walls. The pleasant, sun-filled room gives no indication of the impending danger that lies just outside those high French windows, where 8 hard eyes are watching every movement, 8 keen ears straining for every word.
You ought to be congratulated on the splendid work you're doing, especially in view of your limitations here.
Thank you, Mr. Atherton. No one knows better than I the necessity for relieving the congestion here in the prison. We have almost twice as many prisoners as the institution was built for. The result is unrest among the men. Can't be helped.
I presume you feel as though you were living on the edge of a volcano all the time.
Something like that. You see, gentlemen, the granting of early paroles is by no means the answer to our problem. When you have thousands of men herded together as they are here, there's apt to be spontaneous combustion, in spite of every effort we make to treat the men well.
You're quite right, Warden. The only answer is the erection of another prison.
It may be.
Pardon me while I answer the door.
Certainly.
Pick him up, gentlemen.
Well, what is the meaning?
Pick him up, I said.
Why, I don't...
We mean business, Warden. Up with him.
But look here. You can't come in here like this.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, well,
I've been wanting to do this for a long time, Warden. Have any of you mugs any protest to make?
All right, Rudy. Cut out the rough stuff.
I don't like that guy.
Well, snap out of it. We didn't come here to bump the warden off.
Well, just what did you come for?
We're going to get out of this place. And we're going to take you with us.
What? What for?
You'll make good bulletproof vests.
You boys can be executed for this.
If there's any executing to be done, we'll do it.
Look here. If you boys...
Now, you guys take off your clothes.
What?
We're going to need them. Come on. Let's have your coats and vests. You can wear our uniform.
Leave my coat alone.
Take it off.
Come on, give me that coat, fella.
Oh, my coat.
Not so bad.
Give up.
Come on, fork over, all except you. You're too fat. None of us could wear your coat.
Well, that's consolation.
That's big. Not bad at all. You can do something else for us, though. You call the prison gate and tell them to send the warden's car over and that we're coming through and to have the gate open. Go on, there's the phone.
Oh, but look here now.
Go on. Come on, lift it.
Hello, Westgate. This is Mark Noon speaking. Send the warden's car over to the house, please. Yes, that's right.
Tell him to keep that gate open. They're all coming through. They're not stopping.
And the whole board will be coming out in a minute. So have the gate open, please.
Now, you birds look like a swell assortment of cons. And we look just about as respectable as you did when you had these clothes on, I guess.
Come on, Rudy. Let's get going.
Don't get excited, Joe. Okay, gentlemen. Cut through the side door here. I see the car coming.
Well, but what about the warden?
We'll have to leave him. He'll come to sooner or later. Alec, you talk to those guards. All right, gentlemen, make it snappy.
All right, Stuart the Whale. Drop that rifle, quick.
What?
Drop it, or we'll plug you and these guys here.
Okay, gentlemen. Pile in the back. You there, stay at the wheel. You're driving it. And this other guard, you stand on the running board. Come on, boys, make it snappy.
Look here, my man. You'll never get away with it.
Get in. This is my party. Okay, boys. Let's go. Kick that siren open and drive straight through the west gate.
Attention all cars. Watch for Studebaker sedan. License Diamond E6145. Watch for Studebaker sedan. License Diamond E6145. 4 convicts escaped from San Quentin prison in this car. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Oakland Police calling all cars. Special emergency broadcast. 4 convicts escaped from San Quentin. All cars attention. Prison break at San Quentin. Prison break at San Quentin. Hamilton Field calling bombing planes 211 and 212. Hamilton Field calling bombing planes 211 and 212. Return to your field at once. Return to your field at once.
Officers from San Francisco, from Oakland, from Marin County close in on the territory surrounding San Quentin Penitentiary. Parties of citizens are hastily organized. The bombing squadron at Hamilton Field stands by for orders that will send them into the search from the air. The state teletype spins the law's web across California, describing the escaped convicts, describing their fleeing car. A few miles out of San Rafael, the convict car turns off the highway toward the Black Point cutoff. A mile down the road, the cutoff drawbridge swings open with exasperating slowness. They pull up with a burning screech of brakes.
Can you imagine that? We're practically out of the heat when that monkey has to start pulling switches.
Nothing to do but turn around.
You're telling me. Now we gotta go back into all the cops in the world.
If you don't mind.
Shut up, you.
But I want to ask a question.
Let them talk. It'll make them feel good. What's on your mind, Toots?
What I want to know is, how in the world did you get those guns?
That's a professional secret. What you don't know won't hurt you.
Rudy, look.
What? Cops ahead. Get your rods out. Step on that siren mark and drive. Yeah, just as I figured. They're afraid to shoot on account of our passengers. You boys are a great help to us. Look here, driver. What's your name, by the way?
Jones.
Oh, one of the Jones boys, huh? Well, listen, Jonesy. Just pull up a minute. I'm going to let our fat friend here out.
What?
Yeah, you're going to get out, and you're going to tell that posse back there to go on home. Or we'll bump off your pals here. Give us a half hour, and everything will be okay. Pull up, Jonesy. Okay, get out. And don't forget that message. Get going, Jonesy.
Mark Noon, secretary of the prison board, immediately phones the prison of his whereabouts. With orders to hold fire as long as possible, the army of the law goes into action. As police radios blare last-minute flashes, a posse composed of hundreds of men and scores of police cars block every highway and byway in Sonoma and Marin County. Slowly the law closes in, combing the hilly North Coast country.
As the convict's car swoops into the Hicks Valley Road, the posse sights it. The chase is on. Deputy sheriffs pull shotguns from the roofs of high-powered police cars. State patrolmen crouch over white motorcycles, unlimber guns, fire and scream. 10 miles, 12 miles, 14 miles they roar west of Petaluma. The law holds its guns in readiness. The convicts, still out of range, apprehensively look backwards. Then, when they are 18 miles away from Petaluma, the convict's car takes a turn too sharply. The car skids, but lodges within range.
That's all, you guys. Hey, Jonesy, keep the car on the road.
Can't help it. They shut off the rear.
Oh! What's the matter with you? They got me in the light. Try to pick off that guy on the motorcycle, Joe. Come on, Jonesy. I can't go any faster than 50 with that rear tire off. Well, I can. Get out. Oh, don't throw me out, for God's sake, man. Get out. Push him out, Alex. I'll drive the thing. Ah!
Gee, I never knew a guy had bounced like that when he hit the road.
So you threw that guy on us. I can't get any more speed out of this thing than he did. There's some buildings up here. Find out there.
Okay, I'm going to stop it. Jump out fast and run for it when I do.
Feed it into those buildings.
Are you all right, Hank?
I think so.
Take him up, you. Oh, don't. God, don't shoot, Sheriff. That's Atherton there. They made us change clothes.
Where are the convicts?
They ran into that building.
Okay, men, surround the building.
Look out, that car's behind you.
I got him. Let him have it, boys.
Buzz, 15 minutes ago, the escaped convicts were captured near Petaluma. According to the last news flash just given to me, at least one of the convicts is dead, and Warden Hallahan is lying in the prison hospital critically injured as a result of the assault he received at the prisoner's hand. You have just heard the dramatization of the San Quentin prison break. This broadcast was a presentation of the Public Events and Special Features Department of the Columbia Network. Your announcer is Bill Goodwin.
Okay, we're off the air. Congratulations, Bill. That was swell. We were lucky.
Oh, that's swell show.
Bill,
Thanks, everybody.
I didn't think you could do it, but you did.
Thank Jack Von Nostrand. If it hadn't been for him, we'd never have gone on. Oh, he'll do a couple of scenes. Enjoy the baby. Hey, wait a minute. Listen. Open that window, Charlie. See what that kid's yelling.
Extra, all about the San Quentin prison break. All about the prison break. Get your coffee and read about the San Quentin.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard a behind-the-scenes dramatization of the fastest radio reenactment in broadcasting history. It was written and directed by William N. Robeson as guest producer for the workshop. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
The Columbia Workshop under the direction of Irving Reese.
Tonight, the Columbia Workshop presents the 8th program of an experimental series dedicated to you and the magic of radio. We are about to try a new experiment in radio illusion. All of you are familiar with Jonathan Swift's immortal story, Gulliver's Travel. Now, using 4 studios, we are about to dramatize a voyage to Brobdingnag from this great work, an attempt to capture the illusion of Gulliver and the giants. You can help us if you will adjust your radio to slightly greater volume than you usually use and sit farther back from it. Those of you with tone control should turn it to bass. A Voyage to Brobdingnag from the 2nd book of Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travel.
In the latter part of the 19th century, Captain Lemuel Gulliver, an intrepid English explorer, set out on his second voyage of discovery. The ship ran into a great storm and was wrecked, and all the crew were drowned. Gulliver himself, by the mercy of Providence, was cast by the sea onto an island, and there for some hours he lay exhausted and unconscious. On awakening, he was surprised to find himself in the midst of what he thought was a dense forest. Huge trees surrounded him, growing so thickly that they shut out all light except that which filtered through from the sky far above the treetops. Suddenly, he hears a great rumbling in the distance.
Things I reap as I sing. Oh, I can accomplish anything.
Stop, you reaping, I beg of you. You cut me in pieces. Oh, can't you hear me up there? I'm thirsty, sir. Stop. No one wants you. Hear me if you reap it on the yard.
What's that? I thought I heard something squeaking. Let me see. Well, by thunder, a flea. A squeaking flea.
I'm not a flea. I'm a man like yourself, but I'm only 6 feet tall. Do not harm me, please. I'll do anything you ask of me.
What is this? It's bowing down before me. Truly a well-trained flea.
I'm not a flea.
Where's it got to? Oh, there it is. What? Why is it only 2 legs? I've never seen a flea with only 2 legs. And now it's standing upright. Well, by the eternal sea, it's fashioned like a man.
Pick me up. Pick me up. Can't you hear me? Pick me up.
Pick me up. Did I hear it say, pick me up? I must be dreaming. It talks. All right, little flea, I'll pick you up. There you are.
Do be careful, sir. Oh, you crushed it between your thumb and forefinger.
Put it to my ear. Perhaps I can understand what it is saying.
Oh, thank you. Sir, thank you, but I'm afraid you're crushing my ribs between your fingers. Put me in the palm of your hand.
Put me on the palm of your hand. Yes, I can understand every word. This is most wondrous. All right, little flea, there you are. Whoa! 60 feet from the ground, listen to it. Why, you're not more than 3 feet from the ground.
Where I come from, our distances are in proportion to our size.
Where you come from? You mean to say that there are more like you?
Yes, indeed. Over the sea there are millions of us, some even smaller than I.
That is beyond belief. But I will take you and show you to my wife. She'll be much amazed. Oh, wife, look what I found. A talking flea, a talking flea.
What do you say you have there, husband? A flea? How long have you been so fond of little fleas that you must bring them into the house?
Come inside. I'll put it on the table. You shall hear it talk.
Talk? A flea talk? What nonsense.
Come in, wife, and shut the door. That's right. Now sit down and look at it closely.
Why, mercy on me. It's shaped like a human being.
That's not all. It talks like one. Little flea, say something to my wife.
I am your most humble servant, madam.
Perfect mimicry in every respect. You taught it to memorize the words, husband, and repeat them like a parrot.
No, I'll show you. It speaks of its own accord, and I think it has a slight danger of intelligence.
Gracious lady, I was shipwrecked and cast up on your hospitable shores. Your husband found me lying in the cornfield. I'm very hungry. Will you not give me something to eat?
Certainly. You shall share our dinner with us. And then you must tell us of your country.
Ow!
gentle.
Very gentle. Let us have some dinner, wife.
I will bring it in directly. Oh, the baby has awakened.
Well, take it up and soothe it.
There now, what's the matter? Oh,
She's caught sight of the little flea there.
She wants it. She wants to play with it. Only for a moment. She won't harm you, and she'll stop crying.
She's put the little flea's head in her mouth. Take it away from her.
Here, darling, give it to Mother. That's right.
Give the child a cracker. Perhaps that will pacify her.
Take your apple, darling. That's a good girl.
Where's our daughter, Brobdingnag? Let her come in for dinner.
She's outside. Will you go to the door, husband, and call her?
Brobdingnag! Come in for your dinner.
What is it, Father?
Take the baby from your mother so that she can bring in the dinner.
Yes, Father. Why, Father, what's there on the table? A teeny, weeny doll. Is it for me?
No, Brobdingnag. It's not a doll. Your father found it in the field. It's alive. We're going to feed it.
Why, he's no bigger than my little fingernail. What are you going to do with him, Mother?
Oh, your father will decide. Here, take the baby. And as soon as you can, you make some kind of a bed for the little flea.
What are you going to do with him, Father? Meow, meow.
No, child. You know what I have a mind to do with it, wife?
What, husband?
Show him in the marketplace tomorrow. He'll be the most amazing sight for the farmers around here. And then I'll take him to all the towns and cities in Brobdingnag, to the farthermost reaches of the country. He'll make a fortune for us. Yes. We'll take him all over the country. He'll make us rich.
It is some 10 miles from here. It's the capital city of Brobdingnag, and the name means Pride of the Universe. Well, I'll talk to my father about you, but I don't think he'll listen to me.
He's amassed great wealth from showing me. It's not to his interest to let me die.
But he's not as fond of you as I am, Gulliver. But if he attempts to take you out of Babuouk without giving you a long rest, I think I'll sleep with the Queen for you tonight.
We must go on, daughter.
But I'm still tired, Father.
You tire too often, Brobdingnag. We must be off to show Gulliver to the Queen.
What a completely winning creature.
Your Majesty, may I have the honor of kissing your foot?
How gallantly he speaks. To whom does he belong, child?
To my father, Your Majesty, but I believe you're selling to you.
But I had no intention.
Excellently behave, Your Majesty, and will make it his rightful guest.
What do you say, Gulliver? Would you be content to live at court?
I am my master's slave, but if I were at my own disposal, I should be proud to devote my life to your Majesty's services.
Well, that's a pretty speech. You, sir, I presume that you are the master he speaks of. Would you be willing to sell him for a good price?
Your Majesty can have him for,
Comes out 1,000 gold pieces for the man.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty, thank you. I hope you will not think it forward of me and ungrateful, but,
But what?
my nurse, Trundlepitch, has always attended to me with such care and kindness. If only it were possible for you to admit her to your services.
Of course. You will live in the palace, child. I'm sure your father would have no objection.
Not Your Majesty, not whatever.
Very well, Trundlepitch. That is your name, is it not? You will look after Gulliver as before.
Oh, Your Majesty, thank you.
Bring in the 3 wise men. Arise, my learned counselors. Have you decided what this little thing is? We must admit that we are still somewhat confused about it. It is certain it could not have been produced according to the regular laws of nature. For what reason? Because, Your Majesty, he is not trained with the capacity for preserving his life, either by swiftness or climbing trees, or digging holes in the earth. Our smallest baby could crush him with its little finger. Yet viewing his teeth through a magnifying glass, we conclude that he is carnivorous. Yet those quadrupeds are more than a match for him, and the tiny is too nimble. We cannot discover what he lives on. We had thought at first of insects and snails, but the snail would easily outcrawl him, and the insects we fed him, he would not hold in his stomach.
They made me nauseous, Your Majesty. I kept telling them that I ate what they ate and nothing else.
We soon abandoned the theory that he was a dwarf, because the Queen's favorite dwarf, the smallest ever known in the kingdom, is in the creature's measurement 30 feet tall. He has reached maturity. That is evident. Yes. His beard is visible under a magnifier, and he talks with all the assurance of an ignorant adult, and he tells as many lies. The only conclusion we can reach is that he is some form of breed, a parasite, and a species that probably lives under some rock in a distant part of the kingdom.
Don't listen to them, Your Majesty. I can easily explain myself to you.
My counselors, your arguments show much wisdom. You may leave us. Your Majesty. Now that they have gone, what do you say, Gulliver, to all their talk?
Your Majesty, there is a country over the sea that abounds in my species. There are many millions of both sexes. The animals, the trees, and the houses, they are all in proportion to our stature. Thus, Your Majesty, I am as able to defend myself and find sustenance there as Your Majesty's subjects are here.
It seems that you have memorized well the tale the farmer instructed you in.
I assure Your Majesty that I speak the truth. And if you summon Brobdingnag, she will bear me out in everything I say.
It is an improbable tale, Gulliver, but I won't question it for the moment. But now I must take you in to the Queen. She has invited you to have dinner with her. Come, Gulliver. I will take you to dinner.
Are all the people of your country as great cowards as yourself, Gulliver? Those common flies will not harm you.
I am sorry to betray such fearfulness, Your Majesty, but they keep flying above my head. And down on the table here, they're a monstrous and loathsome sight.
I've never heard a simple fly so described.
Well, Your Majesty, it's easy for me to see that sticky substance on their feet that enables them to walk upside down on the ceiling.
What wonderful eyesight you must have. But here, let us see your balancing trick on a grain of salt.
Oh, certainly, Your Majesty.
Bravo! Well done. Well, how did you get into that golden tree? Let me lift you out on this spoon. You're a sight.
You dwarf threw me in when you turned away just now. He jealous of me, and he's always playing tricks on me. The other day, he wedged me in the top of a marrow bone.
Oh, Dad, you such tricks on Gulliver. Leave the room. I shall have you whipped. Come to sleep. See that your little charge is clean, and then take him in to see the king.
Yes, Your Majesty. Come, Gulliver. We must go in to see the king.
You make frequent mention of war in your part of the world. Truly, you must be a very quarrelsome people.
We do not think ourselves quarrelsome, Your Majesty. We merely protect ourselves against enemies.
Even little things like you have enemies, then. What enemies? Wild beasts?
No, Your Majesty. Ourselves. We fight among ourselves. Even as you keep horsemen to defend your person against self-seeking nobles that would take your power from you.
There is a measure of sense in that. You must lose many horsemen. You are fighting so frequently.
We seldom lose horsemen, Your Majesty. We have a better method of fighting.
A better method? What is it?
You've been very kind to me, Your Majesty, and I am grateful. In return, I can do you a slight favor.
That sounds amusing. What is it?
I can make you absolute master of the lives, liberties, and fortune of your people.
I assure you, little Gulliver, that I have no wish to be so. But there is so much impudence in your proposal that I am curious to hear it.
300 or 400 years ago, in my country, a man discovered a way of making a certain powder that, touched with even the smallest spark, would fly up in the air with a noise greater than thunder.
That is very interesting. For what purpose do you use it?
Rammed into a hollow metal tube and set off, it will drive a ball of iron with such violence that nothing can withstand its force. With proper equipment, it's possible to batter down the strongest walls, sink ships, and destroy whole ranks of an army at one time.
That is amazing.
Give me leave, Your Majesty, and I will direct your workmen in the making of this powder. With its help, you can destroy the whole metropolis if it should ever dispute your command.
Then listen to me, you creature of spite and bloodshed. I am filled with a bitter wonderment that so groveling an insect could entertain such inhuman ideas and appear so wholly unmoved in telling of such scenes of desolation and carnage.
I am deeply sorry to have offended Your Majesty.
You have reason to be. Some evil genius brought the help for me. I would rather lose half my kingdom than be privy to such a terrible secret. And so, as you value your life, never mention the matter to me again.
Are you quite comfortable in your little box, Gulliver?
It's very spacious, Brobdingnag. In my land, it would be about 16 feet square. And I've slung a hammock from the ceiling so that the jolting of the horses won't trouble me.
anybody below?
Yes. Let me out of this dungeon. I've been floating on the sea for a month, it seems.
We'll have you out in a moment. I've ordered the carpenter to saw a hole in the roof.
Oh, that's needless. It will take up too much time. Let one of the crew put his little finger into the ring on the top of my box and lift me onto the ship.
His little finger. Your troubles have gone to your head, my friend. It would take 50 men to lift you by that ring.
Where am I?
Alongside the Valiant, and speaking to her captain, Thomas Wilcox.
I am an Englishman. Where are you bound?
Where are we bound? Why, for England.
Thank heavens. Get me out quickly. I have a wondrous tale to tell you.
The Columbia Workshop has just presented Leopold Proser's adaptation of A Voyage to Brobdingnag from Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels. We hope we succeeded in creating for you the illusion of Gulliver and his sojourn in the land of the Brobdingnagians. The Workshop, believing you may be interested in hearing the contrast between these special effects and normal pickups, has prepared a demonstration for you. First, let us show you a normal studio pickup of Ray Collins' voice reading some of his lines as the farmer Brobdingnag. And while he is talking, we will switch to the enlarging studio.
What is this? It's bowing down before me. Truly a well-trained flea. Where has it got to? Oh, there it is! Why, it has only 2 legs. I've never seen a flea with only 2 legs. And now it's standing upright. Whereby the eternal sea is fashioned like a man. Did I hear it say, pick me up? I must be dreaming. It talks.
The enlarging was accomplished acoustically by letting the amplified voice bounce around a large hall before you heard it. It was necessary, however, to reduce Gulliver's voice and make him seem tiny, just as it was necessary to enlarge the giant's voice. So the reverse had to be done. We will let you hear Gulliver read some of his lines on a normal studio pickup, and then switch to the reducing studio.
Please, I'm not a flea. I'm a man like yourself. But I'm only 6 feet tall. Do not harm me, please. I'll do anything you ask of me.
Pick me up! Pick me up! Can't you hear me? Pick me up! I'm suffocating among the stalks down here. Pick me up! Oh, do be careful, sir, or you'll crush me between your thumb and forefinger.
Thus, controlled reverberation, which is the reflection of sounds from hard or soft surfaces, was used to achieve the illusion of a voyage to Brobdingnag. Such illusions, as you heard this evening, represented a new experiment in the use of acoustics in radio drama. But acoustic illusion is constantly used in dramatic programs. Each one of the studios in the Columbia building is constructed with a live and dead end. The live end consisting of reflecting hardwood panels, and the dead end treated with absorbent panels. Those of you who listened to the workshop's presentation of Cartwheel heard a rapid switch from one scene, which took place indoors in a small room, to a scene in a church during a sermon. Now, this was accomplished by having the microphone for the small room in the dead end of the studio, and the microphone for the church scene in the live end. Let us demonstrate. 2 of our cast will read some lines for you, one close to a microphone in the dead end, and the other about 10 feet away from a microphone in the live end. Listen.
This is the dead end of the studio. I am speaking about 1 foot from the microphone. The scene is supposed to represent the interior of a small room.
This is the live end of the studio. I'm speaking about 10 feet from the microphone. The scene can represent a large auditorium, a church, or any large room.
Having a live end and a dead end, you may wonder why it was necessary to use 4 studios for A Voyage to Brobdingnag. Microphones do not discriminate between sounds. If Gulliver had been in the same studio with the Brobdingnags, his voice would have been picked up on their microphone, and consequently would have sounded like a giant's too. It was therefore necessary to have complete isolation for the Brobdingnags in order to enlarge them, and vice versa for Gulliver. This concludes our presentation for this evening. We would appreciate your letters telling us if you like the illusion in A Voyage to Brobdingnag from Gulliver's Travels, and also whether or not you are interested in the technical demonstrations explaining the techniques. Next week, the Columbia Workshop will present a condensed version of Shakespeare's Hamlet, in which we will attempt to effect in sound the perspectives motion pictures achieve with long shots and close-ups. The dramatization has been made by Orson Welles, who has achieved great credit for his recent staging of Macbeth. Mr. Welles will perform and assist in the staging of Hamlet. The Columbia Workshop is directed by Irving Reese. Alfred Spann assisted as technical director. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Workshop.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop presents the 8th program of a series devoted to experimental radio. Your letters on last week's program, in which we dramatized Jonathan Swift's A Voyage to Brobdingnag from Gulliver's Travels, were very interesting and welcome. Thank you. Tonight, the Workshop is proud to turn over its resources to Orson Welles. Some months ago, Mr. Welles produced Shakespeare's Macbeth for the Federal Theater. It was received with the most enthusiastic response accorded Shakespearean production in years. He is now busily engaged rehearsing for one of the leading roles in Sidney Kingsley's new play, 10 Million Ghosts, and also producing his own version of a French farce called Horse y Pack. Between both rehearsals, he has managed to write a book called Everybody's Shakespeare. We have asked Mr. Welles to arrange and produce Shakespeare's Hamlet for the Workshop. He will also play the leading role. But first, a word from Mr. Welles.
In deciding to present an abbreviated version of Hamlet, the Columbia Workshop found itself facing a considerable dilemma. Would it be feasible, we wondered, to give merely the plot in our short space of time, or should we concentrate on certain well-known passages and let the story proceed confusingly? Our final decision was this: to present to you the first 2 acts of the play, retaining, whenever possible, the most notable scenes in their entirety, and giving you, we hope, a clear, dramatic statement of the causes of Hamlet's tragedy.
Hamlet by William Shakespeare.
It is midnight, and before the castle of Elsinore, a sentry stands at his post.
Just hold.
Long live the king.
Bernardo? You come most carefully upon your hour.
It's now struck 12. Get me to bed, Francisco.
This need much thanks. It's bitter cold. I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not about stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear them.
Stand ho! Who's there? Friends to the crown and liegemen to the Dane. Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. Therefore, I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition comes, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
I swear not of fear.
Sit down a while, and let us once again clear your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we have 2 nights seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon faint star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illume that heart of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself...
Break me off!
Look, where it comes again. In the same figure, like dead.
Shall I strike at it with my partisan?
No, it will not stand. It's here. Here.
Tis gone. And we do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it sure violence.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And it started, like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. But look, the morn, in russet mantle clad, walks o'er the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch-up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him.
In the great hall of the castle, the court is assembled. Hamlet, a sober figure in black, stands apart from the rest. On a dais sits the king with his newly wedded queen. Suddenly, a trumpet blares forth. And the king rises.
Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe, yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, taken to wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along. For all our thanks. But now, my cousin Hamlet and my son.
A little more than kin. Less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I'm too much in the sun.
Good Hamlet, cast thy nighted colour off. Let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common. All that live must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam. It is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam. Nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, together with all forms, shows, shapes of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show. These are the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father. But you must know your father lost a father, that father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persever in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire. And we beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee, stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come, this gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart. Come away.
But this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh, God. How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on it. Fie. 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. That it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king that was of this Hyperion to a satyr. So loving to my mother that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember. Why, she would hang on him, as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on. And yet within a month, a little month or ere those shoes were old with which he followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears. Why, she, even she, ah, God, beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer. Married with my uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month. Yet the salt of those most unrighteous tears that left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married. Ah, what wicked speed. To post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. 'Tis not, nor it cannot come to good. but break my heart. For I must hold my tongue. I'm glad to see you well. Horatio, I do forget myself.
The same, my lord. And your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus.
My good lord.
Bernardo, I'm very glad to see you. Good evening, sir. But what in faith make you from Wittenberg?
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray thee do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio, the funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven, or ere I'd seen that day, Horatio. My father. Methinks I see my father.
Oh, where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Taken for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw who?
My lord, the king, your father.
The king, my father?
2 nights together. At these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, in the dead vast and middle of the night, being thus encountered. A figure, like your father, armed at point exactly cap a pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. This to me in dreadful secrecy in part they did, and I, with them, the 3rd night kept the watch, where, as they had delivered, both in time, form of the thing, each word made true and good, the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this?
Lord, upon the platform where we watched.
It's very strange.
Indeed, my honored lord, it's true.
Indeed, sir, but this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight.
We do, me lord.
Armed, say you?
Armed, my lord.
From top to toe?
Me lord, from head to foot.
I will watch tonight. Perchance to walk again.
I warrant it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. So fare you well at once. Upon the platform, twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honor.
My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes. Yeah, by truly. It's very cold.
The nipping and an eager air.
What honor?
I think it lacks of 12.
Oh, no, it is struck.
Indeed? I heard it not. Then draws near the season wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. What did this mean, my lord?
Oh, the king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, and as he drains his draught of Rhenish down the kettle drum and trumpet doth bray out the triumph of his pledge.
It's the custom?
Aye, it is. But to my mind, though I'm native here and to the manor born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance.
Look, my lord, it comes.
Angels and ministers of grace, defend us. Be thou a spirit of hell for goblin damned. Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, cursed in death, have burst their cerements. Why the sepulchre wherein we saw thee quietly inurned hath oped its ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean? Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
Wave you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it.
No, by no means will not speak. Then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why, what should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee. It weighs me forth again, I'll follow it.
You shall not go, my lord.
Hold up your hand.
I rule, you shall not go.
My faith cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lions and nerves. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say away. Go on. I'll follow thee. Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further. I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself. Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak. I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fire, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. List, oh, list. If thou didst ever thy dear father love...
Oh, God!
Revenge his foul and most unnatural murder. Murder most foul, as in the best it is. But this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that I with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
Now, Hamlet here, sleeping within mine altar, my custom always of the afternoon, upon my secure hour, thy uncle's soul, with juice of cursed heaven and in a vial, and in the porches of mine ears, did pour the leprous bitumen, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man, that with a sudden vigor it doth quick the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine. Thus was I leaping by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen, as once did that.
Horrible, horrible, most horrible.
If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. Prepare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the maiden to be near, and him to pale his uneffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, Hamlet, remember you.
Remember me, my love, poor ghost. Thy memory holds a seat in this distracted globe.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation? What it should be, more than his father's death that thus hath put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot dream of. I entreat you both, that being of so young days brought up with him, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time. So, by your companies, to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather whether aught to us unknown afflicts him thus, that opened lies within our remedy.
Good gentleman, he much hath talked of you, and sure I am two men there are not living to whom he more adheres.
We here give up ourselves in the full bent, to lay our service freely at your feet to be commanded.
Thanks, Guildenstern, and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of you, and bring these gentlemen where Hamlet is.
The heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Aye. Amen.
My liege, madam.
Now, what says Polonius, our Lord Chamberlain? He tells me, dear Gertrude, that he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it no other than the main. His father's death and our hasty marriage.
My liege, madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night, night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad, call I it, for to define true madness, what is to be nothing else but, mad. But let that go.
More matter, with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true. And now remains that we may find out the cause of this defect. Or rather say, the cause of this defect.
How may we try it further?
You know, sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby.
So he does indeed. And look, where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
Away, I do beseech you, both away. I'll board him presently.
Oh, give me leave. How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God of mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent well. You are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Why, sir, to be honest as this world goes is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
What do you read, my lord?
Words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean the matter that you read, my lord.
Slander, sir. The satirical rogue says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit together with most weak hands.
So this be madness, yet there is method in it. Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
Aye, into my grave.
Indeed, that is out of the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. My honorable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part with all, except my life.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious
You go to seek the Lord Hamlet. There he is.
God save you, sir.
My honored lord.
Oh, my
most dear lord.
good friend. How dost thou, Guildenstern? Rosencrantz, what makes you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord. No other occasion.
Beggar that I am, I'm even poor in thanks. But I thank you. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come. I may speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Well, anything but the purpose. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you must teach me. Or by the right of our fellowship, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather I have of late. But wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercises, and indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory, this most excellent canopy, the air. Look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof, fretted with golden fire, why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. Oh, what a piece of work is man. How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so.
Oh, my lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts.
Why did you laugh then when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We courted them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you services.
He that plays the king shall be welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me.
There are the players.
Your hands then. Come, you're welcome. But my uncle, father, and aunt, mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
Well be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, Rosencrantz. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouts. I will prophesy. I come to tell you the players' market.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Rochus was an actor...
Oh, the actors are come hither, my lord.
The
best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, comical, historical, pastoral, tragical, historical, comical, historical, pastoral, scene indivisible, or poem unlimited.
You are welcome, master. I am glad to see thee well. Come, we'll have a speech straight. Give us a taste of your quality. Come. A passionate speech.
What speech, my lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. The play I remember pleased not the million, 'twas caveat for general. One speech in it I chiefly loved, 'twas Aeneas' Tales of Dido. If you live in your memory, begin at this line and see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Hyrcanian beast... It begins with Pyrrhus, the rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, so proceeds.
The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble, when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now his this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal.
Say on, come to Hecuba.
But who, who hath seen the moblet queen?
The moblet queen.
That's good, moblet queen is good.
Run barefoot up and down, a clout upon that head, where late the diadem stood, and for a robe a blanket in the alarm of fear caught up. But if the gods themselves did see her, then when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamor that she made would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Look, whether he has not turned his color and has tears in his eyes. Pray you, no more.
That is well. I'll have thee speak out the rest soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed?
Come, sir.
Follow him, friend. We'll hear a place mine. Now I'm alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction and a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from her working all his visage waned, tears in his eyes, distraction in defect, a broken voice and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit. And for nothing. For Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech. Yet I, a dull and muddy metalled rascal, peak like John a Dream, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king, upon whose property and most dear life a damned deceit was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks me pay to cost, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie in the throat, as deep to the lungs? Who does me this, huh? Soon I should take it, for it cannot be that I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter. For ere this, I should have fatted all the region kites with its slaves. Oh, bloody body villain, remorseless, treacherous, kindless villain. Oh, vengeance! Why, what an ass. This is most brave that I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a board unpack my heart with words and fall a cursing like a very crab. Scullion. Fly upon fly. About my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before my uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tend him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit I have seen may be the devil, and the devil has power to assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy. And he is very potent with such spirits. He uses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
You have just heard a condensed version of William Shakespeare's Hamlet. The cast included this evening the King, played by Alexander Scourby, the Queen by Rosamund Pinchot, Polonius by Edgerton Paul, Horatio by Sidney Smith, the Ghost by George Gall, Bernardo by Hiram Sherman. This program was arranged and directed by Orson Welles. Irving Reese directed the radio effects.
The Columbia Workshop would appreciate your comments on this production. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
the Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese. Ladies and gentlemen, the Columbia Workshop offers its 15th program in a series devoted to experimental radio. Some 2 months ago, we offered you on the Workshop a radio version of the first 2 acts of Hamlet by William Shakespeare. The response from our listening audience was instantaneous and highly flattering. So much so that tonight we go on to finish the play. If you enjoy the drama, if you believe after tonight's performance that Shakespeare should become a regular feature on radio, write to us and say so. We are eager to have this gauge of radio public opinion. Tonight's version of Hamlet, like that of some weeks ago, is the work of Orson Welles, who also plays the role of Hamlet. And now we take pleasure in introducing to you in person Mr. Orson Welles.
In our previous broadcast, we concerned ourselves with establishing the causes that led to Hamlet's tragedy. In especial, the revelation by the ghost of his father's murder, by Hamlet's own uncle, who is now the King of Denmark. This, and the knowledge that his mother had remarried immediately, has left Hamlet a creature mad for revenge. Assuming, as he calls it, an antic disposition, Hamlet plots to trap the king into an open confession of guilt. The arrival of strolling players at the court has provided the necessary means. Hamlet arranges that a performance be given, duplicating the circumstance of his father's death. The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. It is the night of the play. The hall of the castle has been arranged for a performance, and in a moment the court will assemble. The blare of trumpets will announce the arrival of the king and queen, with Polonius, the king's counselor, and his daughter Ophelia. In a moment, this play of Hamlet's contriving will begin. But now, for an instant, we find him giving some last-minute advice to the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had at least the town crier spoke my lines. Now do not saw the air too much with your hands, thus, but use all gently.
I warrant, Your Honor.
Oh, be not too tame, neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, but neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian, pagan, nor man, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether. Go, you make ready. Horatio.
Yes, sweet lord. At your service.
There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. Observe mine uncle. Well, my lord. Well, he's coming to the play. Get to a place. Your Majesty.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, your faith, of the chameleon's dish. I eat air, promise crammed. You cannot feed capons, so...
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine now. Polonius, are the players ready?
Aye, my lord, they stay upon your patience. Sit you there, Ophelia.
Fair Ophelia.
You are merry, my lord.
What should a man do but be merry? For look you, how cheerfully my mother looks. And my father died within these 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long. We shall know by these fellows.
For us and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently. Full 30 years' time hath Phoebus' cart gone round Neptune's salt wash, and Hellas' orbit ground, since love our hearts and Hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred band.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again count o'er, ere love be done.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers their functions leave to do, and thou shalt live.
Oh, confound the rest! Such love must needs be treason in my breast. And second husband, let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who kills the first.
Wormwood.
So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead.
Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife. If once a widow, ever I be wife.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here a while. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep.
Sleep rot thy brain, and never come this chance between us twain.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady does protest too much, methinks.
Oh, she'll keep her word.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. Mary, how? Tropically, this play is the image of a murder done in Vienna.
Thoughts black, hands apt, drugs fit and tired.
This one is Lucianus, nephew to the king, see? He poisons him in the garden for the state. His name's Gonzago. The story's extended, written choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
Give all the play.
What? Write it with false fire!
Give me some light.
Why? Let the stricken fear go weak. The heart ungalled play. Of some must watch, while some must sleep. So runs the world away. Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn, and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood, and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. How to my mother?
The realization that his crime has been reenacted before the entire court under the guise of an evening's entertainment has completely unnerved the king. He sees there can be no peace for him while Hamlet remains in Denmark. So in a desperate move, he arranges that Hamlet shall be sent to England and secretly put to death. In his chamber, the king, torn by conscience, attempts to pray. Hamlet, passing on his way to the queen's apartment, observes the kneeling figure.
Now might I do it, Pat? Now he is praying.
Oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon it. A brother's murder. Oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Help, angels, make us say, bow stubborn knees, all may be well.
And now I'll do it. So he goes to heaven. So am I revenged. Oh, this is hire and salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes, broad flown, as flush as May. Am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Absorbed. And know thou a more horrid bent. When he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that hath no relish of salvation in't, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned as black as hell whereto it goes. My mother stays.
Good church.
Who's there?
Polonius. Hamlet is coming straight. Now look, you lay home to him. Tell him his flanks
Mother!
have been too broad to bear with.
Withdraw.
Mother!
I hear him coming.
I'll hide behind this arras so I can be myself to hear the process.
Now, Mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Why, how now, Hamlet? Have you forgotten me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. Would it were not so. You are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set those to you that can speak.
Come and sit you down, son of fudge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What will thou do? Thou wilt not murder me. Help! Help!
Oh, help, help!
How now? A rat? Dead for a ducat!
Oh, I am slain.
Oh, me, what hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. It's the king.
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed is this.
A bloody deed. Almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
Kill a king?
Aye, lady. 'Twas my word.
Polonius. Thou wretched rash, intruding fool. Farewell. I took thee for thy better.
Oh, me.
Leave wringing of your hands. Peace, sit you down and let me wring your heart. So I shall if it be made of penetrable stuff. If damned custom have not brassed it so that it be proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done? That thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me.
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and sets a blister there.
Ay, me, what act? That roars so loud and thunders in the index.
Look here. Upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See, what a grace was seated on this brow. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill. This was your husband. Look you now, what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear, blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed and batten on this moor? Huh? Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the heyday and the blood is tame, it's humble, and it waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this?
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turnest mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their teeth.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your preceding lord, a king of shreds and patches.
Save me, and hover on me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would your gracious figure?
He's mad.
Do you not come, your tardy son, to chide?
Alas, how is't with you that you do bend your eye on vacancy?
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away.
My father, in his habit he lived. Look where it goes, even now, out of the portal.
This is the very coinage of your brain.
Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul, that not your trespass, but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to my uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll bless him, beg of you. Your dear. Good night. I must be cruel, only to be kind.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath, and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England. You know that.
Alack, I had forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
Good night, mother.
Thus, Hamlet leaves his mother, hoping his words have had the desired effect. But the queen, after her son's converse with an unseen spirit, is now more convinced than ever that Hamlet is mad. She reports her conclusions to the king, who speedily commands that Hamlet shall leave at once for England. And so Hamlet is banished from Denmark. But the peace for which the king has prayed is not to come. The murder of Polonius proves the mainspring of greater and more tragic events. Bereft of her father, Ophelia goes insane. The Danish people are stirred almost to rebellion. And finally, with the return of Laertes, the son of Polonius, they are provided with a necessary leader. Now the rabble has risen, and, led by Laertes, storms the castle in which the king and queen have secluded themselves. Suddenly the doors break open, and Laertes appears at the head of the mob.
Where is the king? Sir, send you all without delay. I pray you, give me leave. Keep the door. Oh, thou vile king, give me my father. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed?
Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. If I am guiltless of your father's death, the chalice leveled to your judgment here has stayed us to your eye. Oh, no. What noise is that?
Here is the beauteous majesty of Denmark.
How do you, pretty lady?
Well, Goddard. Ha! They say the owl was a baker's daughter.
Oh, heat dry up my brain. Here's 7 times salt burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. Here, maid. Kind sister. Sweet Ophelia. Oh, heavens, if possible, a young maid's wits should be as mortal as an old man's life.
Why, there's rosemary. That's for remembrance. There's rue for you, and here's some for me. Ha! We may call it every grace for Sunday. Oh, you must wear your rue with a difference. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. God have mercy on her soul, and on all good Christian souls, I pray God. God be with you.
Oh.
And so Ophelia, before her brother's eyes, drifts from the castle to die. A suicide by drowning. Meantime, Hamlet, unaware of what has happened in his absence, has managed to escape the king's plot to have him murdered, and has secretly returned to Denmark. We find him once more with Horatio in a churchyard. Nearby, a gravedigger sings at his work.
To contract the time for our mighty foe, whom he thought there was nothing.
Has this fellow no feeling of his business, Horatio, with his sings at grave making?
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
I will speak to this fellow.
And shipeth me.
Whose grave is this, sir?
Mine, sir. For a pit of clay for to be made.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
And you lie out on, sir, therefore it is not yours. For my part, I do not lie in't, and yet it is mine.
What man dost thou dig it for?
For no man, sir.
What woman, then?
For none neither.
Who's to be buried in?
One that was a woman, but rest her soul, she's dead.
How absolute the knave is, Horatio. How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Of all the days of the year, I came to it that day our last King Hamlet o'ercame Fortinbras.
How long is that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day young Hamlet was born. He that's mad and sent into England.
Aye, marry. Why was he sent into England?
Because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there. Or if he do not, 'tis no great matter there. There the men are as mad as he.
How long will a man lie the earth ere he rot?
Faith, sir, if he be not rotten before he die, he'll last you some 8 or 9 years. Here's a skull now. This skull have lain in the earth 23 years.
Whose was it?
A whoresome mad fellow's it was. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester.
This?
E'en that.
Let me see. Alas. Poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. A fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times. And now,
How abhorrent in my imagination it is. Where be your jibes now? Your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Dost thou think Alexander looked to this fashion in the earth?
E'en so.
And smelt so? To what base uses may we return, Horatio? Oh, but soft aside. Here comes the king, the queen, the courtiers. Who is this they follow? Cartwheel while and Mark.
What ceremony else?
That is Laertes, a very noble youth.
What ceremony else? Must there no more be done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead, to sing a requiem, and such rest to her as to peace parted souls.
Nay, Heredia, I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
Fair Ophelia?
Sweet to the sweet. Farewell. I hope thou shouldst have been my Hamlet, wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave.
Hold off the earth a while, till I have caught her once more in my arms.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis? This is I, Hamlet, the Dane!
The devil take thy soul!
What in the thunder?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not with all their quantity of love make up my sum. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave?
Oh, he is mad, Laertes.
For love of God, spare him.
Laert? What is the reason that you use me thus? I loved you ever. But 'tis no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and dog will have his day.
Now Laertes, determined to be revenged, finds an ally in the king. Thus the latter arranges that Hamlet and Laertes shall duel. Ostensibly for sport, the contest is treacherously conceived. Laertes' rapier bears an envenomed point, and if this fails, the king has prepared a poisoned drink to ensure the death of Hamlet.
My lord, His Majesty sends to know if your pleasure hold to play with Laertes.
I am constant to my purposes.
The king and queen are all coming down.
You will lose this wager.
I do not think so. But thou wouldst not think how ills all hear about my heart. It is no matter.
If your mind is like anything, obey it. I will forestall the repair hither and say you are not fit.
Oh, not a whit. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be not now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all.
Come, Hamlet. Come and take this hand from me. Give them the foil. You know the wager.
Very well, my lord.
Set me the stoups of wine upon that table. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath. Come, begin.
Come on, sir.
Come, my lord.
What? No! A hit! A very palpable hit!
Say, give me drink. Hamlet, here's to thy health. Give him the cup.
I'll pay this bout first. Set it by a while. Come!
Another hit! A tail!
A touch! I do confess.
The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Just but do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
Tis the poison cup. It is too late.
Come for the third, Laertes, you would dally. I pray you pass with your best violence.
How about you now?
A touch for Laertes! Hey, come again.
Look, they have changed rapiers. Look to the queen there! Ho!
How does the queen?
She swoons to see them. Please.
No, the drink. The drink! I am poisoned.
Oh, villainy! Let the doors be locked. Treachery! Seek it out.
It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art slain. And the treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unbaited and envenomed.
Thy mother's poisoned. I can no more. The king's to blame.
Pointing venom, too. Then venom, to thy work. Oh, yet defend me, friend. Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane. Drink off this potion. Follow my mother. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act, had I but time, oh, I could tell you. But let it be. I die, Horatio. Thou livest. Report me and my cause, a right to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Here's yet some liquor left.
As thou, man, give me the cup. Let go.
No.
I haven't.
Good Horatio. What a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story. The rest is silence. Now cracks a noble heart. Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest.
So ends the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Again, may we say that if you enjoyed this presentation, if you are convinced that the tragedies and comedies of Shakespeare have a place on the air and should become a permanent radio feature, write to us. Help give us this gauge of public opinion. Tonight's cast included Miss Frank Hale, Miss Laura Straub, Miss Virginia Wells, Mr. Whitford Kane, Sidney Smith, Joseph Cotton, Shirley Oliver, Santos Ortega, George Duthie, Edgerton Paul, and Hiram Sherman. The narrator was Edward Jerome. Next week, the workshop will present a special demonstration in conjunction with the meeting of the New York Electrical Society. Dr. E.E. Free will have charge of the demonstration. Tonight's presentation of Hamlet was arranged and produced by Orson Welles. In the absence of Mr. Reese, Brewster Morgan assisted. The Columbia Workshop's presentations are conceived and directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese.
High up on a building on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, immortalized in granite are these words of Abraham Lincoln's.
The patent system added the fuel of interest to the fire of genius.
The American patent system is perhaps the strongest single bulwark of democratic government. Under its protection and encouragement, inventive genius flourished and made of a small, struggling nation the greatest industrial power in the history of the world. Because of the contribution of the American patent system to civilization, the Columbia Workshop is proud to dedicate this program to the 100th anniversary celebration of the United States Patent Office. Let us turn back the pages of history to Venice in 1594. In the hall of the Doge, a young man fingers a petition nervously while a group of nobles stare.
Very well, I am ready. Speak up, young man.
If it please your highness, I have prepared a paper.
Then read it quickly.
Yes, your highness. Your humble servant has invented a machine for raising water and irrigating land at small expense and great convenience. It seems not fit that this invention, which is my own, discovered by me with great labor and much expense, be made the common property of everybody. I humbly petition your serene highness that you deign to favor me with a right, so that no one but myself or my heirs be allowed to make this new instrument. By reason of your benignity thereof, I shall more attentively apply myself to new inventions for universal benefit.
Yes, go on.
Well, that is all, my lord.
You believe, then, that if I grant this right, you will apply yourself to other beneficial inventions?
Yes, your highness.
Very well. Scribe.
Your highness?
Cause to be entered that from this day on, for 20 years, no other man shall have the right to make this machine.
Yes, your highness. Your name? Galileo.
On the fruits of Galileo's promise,
I shall more attentively apply myself to new inventions for universal benefit.
The world has long been aware. Thus was a young man, destined to be one of the world's greatest scientific minds, encouraged by the does of Venice. But such was not the case with other all-powerful nobles, or in other countries, and such great abuses existed under governments in which one person had the power to create or destroy inventors' rights, based on whim or favor, that few were encouraged to devote their energies toward a man named Eli Whitney, fresh out of Yale, left for Savannah, Georgia, to visit the cotton plantation of his friend, Mrs. Nathaniel Green. It is an afternoon in the summer of 1792. Young Whitney, who has shown a marked aptitude for mechanical design, watches a group of Negroes in the shed of the plantation.
This is Mr. Stiles, Mr. Whitney, my overseer.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Stiles?
How do you do, sir?
Your people work hard here.
Yes, sir. Seeding cotton takes a long time, and we've got shipments to make regularly.
Tell me, do they have to pick each seed out of a cotton ball by hand?
Yes, sir.
Well, it seems there should be some easier way of doing it.
Well, it's hardly possible. A machine had damaged the tender fibers.
I'll wait till Mr. Whitney could make a machine that would. He's made some very clever things for me.
He would earn the gratitude of the whole South.
It might be done.
Oh, no, Eli. You're here for a vacation. I won't have you worrying about cotton.
Why, a machine could do all that work in an hour. By George, I will do it.
The back-breaking burden of the Negro slaves preyed on the mind of Eli Whitney. In 5 weeks, he carried a strange-looking spiked roller into the shed.
Hello, Mr. Whitney.
Hello, Mr. Stiles. Could I interrupt your work for a few moments?
Why, yes, sir. All right, boys. Take a rest. Well, what's that you've got there, Mr. Whitney?
That's a cotton gin, Mr. Stiles.
Cotton
I
gin?
think it may work. May I set it here?
Sure, set it right down here.
Now, can you have one of the slaves bring me a basket of cotton bolls?
Well, are you sure Mrs. Green won't mind? You know, cotton's pretty expensive and those spikes.
Mr. Bell, if Mrs. Hewitt hears this, we'll be thrown out, apparatus and all. We'd better go to bed and start again early tomorrow.
What?
Oh, nothing.
There, that little thumbscrew will hold. If I could only stretch that diaphragm a wee bit tighter. Oh, confound that hammer.
There goes our room and board.
Why?
Mrs. Hewitt has complained 3 times this week about the noise. There, she's coming up the stairs now.
Well, I'll run into the front room, hook up that old battery, and make the adjustments. I'll fix the transmitter in there. We can make a test after you get rid of her.
After I... Come in. Ah, good evening, Mrs. Hewitt. Please come in.
It's not evening, Mr. Watson. It's night. You and your friend will have to stop that noise.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hewitt, we'll
and
stop
if you
right
keep
after.
burning the gas this late, I'll have to increase your rent.
Well, of course we
and
expect...
the way
a
you've
little
littered
bit-
this room with all those wires. What are you men doing?
Mrs. Hewitt, Mr. Bell is a great man. Someday maybe the world will remember that this house, because of these wires, someday the world will be able to talk through these wires, Mrs. Hewitt.
Mr. Watson, you've been drinking.
No, Mrs. Hewitt, think of it. People will be able to hear through it for blocks all the way from Boston to New York. Will you please hold this wire? I've got to tighten the connection.
Oh, all right. But why can't your friend hold it?
Well, Mr. Bell's in the front room making the connection.
The wire's alive. It bit me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was an accident. Mr. Bell must have opened the circuit. I wonder why...
Mr. Watson, come here. I want you.
Why, that's Mr. Bell's voice. I thought he was in the front room.
Listen.
Mr. Watson, come here.
I talked to Mrs. Franklin Harris on board the Aquitania. They're about 1,200 miles at sea now.
The Aquitania. One moment, please. It is long distance.
Operator, this is the Amalgamated Smelling Company. Please cross-connect our offices in Seattle, San Diego, Chicago, Baltimore, and Tampa for a conference call.
Just a moment, please.
So the few feet of wire which carried the first words of Alexander Graham Bell accidentally, after he had spilled some acid and called for his assistant, spread into a network of 150 million miles of lines over 5 continents, carrying 69 million calls a day. But if the first words carried over a line were strange, stranger words still signalized another historic milestone in American invention less than a year later. It is the last...
And try to keep the revolutions uniform about 1 a second.
Right.
I'll have to bend close to the mouthpiece. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. But what will you say?
I hadn't thought of that. Let me see. I've got it. Ready, Weaver. Turn. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. All right, Weaver, that's enough.
Are those Macintosh apples, Tom, or Rome beauties?
Yes, and you'll have to transport them to our homes, Tom.
We'll use the $2 to buy more tinfoil, Weaver. Just throw the cigars out. Now we'll set the needle back. Now, when I signal, turn the crank at the same speed. Would you like to listen, Mr. Cruzy, and you too, Carmen?
Sure. Sure, of course.
Hold this to your ear. All ready, Weaver. Turn.
So, I hope they're good apples.
It works, Mr. Edison. It works.
Thus, with the words of a nursery rhyme, man's voice was first captured and imprisoned on a sheet of tin foil. From its humble beginning, like all great new inventions, it inspired a host of other inventions, culminating with the sound motion picture. Edison's phonograph to have the irate gods melt his wings and plunge him to his doom. Man has been rebuked for centuries for attempting to soar. It is a far cry from the songs of Ovid in ancient Rome and the dreams of Da Vinci in Florence 400 years ago to a bicycle repair shop in Dayton, Ohio in 1902, where 2 brothers talk while working.
Here comes Father, Wilbur. Is his bike ready?
Yep, just finished.
Catherine's with him.
Good. Hello, Father.
Hello, Catherine.
Hello.
Your bicycle's finished, Father.
Well, I didn't come about that.
Anything wrong?
Boys, you'll have to stop those glider flights. You've been disappointing the village undertaker for months.
They couldn't stop now, Father.
Oh, it's too late to quit. Your business is going to pieces. You're the laughingstock of the whole town. You'll both break your necks before you finish.
Please, Father.
You've already flown the glider. You found out that it stays up. What are you after now?
Power.
Stand here, fellas. Sure. What do you want us to do? We want to lift this machine on the track.
It weighs 750 pounds, but if the 7 of us help, it shouldn't be hard.
Is that all? Heck, I can lift it myself.
All right, say when. No, over there. All right, all together now. Come on, lift. Up with it.
Easy.
Good. Now, ease her down now. Easy.
There you are. Yeah. Thanks very much, boys.
Oh, that's all right.
All right, Wilbur. Strap yourself in.
No, Orville. We tossed the coin 4 days ago.
But you won then, Will.
Well, I had my chance, but that restraining wire slipped.
Yes, I know, and you didn't go up. So it's still your chance.
Now, don't argue. We've waited long enough. Get in.
As you say.
Strapped?
Yep.
You got the benzene on?
Benzene on.
Got the switch on?
Switch on. Give the propeller a crank.
All right.
Better warm up a bit, Orville. All right.
Mr. Wright.
Yes?
I'd like to have a word with you. I'm Haynes of the press.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Haynes.
Would you mind stepping over here? We'll never hear each other.
Not at all. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Wright, I want to be fair about all this in my paper, but you fellas don't really think that that'll lift off the ground, do you?
Well, can't really say, Mr. Haynes. We think it will, but you'll be able to tell in a minute.
But I think that...
All right, Orville, coming. Sorry, Mr. Haynes. I got to see my brother.
Well, do you think they'll make it, Haynes?
Well, I think they're darn fools. What do you think?
I can't say. Gosh almighty, they deserve to, after all that work.
Good luck! Why, even if it stayed up longer, well, the dang thing's too dangerous for any good. Besides, it couldn't go more than a few miles, and the new auto's dangerous enough for that. No, I don't think it'll amount to much.
Come on, Fred.
All aboard. Passengers for Honolulu, Midway Island, Wake Island, Guam, Manila, and Canton, China. All aboard for the China Clipper.
Slowly, gracefully, the 25-ton multi-motored bird skids along the waters of San Francisco Bay, dips under the new bridge, rises to the infinite blue, points its prow to China and to Macklin, First Assistant Commissioner of the United States Patent Office, who will tell you something of the future of the patent system. We now transfer you to Washington, D.C.
The variety of inventions and experiences of the past have frequently led to the question, has everything of any importance been invented? Those who have studied the history of inventions answer emphatically no. In 1845, the first Commissioner of Patents, Ellsworth, said his resignation was of no great concern because mankind had achieved all of which it was capable, at least in the direction of material perfection. Since then, we have seen the telegraph span continents and oceans. Then came the telephone and later the radio. At a time of the beginning of the radio, with its dot and dash signals from station to station and from ship to shore, the horseless carriage clattered down our streets. Even at that time, the picture will cross continents and oceans on pathways as definite as to altitudes and direction as the straightest railway track. Great airships will take off and land with the accuracy of the schedule of commuters' trains, day and night, in clear weather, fog, or storm. The number of our airports will, of course, greatly increase. Automobile transportation, as we know it today, has many problems which must be solved. The problems of road crossings and of automobile parking and storage need only to be thought of as having been worked out ideally to envision the actual conditions in a very short time. For example, automobile parking and storage in the cities will be like the handling of airplanes on an airplane carrier. Driving to the hotel or theater, one will step out of his car and it will drop from sight to be returned to the owner promptly on call. We're all looking forward to the advent of television. Developments in the photoelectric cell and other electrical marvels are bringing practical use of television nearer every day. Soon television will take us to the scene of action of news events of peace or war, accident or parade. We may watch distant football games now where we only listen. In the realms of science, we may expect many surprises. For instance, in the near future, electrical microscopes will give us details of minute wonders, seen with enlargements many times that of which glass lenses are now capable. And by the same token, electrical telescopes may take us hundreds of millions of light years of distance farther out into the universe. We will also be able to see in the dark. With all these things, there must follow the development of human engineering. Our relations to each other in the community, state, and nation must be studied and improved in proportion to our development of instrumentalities which serve man. Not only will man...
Tune in next week for the workshop's presentation of one of the outstanding experimental dramatic scripts, Rhythm of the Jute Mill, by William Robeson. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. the Columbia Workshop. At some time or other, everyone has felt a keen desire to change his lot, to break away from his accustomed routine and embark on an entirely new mode of living. For the purpose of our story, we assume that this same urge is felt by characters who are purely fictitious, and that the immortals of literature, who exist only between the well-worn covers of books, yearn for release from monotony, even as you and I. In the fantasy we're about to present, the feelings expressed by the people you meet are their own, and not inspired by the authors who created them. Having escaped through Copyright Lane into the limitless expanse of the public domain, they seek to assert themselves as independent entities. We present the Messrs. Tony and Samuel Weller from the Pickwick Papers, Sarah Gamp and her mythical friend Mrs. Eris from Martin Chiselwit, Alice, the Duchess, the Mad Hatter, the Mock Turtle, the White Knight, and the Dormouse from the Alice books by Lewis Carroll. And from the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark by William Shakespeare, we give you the melancholy Dane himself. Having announced our list of characters, we leave them to speak for themselves. Hush, here they come.
No, Sammy, I've changed my mind. I ain't a-coming with you. I don't want to go making no changes at my time of life.
Now, look here, Alden. Seeing as that was me made you famous in a manner of speaking, by having had you for a father, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for a wanting of me to go about in a new world like a orphan.
Orphan's what it's going to be, Samuel. No public domains for me, that's what I says. Give me the people what I came into the world with. Mr. Pickwick, Mr. Jingle, Mr. Tupman, and the rest on 'em. I feels at home with them. I don't want to go meeting no strangers.
And why not? There's lots of people as good as us in the public domain. All the Shakespeare people there is, and Cleopatra, and the Queen of Sheba. Hundreds and thousands of them there is. And you can meet 'em all if you'll only come out of your shell.
And supposing I doesn't like 'em when I meet some, Samuel?
Then you can give 'em a piece of your mind like you used to do in Pickwick, can't you?
Well, Sammy, I could try me hand at it, so to speak. But if I doesn't have Mr. Dickens along to put the words in me mouth, I mightn't make such a very good fist on it.
Well, you never knows what you can do till you tries. As the elephant said when they asked him if he could play the piano.
Well, Samuel, I might go with you once if it'll keep you quiet to sort of try it. Who knows but what we might meet Mr. Dickens himself there if all you says is true.
Oh, no, Alden. Mr. Dickens won't be there. No chance of that. He was a author, and authors never goes into the public domain themselves. They don't like it. And they don't like their characters that go in there neither. But there ain't nothing they can do to stop 'em when they've been alive as long as you and me have.
All right, Sammy. There ain't never no time like the present. So if your heart's set on it, just let me button up my gaiters and off we go.
Well, Alden, what do you think of it?
Think of what, Sammy?
Why does the public domain?
Oh, I don't see nothing wonderful about it. Looks like a bit of Sussex to me down Clayton way. Queer lot of people about, though.
Well, you know, Alden, it takes all kinds of people to make literature. You mustn't forget there's you and me that's from literature.
Yes, we are, Sammy. And maybe as how we ought to have stayed there. Tell me, Sammy, is we likely to meet any bidders?
Yeah, just as like as not, Alden. You know, there's a lot of them in literature, fact and fiction.
All the bidders as I ever knowed was matters of friction, Samuel. And none on 'em knowed what a fact was. Bidders. Oh, Samuel, protect me from the bidders.
You'll have to learn to protect yourself, Alden. And you better be pretty quick about it, too, because you're going to meet lots on them there. Why, here's one a-coming now. Good morning, Mrs. Gamp.
Oh, and if it ain't that there nice Sammy Weller. Oh, and your poor dear Pa, too. I suppose you say you're going to the convention.
Look after me, Samuel. Look after me.
You know, as I was saying to my dear friend Mrs. Harris only this morning, Mrs. Harris, I says, I'm a-going over to that there convention in the public domain, I says. And she says to me, Harris, she says, I'd more than half a mind to come with you, she says. But I didn't want her to traipsing along, Mr. Weller.
And why not? Two bidders is only half as dangerous as one.
Oh, Mr. Weller, if you ain't the one. You always was one for your little jokes, wasn't you?
I ain't joking, ma'am. Bidders is poison, ma'am. That's what I says, poison.
Oh, so that's it, is it? Poison?
Yes, ma'am, poison. And speaking of poison, how did you happen to become a bidder, ma'am?
Oh, dare you imbibing old vomit. Why, you know...
No, what's this here? What is it? What's the matter, Alden? Can't I leave you alone with a lady for half a minute? But you must go and get in of it all excited.
Ah, Mr. Sammy, I'm so glad you're here to protect me.
But I ain't, ma'am. This old ragabone father of mine needs all the protection I got. But here comes a gentleman what looks like one of them knights of chivalry. He might protect you if he ain't got nothing better to do.
Well, I never. If it ain't that dear, kind, good gentleman, Mr. Galahad. Just in time to save a poor, weak woman what's being imposed on.
You honor me too much, fair lady.
Fair lady. Oh, Mr. Galahad. Oh, ain't you the one? Oh, but not that I haven't seen better days and always had me own horses. Until that there Mr. Dickens took advantage of me and put me in a box.
I was about to say, madam, that you honor me too much in calling me Sir Galahad. That noble knight is many leagues away.
Well, who are you then, a-coming along and raising up me hopes like that? Just like all the rest of the men, always imposing on a widow lady.
I am but a poor white knight, offering my services to such as are in need of them. At the moment, I have under my protection this little gal, whom I found weeping beside a broken looking-glass.
Ah, the poor little darling. And what's your name? What's the matter, lovey? Lost your tongue? Can't you say good morning to your dear old Auntie Sarah? Come on, Ducky, shake hands, that's right. Oh, we're going to be great friends, ain't we, darling?
Oh, you hurt me. I don't like you. We're not going to be friends, and I'm sure you're not my aunt. Please send her away, White Knight.
Well, madam, that is, I
Well, why don't you do as the little missy asks you, Governor?
Yeah, then, Eldon, you better stay out of this here.
Alice? Alice?
Look, who's this funny old woman a-coming at us? Look at all of them funny people with her.
Alice? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, there you are, you naughty girl. Come along at once. We'll be late for the convention. It's the Duchess. Oh, I'm so glad she's come. Come along this instant. I've got to go and find the orders. Now, how do you think we can have a convention if you aren't there to pour tea? Oh, you'll break my heart.
Come on, Mr. Weller. We can follow her, and then we shan't lose ourselves.
All right, ma'am. Lead the way.
Yeah, doing all right, Eldon, for one who don't like bitters.
I knows what I'm a-doing of, Sammy. There's safety in numbers, me boy. There's safety in numbers.
Now see what you've done. Our nice new friends have left us, and the Duchess has gone and dissolved into tears.
She hasn't gone anywhere. She dissolved right here. She'll be back directly.
But how can she come back if she hasn't gone?
Let's ask the Hatter. He was right behind her when she went.
But you said she didn't go.
Now you're being stupid. Go over and stand on your own square. And don't you move until I tell you to. Now, where's that Hatter? Oh, there you are. What shall we do about the Duchess, Hatter?
Let's have an inquest.
But she isn't dead.
How do you know she isn't?
She was here just a minute ago.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Then we shall have to wait until the day after tomorrow.
Certainly not. She might not go. Then we couldn't have an inquest. It would never do. Give me my fountain pen.
Where is it?
In my pocket.
Which pocket?
My vest pocket. My pen and ink vest pocket.
Alice. Alice.
Oh, there's that stupid mock turtle. I wonder what he wants.
Off with his head. Off with his head. And we'll all have soup for tea.
There's the Duchess. I told you she hadn't gone.
All our trouble for nothing.
What trouble? We didn't have the inquest.
No, but we might have had. Then where should we have been?
Here, of course.
No, we shouldn't. We should have been where the Duchess was.
But she wasn't anywhere.
And that's just where we should have been. Nowhere. Oh, let's change the subject. Where's that mock turtle?
He's crawling away. Bring him back. It's nearly dinner time. Come, Turtle. Nice, Turtle. Come along, Turtle.
But I don't want to come till after dinner.
I think you're very unkind, Turtle. If you feel you'd rather we didn't have any dinner, I'll speak to the Duchess about it. Oh, she's gone. I do believe she's running after that old Mr. Weller that was here.
Doesn't make any difference. We shall see them all at the convention. Move the White Knight, Alice. Come along, Turtle.
Thank you very much, and while we're on the way, I'll tell you the sad story of my life.
You've told us that before. It begins once I was a real turtle.
I'm very sorry, but I made that up. I'll tell you the real story this time.
How can a mock turtle have a real story?
Be quiet, Hatter. Can't you see the poor thing is very sorry for himself? Begin, Turtle.
Thank you. My mother, a beautiful fat brown cow, was born in Gibraltar. A silver spoon was in her mouth, round her neck a golden halter.
That's not very good poetry.
Don't interrupt, Hatter. Go on, Turtle.
She was clever and sweet, with very small feet, an admirer of Mrs. Grundy, and her friends with a glad, proud smile she'd greet when she took me to church on Sunday. How happy was I in my Cartwheel days as I nibbled the grass and clover. You'd not find another with my sweet ways if you searched the whole world over. But soon I came on a troublous time, as always with cattle and men. For when father was called to a happier clime, poor mother, she married again. Oh, sad is the lot of a bovine tot, stepped sired by a Holstein bull. With clouds my sky was overshot, my sorrowing cup was full. At an auction one day, my step-papa was sold to a vigorous bidder, and then, for the second time, Mamma was a lorn and lonely widow. At last she died, and I was so benumbed by this bereavement, I stayed a calf, I refused to grow. Observe the great achievement. For had I died, 'twould have been my lot to be flavored with mace and myrtle, and basil and thyme, and chopped shallot, and guzzled as pure mock turtle.
Poor mock turtle.
I didn't say poor, I said pure, and please don't interrupt. But such a fate I scorn to meet. I would not end so lowly, for life, I swear, is very sweet by everything that's holy. Frustration, though, doth wait for me, for now my frame so scrawny, not e'en mock turtle can it be, just plain mulligatawny.
Oh, you poor thing. Isn't there anything we can do for him, Hatter?
Best thing we can do is to keep him out of the way of the Duchess. She loves mulligatawny. Look at the way she's always throwing pepper at anybody.
That isn't the Duchess, it's the cook.
Well, what's the difference? The Duchess pays her to do it, doesn't she?
She hasn't paid her cook for months.
Alice? Alice?
Oh, there's the Duchess again, Hatter. Whatever shall we do? She's terribly angry.
She always is.
Ah, there you are. Why aren't you at the convention? Where have you been?
We were just going to the convention.
I didn't ask where you were going. I asked where you've been.
We haven't been anywhere.
Where are you now?
Here.
Then, here is where you were. And this is where you've been, isn't it? Oh, I'll teach you. Where's that there turtle? I want my dinner.
Oh, I knew this was going to happen.
Oh, please, Duchess, don't eat the mock turtle. Besides, he isn't a real mock turtle. He's only a mulligatawny.
No, he's been deceiving me, has he? Off with his head. I hate mulligatawny.
Just like a woman, she always told me she loved it.
This way, Samuel, this way.
Now see what you've done. Wasted all this time, and now those Dickens people are coming back. Off with you, off with you. Down to the convention. Hurry, get along, get along, get along.
Yes, you're right, Eldon. This is where he was. Look, there they go now. We can easily catch him.
Hold on, Sammy. Hold on. I ain't so young as I used to be, and this here strange climate seems to get me in the windbag.
All right, Eldon. Take it easy now. Now, don't go getting of yourself all excited like. Sit down a minute.
Thank you, Sammy. Yeah, I'll be all right in a minute or two. Did we give her the slip, Sammy? Did we give her the slip, that there gamp vidder?
Well, she ain't here now, and that's something. But you never can tell when she might find us again.
Well, if she does, Sammy, all I ask is that you don't leave me alone with her. That's all I ask. Oh, I wish as how I hadn't never come along with you, Sammy. Then I shouldn't never have met her.
Oh, look after you, Eldon. But you must remember all the nice people you meet in here. That little Alice, and the Hatter, and even that there funny old Duchess has her points.
Maybe she has, Sammy, but she's got 'em pretty well covered up. Now, what's this here turtle critter a wanting of?
Excuse me, sirs, and may please your exalted highnesses, I bring an invitation from the Duchess. She requests the pleasure of your company at afternoon tea.
Oh, afternoon tea, is it? I thought it was a convention.
Afternoon tea is always a convention with the Duchess.
And what's we going to convene about?
Well, there's the price of pork, election of officers, boundaries of the public domain, a nomination of a president. Both parties are expected at the Duchess's party. There are two, sir, the reprobates and the publicans.
And which one do you want us to vote for?
The one you can get the most out of course.
It's quite democratic, ain't it, Eldon?
What I wants to know is, who is this here Duchess? And what's she Duchess of?
Good sir, she's my mistress, the Duchess of Wonderland.
How about the Duke? Will he be there?
Alas, sir, there is no Duke.
Yes, 'twas my fault. You can go and tell your Duchess what is our Tony Villa don't take tea with no vitters.
Well, Eldon, if you don't want to come, you needn't. But I'm a-going, and you can wait till I comes back. And if you asks me, what I says is that our the widders has more cause to be afraid of you than you has to be afraid of the vitters. So goodbye, Governor. I'll see you when it comes back, if I ever does come back.
Of all the ingratitudinous weasels I ever did see, that's what comes of treating of them kind. Oh, Samuel, to think of you were going off and leaving me like this.
Your pardon, sir. I trust I do not intrude.
And if you does, what then?
Then, sir, I shall continue on my way. I chanced to see that you were torn as by some grief, and so in decency did I stop to offer you such service as I may.
And coming nice for you, I'm sure. I beg your pardon for speaking kind of rough, but that there Sammy boy of mine's been and gone and left me here in parts I haven't never saw before. Name of Vella, sir. Tony Vella.
And I, sir, am Hamlet, Prince of Denmark.
Prince, eh? Think of that. Hobnobbing with the blue bloods, I am. Why, I've just had an invitation to a tea party with the Duchess. Think of that.
Indeed, sir. To that same party I am wending. Let us go together.
That'd be all right if I was a-going. I ain't.
What good, sir? Not going to enjoy the delightful hospitality of her Grace, the Duchess?
It's what I said. Bitter ain't.
Alas, these many years.
Verser and verser. Bitters is poison, that's what. Poison.
Good sir, thou placed upon a tender string. I see thou art a man of understanding, and I would seek thy aid.
The help for such a me wouldn't be good to the likes of you.
I prithee, lend thine ear. In days long past, when I was but a lad, a noxious villain, probing into matters which concerned him not, William Shakespeare by name, spy upon me at the play. He thought not of the evil he did to me, and took me, free of guile within his brain, and did turn me round, and did spew me, summoned forth into the world, a vaporing offspring of a mother indifferent to mistake.
Sounds to me as if you was a wronging, Governor, to go a-defending of yourself like that.
And that, good sir, is just the burden of me tale. For from that evil day, I've roamed the world, strutted and stalked on every stage, mouthed and jibed in every tongue, including the Scandinavian, have been discussed and torn apart by all who paid their pittance to observe me in my ravings. The melancholy Dane was Hamlet mad. Good sir, I pray you tell me in very truth, was Hamlet mad?
So it's uncommon queer you should be a-carrying on like that, Mr. Hamlet. You know, I'm a victim myself.
I thought perchance 'twas so. And to what rogue do you owe your plight?
I wouldn't go so far as to say he was a rogue, Mr. Hamlet. Maybe he was a bit arrogant like. Sort of one of them there dreamers what brings us poor, helpless critters into the world without a thinking of the harm they're a-doing of us.
Thou speak as a man of thought and reason, Sir Tony.
Exactly, Mr. Hamlet. And I'm glad as how you recognise us as a gentleman when you sees me. Not as how I am, Sir Tony, as your Highness was good enough to call me, but what as how I might have been, Sir Tony, or even Lord Tony, if that there Charlie Dickens hadn't made up his mind as I was only fit to handle horses and run away from villas.
Which brings us to the purpose of our visit to the Duchess.
Hold on now, hold on. What purpose? What visit? I tells you, Mr. Hamlet, I ain't a-going to visit no Duchess. That's why I'm a-sitting here alone. You can go by yourself, your Highness. No bitter Duchesses for me.
Oh, what fools these mortals be. Your whole state of being irks you, yet nothing will you do to change it. With what verb I spoke a line not mine by deed of gift.
Well, your Highness, I don't see as how going to tea with the Duchesses are going to help.
Oh, it isn't only going to be tea. It's really a very important convention. A lot of influential literary characters will be there. We hope to get sufficient support to enable us to make a declaration of independence. The king, queen, the knave of hearts are coming. The knave is the postmaster general, and many of the court, from diamonds, clubs, and spades. We might get a full pack, and we could have a new deal.
It might help a bit. But what's this here Duchess got to do with it?
The Duchess is a person of the greatest importance in literature, particularly to the younger generation.
I haven't never heard of it.
Never heard of the Duchess of Wonderland?
Come to think on it, it seems as I recollect Miss Trotwood telling young Master Copperfield about it one day.
You know, Mr. Weller, the Duchess has never really liked herself.
Don't wonder at that. But seeing as how you make such a point on it, I'll come. But look hard at me, Your Highness. Don't let her go a-setting up her cap at me. I'm ready. Next day.
'Tis but a short distance. One can almost hear the chattering from here. See, the tables spread upon the lawn beneath the...
Hello, Eldon. Who's your gloomy-looking friend?
Samuel, I'm ashamed on you. This here's a poor, misunderstood gentleman from Denmark, named Hamlet. What's how he's a prince? Your Highness, this is me very own son Samuel, and a sore trial he is, too.
Pleased to meet you, Your Highness. But you'd better go over and speak to the Duchess. Very touchy she is.
Samuel! Samuel! Oh, there you are. Who are these people? Where are their invitations? Off with their heads.
Yeah, that's a nice thing, ain't it?
Silence. Who are you? Who's your friend? Why does he look so sad? Have you been drinking? Don't twiddle with your thumbs. Don't stand up. Don't sit down. Where are your tickets? Have you paid your tax? Speak when you're spoken to and don't answer back. Silence. Well, why don't you say something?
May it please your grace.
Silence. The meeting will now come to order. The secretary will call the roll. If you're here, don't bother to answer. If you're not here, raise your right hand. Proceed with the calling of the roll, Mr. Secretary of State.
Alice, Tony Weller, Sam Weller, Duchess, Dormouse, White Knight, Mad Hatter, Hamlet, Napoleon, King of Hearts, Secretary of the Treasury, and all the rest. Everybody present, Mr. Chairman, except those who didn't come.
The convention is now in session. The first item on the program is the collection of the carpet tax.
We don't want no carpet tax.
Then, stupid, how are you going to keep your rugs from sliding? Silence! We're going to open the meeting with the singing of a new campaign song written by the Hatter. But as there may be some late arrivals, we shall not call on the Hatter until a little later. In the meantime, we are fortunate in having with us a gentleman from Denmark who is going to tell us about the ancient memorial privileges of the Caucasian Aborigines. My lords and ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce Prince Hamlet of Denmark.
May it please your grace. When I was a boy, I served a term...
That's what he did, 6 months in Pentonville.
Thank you. I'm sure we've all learned a great deal from this wonderful message. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mock Turtle will now propose a vote of confidence in Prince Hamlet. Order for the Mock Turtle.
I proposes a vote of confidence in Prince Hamlet.
What I wants to know is that there Mock Turtle a man or a woman? And if so, is he a villain?
A vote of confidence is now before the meeting. All those not in favor shall have their heads chopped off. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The vote of confidence is passed, obsequiously, unanimous, ubiquitously.
What does that there mean?
It's a new word of my own. It means with all due deference by everybody, everywhere, God save the Queen, rule Britannia, and thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman!
The White Knight! Order! Order for the White Knight!
Your Grace, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, there comes a tide in the affairs of man when he who waits for that which never was and never is to be must inevitably discover that the cave dwellers of Olympus are indisputably diminuendo furioso adagio lacrimoso, horrifico esperanto manantropo, zodiacate capricornum, multipar veniti elapsa fungus. Ain't that the truth?
Order!
We are gathered here this afternoon to claim the inalienable right to live our simple lives as individuals, free and unhampered by the sickly sentiments and sloppy phrases assigned to us by the selfish interests of the unsolicited authors of our lives.
Here, harangue and encore!
If there are others here who will endorse my sentiments, and I'm sure there must be, we can, by asserting ourselves persistently and inflexibly, achieve our purpose of walking unmolested in the public domain, without fear of being suppressed by the tyrants who conceived us. For men may come and men may go, but we go on forever.
Boys and Why don't you sit, Secretary Sheldon?
It's what I will. Ladies and gentlemen, what I wants to know is, how long is you and me, the immortals of literature, are going to make ourselves ridiculous by a dropping of our G's and H's, cause them what made us was so ignorant as they didn't know how a gentleman should talk. I'm proposing a restitution as how in the future we talks as we're doing of now, like educated people, and not make laughing stocks of ourselves forever, amen, and thanking you kindly by then all.
Would anyone else like to address the meeting?
Please, Your Grace.
Silence for Mrs. Gamp. Mrs. Gamp.
Coming as I does from the same family as them nice Mr. Weller, so to speak, when did I know the horrible hardships endured by a lady of quality such as me when she has to sit ignorant in polite society? And another thing, this here matter of Harms and Stitch. And as I always been held up as an horrible example for putting of me lips to the bottle when I feels disposed. As a matter of fact, I swear, as how I never touches a drop unless I'm indisposed, which I'm sorry to say is somewhat frequent, suffering as I does from a weak heart. I thank that there white knight with tears in my eyes for his noble sentiments. And as I was saying to my dear friend, Mrs. Harris, only this morning, Mrs. Harris, What do you mean, Mrs. Gamp? You know very well that there is never no such a person.
And who says the right? What's the matter here? What are they doing, Lovey?
Ah, well, if it ain't the dear blessed soul herself come to help her, dear old Mary in trouble. Oh, Mrs. Harris, darling, there's all of them.
Oh, the tea is ready. Tea is ready. Come along. Everybody come to tea. Take your seats, everyone, and be quiet. Mr. Weller is going to sing our new campaign song, and I want you all to join in the chorus. Mr. Weller.
Oh, the copyright law is an horrible bane to all who are born of a novelist's brain. And now that we're gathered at 5 o'clock tea, we'll cast off our parents and set ourselves free. So on a button and rub on their hand, chase hold of the pudding of Beverly Ale, put authors and agents and lawyers in jail.
You have just heard a performance of Public Domain by Eustace Wyatt, presented by the Columbia Workshop. This week's production was directed by Earl McGill. Tune in next Saturday at this same time for another Columbia Workshop presentation. Another Columbia Workshop presentation. Another Columbia Workshop presentation. Another Columbia Workshop presentation. Under the direction of Irving Reese.
Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde. High above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with leaves of fine gold. For eyes, he had 2 bright sapphires, and a bright red ruby glowed in his sword hilt. In the winter, the Happy Prince was alone, but in the summer, he was much admired by everyone who came to the public square.
How high do you think the statue is, my child?
I do not know, Master. Ever so high. Ever so high.
That is not very precise. If I gave you his circumference, could you compute the distance from the tip of his nose to the hilt of his sword?
I do not think I could, Master. But he looks just like an angel. A golden angel.
How do you know? Have you ever seen one?
Yes, Master. In my dreams. In my dreams.
You will grow up to be very dull. There is no exactitude in dreams. And I do not approve of children's dreaming. I do not approve at all.
Oh, they can take it off. You see what I mean?
Who is he, Father?
Why, the Happy Prince, my boy.
The Happy Prince? Who was the Happy Prince?
Did you not read about him in your storybook? He lived in the palace of Sanssouci. where sorrow was not allowed to enter.
That must have been a strange and wonderful palace.
It was more magnificent than any in the world.
And what did the Happy Prince do there all day long?
All day long, my boy, he played with his companions in the garden. And in the evening, he led the dance in the great hall.
And did he stay in the palace always?
Always. You see, round the garden ran a very lofty wall, and the prince never cared to ask what lay beyond it.
Why not?
Because everything around him in the palace was so beautiful, and he was so happy.
And what happened to him?
Why, nothing happened to him, my son. Nothing. Except that he tasted all pleasures and never wept.
Did he never weep at all, Father?
He never shed so much as a single tear. And that is why the courtiers called him the Happy Prince. For indeed, happy he was.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. He is beautiful as a weathercock.
But not quite so useful.
That is true, Mr. Mayor. He is not quite as useful as a weathercock. I am a practical man also.
He will reign over the marketplace for many generations, and visitors from far-off lands will say, what a happy town that can boast a statue like the Happy Prince.
Yes, and they will also say, what a sensible town council, and what a wise mayor.
Oh, thank you. They might say those very words.
Little swallow, little swallow, little swallow, light on my shoulder for a moment. I am the Happy Prince, and I want to talk to you. Little swallow, I have often watched you fly down to the river and swoop low amongst the reeds. You love one of them, and that is why you linger in this cold town amid the winter snow, instead of joining your brothers in Egypt. But your reed was fickle, wasn't she? She would not go away with you. And so tomorrow you start for the land of summer. But first, will you do me a small favor? A small service? They have set me high above the town, little swallow. And I, the Happy Prince, who never wept in life, in death, weep for the ugliness and misery that he sees all about him. My heart is made of lead, and yet I cannot help but weep, because I see far away in a poor little house, in a mean street, a mother who stitches by candlelight, and on a straw pallet by her side, her little son is wasting away with fever. Pluck the ruby from the hilt of my sword, little swallow, and take it to her as fast as you can. And then come back and tell me about her.
Are you stitching on the dress, Mother?
Passion flowers, my child. Passion flowers on a satin gown for the loveliest maid of honor. Think of it, my darling. She waits on the Queen at the state ball tomorrow.
I should like to see the Queen. Will I ever be well enough to see the Queen if she rides by in her coach?
With God's help, you will be well soon enough, my son.
Then why are you crying, Mother?
Look at the gown, darling. It's so lovely. See, I'll hold it up to the light.
Yes, I like yellow. It almost seems as if the sun is shining through the window, doesn't it?
Yes, darling.
I'm so hot now. So thirsty. I should like some water, Mother. Just a little. May I have some water, Mother?
Yes, of course, my boy. I'll give it to you.
You are getting the river water again, and it is so bitter.
Oh, it is the only water we have, child. try to drink a little of it, please?
I'll try, but it tastes so horrible. I should like an orange. A big golden orange. How wonderful that would be. Can you get me an orange, Mother?
Oh, my darling, I should like to bring you heaps and heaps of golden oranges. But until I finish this dress for the Queen's lady, I shall not have money enough to buy even one.
A golden orange.
Try to sleep, my darling, and I'll stitch as fast as I can.
Yes, Mother, but I'm so thirsty and so hot.
Oh, dear God, let my fingers work faster so that I can get money enough to save my little son's life. Oh, I'm so weary. So weary.
Mother, wake up.
Oh, what's the matter? Heavens, I fell asleep, and the gown not half finished. Oh, what will the Queen's lady say?
I slept a little, Mother, and now I'm quite cool.
Let me feel your forehead, darling. Why, yes, your fever's going down. Oh, thank you, dear God. My son will get well soon.
I'm not very ill now, am I?
Sleep again, child. And while you do, my fingers will work like lightning. The dress will not take long now. Why? What is this on the table?
What have you found, Mother?
This must be a ruby. I have seen them in the shop windows.
A ruby? A real ruby? Where did it come from?
Why, I haven't any idea. Perhaps someone at the palace heard of my trouble and sent this ruby to help me. Yes, that must be it. There are some good people in the world, my son. Good people. And they put it on the table while I slept and didn't even wait for me to wake and thank them.
Will I be able to have an orange then, Mother?
Yes, my darling. I shall buy you as many oranges as you can eat and a lot of other good things besides. And soon you'll be out of bed and playing in the sunshine again.
Thank you, little swallow. You have done a good action, and that is why you feel less cold. But I suppose that you are now thinking of Memnon in Egypt on his granite throne, and the crocodiles lying warm in the sun, and the Sphinx, as old as the world itself. And you want to join your brothers who are building a nest in the temple of Babuouk, and hear the pink and white doves cooing to each other from the eaves. But first, look with me across the town to a garret, where a young man sits writing. His hair is brown and crisp. His lips are red as pomegranate, and he has large and dreamy eyes. No, little swallow, I had no ruby for him, but my eyes are made of rare sapphires. Pluck out one of them and take it to him. Well, do I not have my other eye? Pluck out the stone and take it to this young man, and hear something of his story.
No, how stale it all is. Why was I ever cursed to write plays? I should be better off delivering loaves to the baker. Loaves of bread. Fragrant and spongy. How hungry I am. And when shall I be able to buy another meal? Or build a fire in the grate? Or wear a fine coat? Or even mend the holes in the roof to keep this biting wind out? Yes. Only the birds make their home with me. How sick of it all I am, and vain, perhaps, to think I can write. I'll give it up, I think. Yes, little bird, I shall stop this fool's task and work with my hands, and then I shall be warm.
Why, this is remarkable. A swallow. Yes, a swallow. And what are you doing in this cold town, little swallow? If I were you, I should be in Egypt, where the sun is warm on the great palm trees, and where the yellow lions come down to the edge of the river Nile to drink. They'd have eyes like green beryls. Green beryls. Why, what is this? A piece of glass that the swallow has brought in his beak? No, it's a sapphire. A beautiful, glowing sapphire. What providence sent that bird in here? I shall buy food. I shall throw away these rags. I shall be warm. And my play. Oh, you wonderful swallow. I shall finish it. I shall finish my play.
And now you must leave me, little swallow. And that is only right. For here it is bitter cold, and sure death for you. Whilst there you will sing above the mountains of the moon to the king, who is black as ebony. And you will talk to the green snakes that coil in the palm trees, and watch the leaves that war with the butterflies. But before you bid the happy prince farewell, fly down to my feet, little swallow, and listen for a while to the match girl.
Poor little swallow. I wonder if you're as cold as I am. I don't think you are. You'd fly away to a warm land. I should like to be warm. I should like to take all these matches and build a fire. A big blazing fire. But my father would beat me if I went home with even a single box unsold. You are flying away. Goodbye, swallow. Perhaps you are going to a land where the sun shines after all.
Little swallow, pluck out my other eye and give it to the match girl down there. She has neither shoes nor stockings, and her little head is bare. You must do as I bid you, little swallow. It does not matter if you make me blind. I have seen enough of joy. But that poor little girl down there, pluck the sapphire and drop it before her. She will take it home, and her father will not beat her. You must do as I say, little swallow, or I shall be very unhappy. No, you will not hurt me. Take the stone down to the little match girl.
Are you here again, little swallow? I wish I could take you home with me, but I think you'd be colder than you are now. What are you carrying in your beak? Why, it's a piece of glass. Deep blue like the sky in summer. I think you want me to have it, don't you, little swallow? Oh, it is so pretty. Perhaps if I take it home to my father, he'll forget to whip me. Oh, what a lovely blue stone. Thank you, little swallow. Thank you.
She was laughing, little swallow, wasn't she? That sound paid me 1,000 times for the loss of my eyes. You have been a splendid messenger, dear little swallow. And now you must start on your journey to Egypt. You must not stay in this cruel cold any longer. No, little swallow. It is kind of you to say that you will never leave me. But I do not need you any longer. And so fly away to your brothers in Egypt. For I have heard you sigh for the scent of the lotus flowers. And I know that you miss your sleep in the tomb of the great kings. So go with my blessing for all the help you have given me. Do you really mean what you say, little swallow? Or are you speaking out of kindness to me? Yes, you could be my eyes by day, and at night you could sleep at my feet. Well then, little swallow, Fly over the city. Fly swiftly, but miss nothing. Tell me of the misery and want you find there. I have a plan to lessen some of it. Go, little swallow. Return soon and tell me what you have seen.
It is cold under the bridge here. There are no doors to shut out the wind. Even if we shut out the wind, we could not shut out our hunger.
I wandered near the meat shops today. There were succulent sides of beef. There was mutton and sweetbreads and kidneys. And then I went past the baker's house. His oven smelled sweet. I asked for a loaf. He gave me a kick.
Why do you talk of all this? It will not make us less hungry. No, nor more so.
That is true. Hunger and cold and the lack of bed are one to us. We are beggars. The poor can spare nothing, and the rich are stingy. I wandered near the fruit merchants. There were bunches of glistening grapes. There were melons and bananas from hot countries. There were figs and dates.
You promised to pay me on the 1st of the month. It is now the 2nd. And still you don't have the money.
I shall have it for you next week. I speak truly. My husband will be very busy at his bench. He is a good workman, and we shall be able to pay you with all the interest.
Next week is not this week. Your husband will not hesitate to give me the money if I go to his shop.
Oh, no, you must not do that. Do not do that, I pray you. He must never know that I borrowed money from you. Or why?
Or why, pretty lady?
You know that it was for my brother who was in trouble.
Yes, of course, sweet lady. For a brother who was in trouble.
It's not a very heavy ring, and I shall give you 2 shillings for it.
Only 2 shillings?
It is a good price, I think.
I must buy food, and that ring is my wedding ring. When it is gone, there'll be nothing left to sell. Perhaps you could let me have 3 shillings on it. 3 shillings, yes?
I shall give you 2 shillings, as I said. It's a good price.
It is good to have a fire tonight. There are many without a fire tonight. And we have some bread in the larder. I bought it from the baker boy. It fell from his basket and was only a little bit dirty. You must look very closely to see the dirt on it. Give me food, and I shall eat forever.
To wear that coat for just one day.
But it was all fire.
I cannot afford drugs, Doctor, to ease the pain. We could not find any wood for a fire, Mother. The bills must be paid somehow. We could move to a smaller room.
She was beautiful, and now she is haggard. We've always gone ragged, it seems.
He spends all his time in the tavern now.
The winter fevers will get us sooner or later.
Her husband's dead, and she is helpless.
Coal is not for the poor.
I had meat once.
How shall we live through the winter?
What is our life to us?
My children send faces and like knives in my heart.
Huddle close together. We may be warmer.
We are hungry.
We are cold. We are in pain. We are ill.
We are dying.
Hope has left us. And manly pride. And honor.
We are hungry.
We are starving.
Why do we live?
We are hungry.
We are homeless. We are in pain.
We are weary. Hungry. Weary.
Yes, little swallow. You have missed nothing. There is great suffering, and we can do so little. But listen, I am covered all over with fine gold. Every night you will strip a leaf of this gold from me and take it to some needy soul. And thus as I slowly lose my own luster, it shall shine in the eyes of the downtrodden. All done, little swallow, all done. I have not even one speck of my former brightness left. I was once so proud, a happy prince. And now I must be a pitiable sight. I heard the mayor talking about me this morning, and I know that he will soon have me pulled down. I am not sorry. But you, faithful little swallow, who will never again see the sun blood red on the pyramids, or hear the river horse in the reeds by the sleepy river, you I love. And I am sad to see you going to the house of death. And yet, death is only the brother of sleep, is he not? And I am tired. So wait a moment, and I shall come with you. Dear, dear little swallow, we shall be together. You are dead, little swallow, and my heart is cold and breaking.
I have called you together, gentlemen, to discuss a matter that concerns the pride of the town.
What matter is this, Mr. Mayor?
I refer to the statue of the Happy Prince. As I was walking through the marketplace this morning, I happened to look up at him, and I noticed that he was very shabby, gentlemen, very shabby. Have any of you noticed him?
It is true, Mr. Mayor, true. The Happy Prince is no longer the pride and ornament of the marketplace. The ruby has fallen from his sword. His eyes are gone, and he is golden no longer. In fact, he is little better than a beggar.
You are very observant. And then, too, I noticed a dead bird at his feet. A dirty, bedraggled swallow.
Yes, I too saw the bird.
Well, then, since the statue is no longer beautiful, he is no longer useful. Do you all agree with me?
Absolutely. Yes, of course.
Very
good.
Yes,
we all agree.
Yes.
It's undeniable. Most assuredly. Yes.
And so I propose that we pass a resolution to melt down the Happy Prince.
Agreed. A resolution.
Melt him down.
I suggest it. Yes. I'm all good now.
And when he is removed from his pedestal, I propose that we erect a substitute.
Yes, substitute. Yes.
A substitute not unworthy, I trust, of the place the Happy Prince once held in our hearts.
Good idea. A happy plan.
By all means.
Very thing. How right he is.
And not unworthy substitute.
And this substitute, Mr. Mayor, shall be...
Well, my friends and advisers, what could be more fitting than a statue of myself?
Himself?
What? A statue of himself?
Why, that is monstrous.
The statue should be of me.
No, I should have the statue.
I have been longest in council here.
The people would wish me on a pedestal and no one else.
If we must have a statue, I am best fitted to be the subject.
I have a broad brow.
I comport myself with dignity.
I should look well in bronze.
Let it be a man of action like myself, perhaps on a horse.
They will erect my statue sooner or later. Now is a fine opportunity.
I have given most to the treasury. They could repay me with dishonor.
Oh, let it be a young man like myself with a bit of swagger.
As the mayor, the honor should be mine alone.
But I have a new coat.
The statue would look well in a new coat.
I have been told that I greatly resemble the Happy Prince.
How they boast of their miserable shortcomings. Let the statue be a fitting one. Me, for example.
No.
Me.
What is the matter with you? You peer into the furnace as though you see demons inside.
Well, come here. Have a look for yourself. Do you see anything? Any metal?
Yes. Piece of lead, that's all. At least it looks like lead. Because if it were, it would have melted long ago.
It is lead. Watch. I lift it out of the furnace. Here it is, on the tongs. Do you notice that it hasn't even changed color?
Why, it is shaped like a heart.
It is a heart. The heart of the Happy Prince.
You mean the statue that was pulled down in the marketplace?
That's the one. They brought it in this morning, shabby and cracked open as though it had burst. The jewels from the eyes and the sword were gone, plucked out by crows probably, and the gold coat was rotted off by the wind and the rain. I melted him down, except for the heart, which will not melt at all.
Yes, there must be a great deal of stone in it. But throw it onto the rubbish pile over there. Oh, wait. Is that a bird? A swallow?
Yes, but it is dead. When they brought in the statue, the swallow was lying dead at his feet.
Well, I should have thought it still too cold for the swallows to come home.
I, too. But perhaps it's a sign of an early spring.
Well, throw the heart beside the swallow. Let us go on with our work.
Very well. It's done.
Yeah. The heart and the swallow. They put me in mind of something.
Put you in mind of what?
Let me think a moment. Yes, I remember. It was at the play the other evening. The overseer gave me a ticket. It was by a young playwright, and I couldn't understand it. For the lines seemed silly.
Silly? Why silly?
Well, the last scene was in heaven. And God looked over our town and said to one of his angels, "Bring me back the two most precious things you can find in the town."
And what did the angel bring?
He brought a leaden heart and a dead bird. And God said, "You have rightly chosen, for in my garden of paradise this little bird shall sing forevermore, and the happy prince shall praise me."
That is the story of the Happy Prince.
Tune in next week at the same time for another presentation of the Columbia Workshop. The Columbia Workshop has presented as a special holiday program Oscar Wilde's The Happy Prince. Leopold Prosser adapted the story for radio. The Columbia Workshop is under the direction of Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting. The Columbia Workshop. At some time or other, everyone has felt a keen desire to change his lot, to break away from his accustomed routine and embark on an entirely new mode of living. For the purpose of our story, we assume that this same urge is felt by characters who are purely fictitious, and that the immortals of literature, who exist only between the well-worn covers of books, yearn for release from monotony, even as you and I. In the fantasy we're about to present, the feelings expressed by the people you meet are their own, and not inspired by the authors who created them. Having escaped through Copyright Lane into the limitless expanse of the public domain, they seek to assert themselves as independent entities. We present the Messrs. Tony and Samuel Weller from the Pickwick Papers, Sarah Gamp and her mythical friend Mrs. Eris from Martin Chiselwit, Alice, the Duchess, the Mad Hatter, the Mock Turtle, the White Knight, and the Dormouse from the Alice books by Lewis Carroll. And from the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark by William Shakespeare, we give you the melancholy Dane himself. Having announced our list of characters, we leave them to speak for themselves. Hush, here they come.
No, Sammy, I've changed my mind. I ain't a-coming with you. I don't want to go making no changes at my time of life.
Now, look here, Alden. Seeing as that was me made you famous in a manner of speaking, by having had you for a father, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for a wanting of me to go about in a new world like a orphan.
Orphan's what it's going to be, Samuel. No public domains for me, that's what I says. Give me the people what I came into the world with. Mr. Pickwick, Mr. Jingle, Mr. Tupman, and the rest on them. I feels at home with them. I don't want to go meeting no strangers.
And why not? There's lots of people as good as us in the public domain. All the Shakespeare people there is, and Cleopatra, and the Queen of Sheba. Hundreds and thousands of them there is. And you can meet 'em all if you'll only come out of your shell.
And supposing I doesn't like 'em when I meet some, Samuel?
Then you can give 'em a piece of your mind like you used to do in Pickwick, can't you?
Well, Sammy, I could try me hand at it, so to speak. But if I doesn't have Mr. Dickens along to put the words in me mouth, I mightn't make such a very good fist on it.
Well, you never knows what you can do till you tries. As the elephant said when they asked him if he could play the piano.
Well, Samuel, I might go with you, Vance, if it'll keep you quiet to sort of try it. Who knows but what we might meet Mr. Dickens himself there, if all you says is true.
Oh, no, Holden. Mr. Dickens won't be there. No chance of that. He was a author, and authors never goes into the public domain themselves. They don't like it. And they don't like their characters are going there neither. But there ain't nothing they can do to stop 'em when they've been alive as long as you and me have.
All right, Sammy. There ain't never no time like the present. So if your heart's set on it, just let me button up my gaiters and off we go.
Well, Holden, what do you think on it?
Think of what, Sammy?
Why does the public domain?
Oh, I don't see nothing wonderful about it. Looks like a bit of Sussex to me down Clayton way. Queer lot of people about, though.
Well, you know, Holden, it takes all kinds of people to make literature. You mustn't forget there's you and me is for literature.
Yes, we are, Sammy. And maybe as how we ought to have stayed there. Tell me, Sammy, is we likely to meet any bidders?
Yeah, just as like as not, Holden. You know, there's a lot of them in literature, fact and fiction.
Oh, the bidders as I ever knowed was matters of friction, Samuel. And none on 'em knowed what a fact was. Bidders. Oh, Samuel, protect me from the bidders.
You'll have to learn to protect yourself, Holden. And you better be pretty quick about it, too, because you're going to meet lots on 'em there. Why, here's one a-coming now. Good morning, Mrs. Gamp.
Oh, and if it ain't that there nice Sammy Weller. Oh, and your poor dear Pa, too. I suppose you say you're going to the convention.
Look after me, Samuel. Look after me.
You know, as I was saying to my dear friend Mrs. Harris only this morning, Mrs. Harris, I says, I'm a-going over to that there convention in the public domain, I says. And she says to me, Harris, she says, I'd more than half a mind to come with you, she says. But I didn't want her to traipsing along, Mr. Weller.
And why not? 2 villas is only half as dangerous as one.
Oh, Mr. Weller, if you ain't the one. You always was one for your little jokes, wasn't you?
I ain't joking, ma'am. Villas is poison, ma'am. That's what I says, poison.
Oh, so that's it, is it? Poison?
Yes, ma'am, poison. And speaking of poison, how did you happen to become a villa, ma'am?
Oh, dare you imbibing old varmint. Why, you know...
No, what's this here? What is it? What's the matter, Holden? I'll leave you alone with a lady for half a minute, but you must go a-getting of it all excited.
Oh, Mr. Sammy, I'm so glad you're here to protect me.
But I ain't, ma'am. This old wagabone father of mine needs all the protection I got. But here comes a gentleman what looks like one of them knights of chivalry. He might protect you if he ain't got nothing better to do.
Well, I never. If it ain't that dear, kind, good gentleman, Mr. Gallagher. Just in time to save a poor, weak woman what's being imposed on.
You honor me too much, fair lady.
Fair lady? Oh, Mr. Galahad. Oh, ain't you the one? Oh, but not that I haven't seen better days and always had me own horses until that there Mr. Dickens took advantage of me and put me in a book.
I was about to say, madam, that you honor me too much in calling me Sir Galahad. That noble knight is many leagues away.
Well, who are you then, a-coming along and a-raising up me hopes like that? Just like all the rest of the men, always imposing on a widow lady.
I am but a poor white knight, offering my services to such as are in need of them. At the moment, I have under my protection this little gal, whom I found weeping beside a broken looking-glass.
Ah, the poor little darling. And what's your name? What's the matter, lovey? Lost your tongue? Can't you say good morning to your dear old Auntie Sarah? Come on, Ducky, shake hands, that's right. Oh, we're going to be great friends, aren't we, darling?
Oh, you hurt me. I don't like you. We're not going to be friends, and I'm sure you're not my aunt. Please send her away, White Knight.
Well, madam, that is... I...
Yeah, then, Eldon, you better stay out of this here.
Alice? Alice?
Look, who's this funny old woman coming in at us? Look at all of them funny people with her.
Alice, where are you? Where are you? Oh, there you are, you naughty girl. Come along at once. We'll be late for the convention.
It's the Duchess. Oh, I'm so glad she's come.
Come along this instant. I've got to go and find the orders. Now, how do you think we can have a convention if you aren't there to pour tea? Oh, you'll break my heart.
Come on, Mr. Weller. We can follow her, and then we shan't lose ourselves.
All right, ma'am. Lead the way.
Yeah, doing all right, Elden, for one who don't like bitters.
I knows what I'm a-doing of, Sammy. There's safety in numbers, me boy. There's safety in numbers.
Now see what you've done. Our nice new friends have left us, and the Duchess has gone and dissolved into tears.
She hasn't gone anywhere. She dissolved right here. She'll be back directly.
But how can she come back if she hasn't gone?
Let's ask the Hatter. He was right behind her when she went.
But you said she didn't go.
Now you're being stupid. Go over and stand on your own square. And don't you move until I tell you to. Now, where's that Hatter? Oh, there you are. What shall we do about the Duchess, Hatter?
Let's have an inquest.
But she isn't there.
How do you know she isn't?
She was here just a minute ago.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Then we shall have to wait until the day after tomorrow.
Certainly not. She might not go. Then we couldn't have an inquest. It would never do. Give me my fountain pen.
Where is it?
In my pocket.
Which pocket?
My vest pocket. My pen and ink vest pocket.
Alice! Alice!
Oh, there's that stupid mock turtle. I wonder what he wants.
Off with his head! Off with his head! And we'll all have soup for tea.
There, it's the Duchess. I told you she hadn't gone.
All our trouble for nothing.
What trouble? We didn't have the inquest.
No, but we might have had. Then where should we have been?
Here, of course.
No, we shouldn't. We should have been where the Duchess was.
But she wasn't anywhere.
And that's just where we should have been. Nowhere. Oh, let's change the subject. Where's that mock turtle?
He's crawling away. Bring him back. It's nearly dinner time. Come, Turtle. Nice Turtle. Come along, Turtle.
But I don't want to come till after dinner.
I think you're very unkind, Turtle. If you feel you'd rather we didn't have any dinner, I'll speak to the Duchess about it. Oh, she's gone. I do believe she's running after that old Mr. Weller that was here.
Doesn't make any difference. We shall see them all at the convention. Move the white knight, Alice. Come along, Turtle.
Thank you very much, and while we're on the way, I'll tell you the sad story of my life.
You've told us that before. It begins once I was a real turtle.
I'm very sorry, but I made that up. I'll tell you the real story this time.
How can a mock turtle have a real story?
Be quiet, Hatter. Can't you see the poor thing is very sorry for himself? Begin, Turtle.
Thank you. My mother, a beautiful fat brown cow, was born in Gibraltar. A silver spoon was in her mouth, round her neck a golden halter.
That's not very good poetry.
Don't interrupt, Hatter. Go on, Turtle.
She was clever and sweet, with very small feet, an admirer of Mrs. Grundy, and her friends with a glad, proud smile she'd greet when she took me to church on Sunday. How happy was I in my Cartwheel days as I nibbled the grass and clover. You'd not find another with my sweet ways if you searched the whole world over. But soon I came on a troublous time, as always with cattle and men. For when father was called to a happier clime, poor mother, she married again. Oh, sad is the lot of a bovine tot, stepped sired by a Holstein bull. With clouds my sky was overshot, my sorrowing cup was full. At an auction one day, my step-papa was sold to a vigorous bidder, and then, for the second time, Mamma was a lorn and lonely widow. At last she died, and I was so benumbed by this bereavement, I stayed a calf, I refused to grow. Observe the great achievement. For had I died, 'twould have been my lot to be flavored with mace and myrtle, and basil and thyme, and chopped shallot, and guzzled as pure mock turtle.
Poor mock turtle.
I didn't say poor, I said pure, and please don't interrupt. But such a fate I scorn to meet. I would not end so lowly, for life, I swear, is very sweet by everything that's holy. Frustration, though, doth wait for me, for now my frame so scrawny, not e'en mock turtle can it be, just plain mulligatawny.
Oh, you poor thing. Isn't there anything we can do for him, Hatter?
Best thing we can do is to keep him out of the way of the Duchess. She loves mulligatawny. Look at the way she's always throwing pepper at anybody.
That isn't the Duchess, it's the cook.
Well, what's the difference? The Duchess pays her to do it, doesn't she?
She hasn't paid her cook for months.
Alice? Alice?
Oh, there's the Duchess again, Hatter. Whatever shall we do? She's terribly angry.
She always is.
Ah, there you are. Why aren't you at the convention? Where have you been?
We were just going to the convention.
I didn't ask where you were going. I asked where you've been.
We haven't been anywhere.
Where are you now?
Here.
Then, here is where you were. And this is where you've been, isn't it? Oh, I'll teach you. Where's that there turtle? I want my dinner.
Oh, I knew this was going to happen.
Oh, please, Duchess, don't eat the mock turtle. Besides, he isn't a real mock turtle. He's only a mulligatawny.
So, he's been deceiving me, has he? Off with his head. I hate mulligatawny.
Just like a woman, she always told me she loved it.
This way, Semival, this way.
Now, see what you've done. Wasted all this time, and now those Dickens people are coming back. Off with you. Down to the convention. Hurry, get along.
Yes, you're right, Eldon. This is where he was. Look, there they go now. We can easily catch him.
Hold on, Sammy. Hold on. I ain't so young as I used to be, and this here strange climate seems to get me in the windbag.
All right, Eldon. Take it easy now. Now, don't go getting of yourself all excited like. Sit down a minute.
Thank you, Sammy. Yeah, I'll be all right in a minute or two. Did we give her the slip, Sammy? Did we give her the slip, that there gamp vidder?
Fair shame to you now, and that's something. But you never can tell when she might find us again.
Well, if she does, Sammy, all I ask is that you don't leave me alone with her. That's all I ask. Oh, I wish as how I hadn't never come along with you, Sammy. Then I shouldn't never have met her.
Oh, look after you, Eldon. But you must remember all the nice people you meet in here. That little Alice, and the Otter, and even that there funny old Duchess has her points.
Maybe she has, Sammy, but she's got him pretty well covered up. Now, what's this here turtle critter a wanting of?
Excuse me, sirs, and may please your exalted highnesses, I bring an invitation from the Duchess. She requests the pleasure of your company at afternoon tea.
Oh, afternoon tea, is it? I thought it was a convention.
Afternoon tea is always a convention with the Duchess.
And what's we going to convene about?
Well, there's the price of pork, election of officers, boundaries of the public domain, a nomination of a president. Both parties are expected at the Duchess's party. There are two, sir, the reprobates and the publicans.
And which one do you want us to vote for?
The one you can get the most out of course.
It's quite democratic, ain't it, Eldon?
What I wants to know is, who is this here Duchess, and what's she Duchess of?
Good sir, she's my mistress, the Duchess of Wonderland.
How about the Duke? Will he be there?
Alas, sir, there is no Duke.
Just what I thought. You can go and tell your Duchess what as how Tony Vella don't take tea with no vitters.
Well, Eldon, if you don't want to come, you needn't. But I'm a-going, and you can wait till Luck comes back. And if you asks me, what I says is that how the widders has more cause to be afraid of you than you has to be afraid of the vitters. So goodbye, Governor. I'll see you when it comes back, if I ever does come back.
Of all the ingratitudinous weasels I ever did see, that's what comes of treating of them kind. Oh, Samuel, to think of you were going off and leaving me like this.
Your pardon, sir. I trust I do not intrude.
And if you does, what then?
Then, sir, I shall continue on my way. I chanced to see that you were torn as by some grief, and so in decency did I stop to offer you such service as I may.
And coming nicely, I'm sure. I begs your pardon for speaking kind of rough, but that there Sammy boy of mine has been and gone and left me here in parts I haven't never saw before. Name of Vella, sir. Tony Vella.
And I, sir, am Hamlet, Prince of Denmark.
Prince, eh? Think of that. Hobnobbing with the blue bloods, I am. I've just had an invitation to a tea party with the Duchess. Think of that.
Indeed, sir. To that same party I am wending. Let us go together.
That'd be all right if I was a-going, which I ain't.
What good, sir? Not going to enjoy the delightful hospitality of her Grace, the Duchess?
That's what I said. Did her ain't she?
Alas, these many years.
Versa and versa. Vitters is poison, that's what, poison.
Good sir, thou placed upon the tender string. I see thou art a man of understanding, and I would seek thy aid.
The help of such a me wouldn't be good to the likes of you.
I prithee, lend thine ear. In days long past, when I was but a lad, a noxious villain, probing into matters which concerned him not, William Shakespeare by name, spy upon me at the play. He thought not of the evil he did to me, and took me free of guile within his brain, and it turned me round, and let it spew me, summoned forth into the world, the vaporing offspring of a mother indifferent to mistake.
Sounds to me as if you was a wrong-un, Governor, to go a-defending of yourself like that.
And that, good sir, is just the burden of my tale. For from that evil day, I've roamed the world, strutted and stalked on every stage, mouthed and jibed in every tongue, including the Scandinavian, had been discussed and torn apart by all who paid their pittance to observe me in the ravings. The melancholy Dane. Was Hamlet mad? Good sir, I pray you tell me in very truth, was Hamlet mad?
So it's uncommon queer you should be a-carrying on like that, Mr. Hamlet. You know, I'm a victim myself.
I thought perchance 'twas so. And to what rogue do you owe your plight?
I wouldn't go so far as to say he was a rogue, Mr. Hamlet. Maybe he was a bit arrogant, like. Sort of one of them there dreamers what brings us poor, helpless critters into the world without a thinking of the harm they're a-doing of us.
Thou speak as a man of thought and reason, Sir Tony.
Exactly, Mr. Hamlet. And I'm glad as how you recognise us as a gentleman when you sees one. Not as how I am, Sir Tony, as your Highness was good enough to call me, but what as how I might have been, Sir Tony, or even Lord Tony, if that there Charlie Dickens hadn't made up his mind as I was only fit to handle horses and run away from villas.
Which brings us to the purpose of our visit to the Duchess.
Hold on now, hold on. What purpose? What visit? I tells you, Mr. Hamlet, I ain't a-going to visit no Duchess. That's why I'm a-sitting here alone. You can go by yourself, your Highness. No vidder Duchesses for me.
Oh, what fools these mortals be. Your whole state of being irks you, yet nothing will you do to change it. With what hard, I spoke a line not mine by deed of gift.
Well, your Highness, I don't see as how going to tea with the Duchesses are going to help.
Oh, it isn't only going to be tea. It's really a very important convention. A lot of influential literary characters will be there. We hope to get sufficient support to enable us to make a declaration of independence. The king, queen, the knave of hearts are coming. The knave is the postmaster general, and many of the court, from diamonds, clubs, and spades. We might get a full pack, and we could have a new deal.
It might help a bit. But what's this here Duchess got to do with it?
The Duchess is a person of the greatest importance in literature, particularly to the younger generation.
I haven't never heard of it.
Never heard of the Duchess of Wonderland?
Come to think on it, it seems as I recollect Miss Trotwood telling young Master Copperfield about her one day.
You know, Mr. Weller, the Duchess has never really liked herself.
Don't wonder at that. But seeing as how you make such a point on it, I'll come. But look hard at me, your Highness. Don't let her go a-setting off her cap at me. I'm ready. Which way?
'Tis but a short distance. One can almost hear the chattering from here. See, the tables spread upon the lawn beneath the...
Hello, Eldon. Who's your gloomy-looking friend?
Samuel, I'm ashamed on you. This here's a poor, misunderstood gentleman from Denmark, named Hamlet. What is how he's a prince? Your Highness, this is me very own son Samuel, and a sore trial he is, too.
Pleased to meet you, Your Highness. But you'd better go over and speak to the Duchess. Very touchy she is.
Samuel! Samuel! Oh, there you are. Who are these people? Where are their invitations? Off with their heads.
Yeah, that's a nice thing, ain't it?
Silence. Who are you? Who's your friend? Why does he look so sad? Have you been drinking? Don't twiddle with your thumbs. Don't stand up. Don't sit down. Where are your tickets? Have you paid your tax? Speak when you're spoken to and don't answer back. Silence. Well, why don't you say something?
May it please your grace.
Silence. The meeting will now come to order. The secretary will call the roll. If you're here, don't bother to answer. If you're not here, raise your right hand. Proceed with the calling of the roll, Mr. Secretary of State.
Alice, Tony Weller, Sam Weller, Duchess, Dormouse, White Knight, Mad Hatter, Hamlet, Napoleon, King of Hearts, Secretary of the Treasury, and all the rest. Everybody present, Mr. Chairman, except those who didn't come.
The convention is now in session. The first item on the program is the collection of the carpet tax.
We don't want no carpet tax.
Then, stupid, How are you going to keep your rugs from sliding? Silence! We're going to open the meeting with the singing of a new campaign song written by the Hatter. But as there may be some later rivals, we shall not call on the Hatter until a little later. In the meantime, we are fortunate in having with us a gentleman from Denmark who is going to tell us about the ancient memorial privileges of the Caucasian Aborigines. My lords and ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce Prince Hamlet of Denmark.
May it please your grace. When I was a boy, I served a term...
That's what he did, 6 months in Pentonville.
Thank you. I'm sure we've all learned a great deal from this wonderful message. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mock Turtle will now propose a vote of confidence in Prince Hamlet. Order for the Mock Turtle.
I proposes a vote of confidence in Prince Hamlet.
What I wants to know is that there Mock Turtle a man or a woman? And if so, is he a villain?
A vote of confidence is now before the meeting. All those not in favor shall have their heads chopped off. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The vote of confidence is passed, obsequious, unanimous, ubiquitously.
Well, what does that there mean?
It's a new word of my own. It means with all due deference by everybody, everywhere, God save the Queen, rule Britannia, and thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman!
The White Knight! Order for the White Knight.
Your Grace, my lords and ladies and gentlemen. There comes a tide in the affairs of man when he who waits for that which never was and never is to be must inevitably discover that the cave dwellers of Olympus are indisputably diminuendo furioso adagio lacrimoso, horrifico esperanto manantropo, zodiacate capricornum, multipa veniti elapsus fungus. Ain't that the truth?
Order!
We are gathered here this afternoon to claim the inalienable right to live our simple lives as individuals, free and unhampered by the sickly sentiments and sloppy phrases assigned to us by the selfish interests of the unsolicited authors of our lives.
Here, hooray and encore!
If there are others here who will endorse my sentiments, and I'm sure there must be, we can, by asserting ourselves persistently and inflexibly, achieve our purpose of walking unmolested in the public domain, without fear of being suppressed by the tyrants who conceived us. For men may come and men may go, but we go on forever.
Why don't you say something, Sheldon?
That's what I will.
Order for Mr. Willer.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I wants to know is, how long is you and me, the immortals of literature, are going to make ourselves ridiculous by a dropping of our G's and H's, cause them what made us was so ignorant as they didn't know how a gentleman should talk. I'm proposing a restitution as how in the future we talks as we are doing of now, like educated people, and not make laughing stocks of ourselves forever, amen, and thanking you kindly by then all.
Would anyone else like to address the meeting? Please, your guys. Silence for Mrs. Gamp. Mrs. Gamp.
Coming as I does from the same family as them nice Cinderella, so to speak, well as I know the horrible hardships endured by a lady of quality such as me when she has to speak ignorant in polite society. And another thing, this here matter of Pabs and Stitch. And as I always been held up as an horrible example for putting of me lips to the bottle when I feel disposed. As a matter of fact, I swear, as though I never touches a drop unless I'm indisposed, which I'm sorry to say is somewhat frequent, suffering as I does from a weak heart. I thank that there White Knight with tears in my eyes for his noble sentiments. And as I was saying to my dear friend Mrs. Harris only this morning, Mrs. Harris,
What do you mean, Mrs. Gamp? You know very well that there is never no such a person.
And who says that I? What's the matter here?
What are they doing, lovey? Oh, well, if it ain't the dear blessed soul herself come to help her. Dear old Mary and supper. Oh, Mrs. Ellis, Dudley, there's all of them. Oh, tea is ready. Come along. Everybody come to tea. Take your seats, everyone, and be quiet. Mr. Weller is going to sing our new campaign song, and I want you all to join in the chorus. Mr. Weller.
Oh, the copyright law is an horrible bane to all who are born of a novelist's brain. And now that we're gathered at 5 o'clock tea, we'll cast off our parents and set ourselves free. So after the butter, melted in jam, broken on the button and rum on her hand, say salt and the pudding and peppery ale, put authors and agents and lawyers in jail.
You have just heard a performance of Public Domain by Eustace Wyatt, presented by the Columbia Workshop. This week's production was directed by Earl McGill. Tune in next Saturday at this same time for another Columbia Workshop presentation. The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese. Ladies and gentlemen, the Columbia Workshop presents as its 31st program in a series devoted to experimental radio, the first of a new group of demonstration programs designed to acquaint you with the unusual properties of the human ear. Your ears have characteristics as definite as your weight or height, the color of your eyes, or the quality of your voice. Because these characteristics must be reckoned with in telephoning and in transmitting programs by radio to you, the ear has been a subject for exhaustive scientific research. Modern laboratory equipment, scientists have learned a great deal about the amazing properties of this organ. And some of the apparatus developed during these studies has also been of great value in the fields of education, music, pathology, and allied sciences. The Columbia Workshop hopes to bring you from time to time on its schedule programs which will demonstrate and acquaint you with the interesting story of these inventions and achievements. We have been fortunate in securing the cooperation of scientists at the Bell Telephone Laboratories, one of America's foremost research institutions, where these studies have been carried on as an aid to improving the telephone for this and future broadcasts. Dr. John C. Steinberg of the Bell Telephone Laboratories staff, who has done a great deal of investigation on the characteristics of the human ear, will conduct tonight's experiment. Dr. Steinberg.
Many of us have marveled at the apparatus which makes radio possible, but are inclined to take for granted an ancient instrument without which radio could not exist. The human ear has been thousands of years in development, and its construction and function is vastly more intricate than the most modern radio equipment. Tonight, I wish to describe and demonstrate what is probably the most interesting quality of the ear, its ability to judge the pitch of sound. What color is to the eye, pitch is to the ear. Without the ability of the eye to sense color, the world would be a drab place of black and white. Without the ability of the ear to judge pitch, the world of sound in its various phases, from the sweeping beauty of music to the recognition of the voices of friends, would be reduced to a monotony of primitive sound. Let us begin the demonstration by listening to the very simplest form of sound, a pure tone. You undoubtedly noticed that this tone was not pleasant to the ear. Now listen to the same tone again, and then listen while we introduce a minute change in pitch. In the latter tone, the pitch was varied only 3% and at a rate of 6 times per second. The ability of your ear to appreciate this small change altered a sound from a lifeless tone to one having an almost musical quality, like the sound of a human voice singing a high note. Under normal room conditions, the ear can detect a change 1,000 times as small as the one you heard. Such pitch variations, when they occur in music, enhance the artistic effects. This is particularly true in the human voice, as will now be demonstrated by Mr. Douglas Stanley, distinguished vocal teacher. Mr. Stanley.
Few people realize when listening to the ringing tones of a great singer that the pitch and intensity are fluctuating over a wide range. There are two separate and distinct types of voice movement, vibrato and tremolo. The real singer employs the vibrato, and the crooner, that is, any performer who sings very softly close up to the microphone, absolute tremolo. This tremolo is quite similar to the warble tone you have just heard. The vibrato is characterized by a fluctuation of intensity as well as of pitch. A steady tone is very unpleasant to listen to, since it sounds dead and lacks freedom, vibrancy, and those characteristics of tone which we hear as good quality. I have with me in the studio two pupils, a baritone, Mr. Lawrence Reed, and a soprano, Miss Gertrude Gibson, who I will ask to produce tones as nearly steady as possible. You will notice the extremely unpleasant quality. Again, when the vibrato is too slow, the quality is bad. Mr. Reed will sing a tone with far too slow a vibrato, which he will then speed up until a proper frequency is attained. Notice the improvement in the quality as the speed of the vibrato increases. A pianissimo tone has practically no vibrato, and as the intensity is increased, the vibrato widens, until, at fortissimo, a very wide movement is heard. I will ask both Mr. Reed and Miss Gibson to show the swell on the vibrato. It is very difficult for a properly trained singer to produce a tremolo, but I will ask the soprano to try to do so. Notice the relative rapidity of the flutter. The tremolo occurs when the throat is in constricted tension and the walls of this cavity flutter. The tremolo employed by the crooner is a relatively rapid flutter, since it occurs from 7 to 11 times a second, while the vibrato movement is never more than 6.5 times a second and may be as low as 5. The ideal speed is 6. When the absolute tremolo is amplified for broadcasting, the effect is very pleasant. The vibrato, which only occurs when the muscles of the throat are in opening tension, is the result of an on and off impulse to all the muscles used in the act of phonation. The breathing muscles coordinate with this movement, while they do not coordinate with the tremolo. The vibrato allows the singer to produce full, free tones without building up tension on the muscles involved. It is employed by the singer for rhythmic purposes and for accent. It is also the basis of clean, clear-cut, rapid singing. All runs should be sung in the vibrato. I will ask Miss Gibson to vibrato 5 times, and then a run of 5 notes, 5 tones of the major scale on the vibrato. I'll now extend this process and ask her to vibrato in groups of 4, and then run a scale. When the voice moves from tone to tone on the vibrato, all slurring or jerking is eliminated, and the singer is able to accomplish a true legato. Again, when a note is tied over through an accent or a beat, the accent is indicated by one vigorous vibrato. Where a slur is indicated on the music, the singer vibratos up or down, producing a pearly musical effect pleasant to the ear, in place of a slur, which is a form of steady tone, despite the fact that the pitch changes, and is therefore unpleasant to the ear. Mr. Lawrence Reed will sing part of Du bist wie eine Blume by Schumann, illustrating these points. Sung tone should have movement. The proper movement is vibrato. However, a tremolo sounds pleasant when amplified for broadcasting or recording, despite the fact that it is always associated with a very soft tone. Of course, the singer who uses a real vibrato gives a far more dramatic and compelling performance. And now, Miss Gibson will sing part of Madame Butterfly's entrance from the opera Madame Butterfly, illustrating the use of the vibrato. Sum up, all singing should be done on the vibrato, which starts when the singer starts singing and never stops until he is silent. The steady tone is always anathema, since our ears only perceive a fluctuating tone as one of good quality.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. The pitch of a musical sound is the position it has on the musical scale. And this position is simply the one your ears would give it by comparing it with others of the same pitch and noticing the likeness. The ability of persons to recognize pitch varies to a high degree. Some people acquire by training and aptitude a remarkable ability to place tones in the musical scale when they have no comparison to aid them. This ability is referred to as absolute pitch. We have in the studio Mark Arno, Columbia's well-known conductor, who is noted for his keen ability to assign pitch values to musical tones. We are going to sound several tones and ask you and Mr. Warno to place their pitch value. See if you agree with these answers, and then we will tell you how close he came to being right.
Well, that was the main natural above middle C.
Correct, Mr. Warno. The note you just heard was A above middle C. As most of you know, the smallest pitch interval on the standard musical scale is a sema or half tone. It is the difference between a black and the nearest white notes on the piano. We will now give Mr. Warno a tone that is not on the musical scale, but falls between two of the standard musical notes. See how close you can come, too.
That was about an E natural, approaching E natural above middle C.
As the note was halfway between E and F, above middle C, Mr. Warno's answer was correct. He was not only able to place the tone, but was able to tell approximately where it was located on the scale. We will now sound the tone very much nearer to the standard tone, but still not on the musical scale, and see how closely Mr. Warno can place it.
That was almost a B natural around 7 tones above middle C.
Right, Mr. Warno. The note that was played was 1/8 of an octave above B natural.
The difference Mr. Warner was able to detect was so slight that it would be undetectable to many people. Now listen carefully and see if you can detect the difference. While we first play the note Mr. Warner recognized, and then the standard note nearest it. Thank you, Mr. Warner. The demonstration you just heard of absolute pitch sensitivity illustrates the delicate qualities of perception the ear is capable of, where it has been trained to perform such work. But your own ears are called on each second they listen to sounds to perform even more delicate work unconsciously. Without pitch sensitivity, a violin and a piano would sound almost alike to you. In the next portion of our demonstration, I should like to show just why they do not sound alike and what your ear does to make the difference. All musical sounds have a fundamental tone and several additional tones called harmonics. Such a sound can be likened to a house, the foundation of which is the fundamental, and the harmonics the structure, floor by floor. There is not very much difference in the kind of foundation buildings have, but once the structure rises, they vary considerably. Here is a fundamental tone, like the foundation of a house. Now we add one harmonic. The building starts to rise. Now we add 2 stories to the base. Now the fundamental plus 3 harmonics. You notice that as the harmonic structure was built up, the tone began to assume more identifiable musical proportions. All the tones you just heard had the same fundamental or foundation. The addition of the harmonics changed the quality of the tone, but not the pitch. Here is an interesting demonstration. Listen to a simple tone played in fundamental tones only. Now listen to the same tune played in harmonics only, with the fundamental tone stripped. And now in fundamentals again at first, and then with 3 different harmonic changes. As you listen, remember that the same notes are being used each time, only the harmonics are being altered. So you see that each tone has a foundation called the fundamental and several floors called harmonics. The architecture of the floors or the style determines whether it is the tone of a violin or piano or voice. A note of the same fundamental pitch heard on a piano and then violin differs greatly in its harmonic structure or architecture. The ability of our ears not only to recognize the fundamental of each note, but also to register the duration and loudness of each of its many harmonics, is chiefly what enables us to distinguish between instruments. In a symphony orchestra of 100 or more instruments, playing several notes per second, the varied harmonic structures, the ear is called on to do a more delicate work than any man-made machine could perform. Listen for a moment while we play a short selection on the piano, with and without the harmonics, and then the same on the violin. Now the same on the violin. The ear's response to these quick harmonic changes is what keeps open the entire world of orchestral and voice tone color.
It is often surprising to learn how far the quality of a musical sound can be distorted without the ear regarding the pitch as having changed. This is especially true of the human voice. Miss Rhoda Arnold, soprano, has been kind enough to assist us in the experiment. As she sings, the lower harmonics of her voice will be removed, marring the richness of her tonal quality, but the pitch will remain unchanged. Miss Arnold.
One magic night within his
When you hear a sound, your ears act instantaneously in bringing to the brain a message for it to interpret. Fast as they act, however, a chain of many things must happen as the sound penetrates its way through the delicate and intricate labyrinth of the ear. The central and most important organ is the inner ear, which has the form of a snail shell, filled with liquid, and has along its surface an extensive row of nerve fibers. The nerve fibers may be likened to a long row of piano keys connected with the strings of the brain. The pitch range in human beings varies according to age and the individual characteristics of the ear. No two persons' ears respond the same way to high and low-pitched sounds, but the degree of pitch separation that the ear can identify is nearly the same in all humans, and this knowledge is used in music and in radio to a great extent. You are undoubtedly familiar with a musical scale, of which the following is an octave. As we noted before, there are 12 sema or half tones in an octave. Here is an example of a semitone. What you heard then was the difference between A and A sharp on the piano scale. It is the smallest tonal difference that separates any notes on the piano. But how close must two tones correspond before the ears cease to tell them apart in pitch? Here are two tones only 1/8 of a tone apart, or 1/4 of the distance of separation of the closest tones of your piano. You should have been able to hear the difference between these two tones. But suppose we strike two tones 1/100th of a tone apart, like this. Could you tell the difference? The point where you cease to be able to distinguish tones determines how closely musicians must tune their instruments for your enjoyment of their music. The nerve fibers of your inner ear, which is the ear's keyboard, send high tones to one section of the brain and low tones to another. But when tones such as you just heard come too close together, there is an overlapping of the fibers affected, since in the structure of the snail shell inner ear, there is not complete separation in the action of the individual nerve fibers. Consequently, if pitches are too close together, the brain finally ceases being able to differentiate them. For pitches in the musical scale, the sensitivity of the average ear is such that tones may be detected which are about 0.3% apart in pitch, or 1/20th of a semitone. Closer distinctions can be made under certain acoustic conditions, which we will demonstrate in a moment, or when rapid changes from one tone to another permit comparisons. I will now have the violinist play two tones, a semitone, apart. He will now play two tones, 1/20th of a tone apart. The average ear can detect that difference. To illustrate the point more strikingly, the piano will accompany the violin first in perfect tune, then with the two instruments out of tune by 1/4 of a tone, and then out of tune 1/20th of a tone. In perfect tune. now a quarter of a tone out of tune. And now, 1/20th of a tone out of tune. How close tones must be to appear the same pitch depends on the pitch of the tones themselves and somewhat on their loudness. Tones of medium location in the pitch scale are most easily told apart, and low-pitched tones are told apart with more difficulty. You heard on the workshop programs in other demonstrations a great deal about the acoustics of studios. You have heard of live rooms, which reverberate sound, and of dead rooms, whose walls absorb sound so that no reflections come back. Most musical instruments sound better when the room or studio in which they are played has some degree of liveness. Just why this is so is a psychological question, the answer to which is not altogether known. But it is interesting that one's ability to detect changing pitch is as much as 100-fold greater in a live room than in a perfectly dead one. This is something you shower bath singers have known for a long time, without perhaps being aware of the true reason. Your voice sounds very pleasant to you in the bathroom, which usually has tile surfaces reflecting the sound. Then, as you step into the bedroom, which usually contains rugs and draperies absorbent to sound, disillusionment comes. Here is a little experiment which will enable you to judge which of two studios is more lively. We shall play a steady tone in Studio A and then in Studio B. See if you can tell which is the live one. The steady tone in Studio A. The steady tone in Studio B. You could not tell whether Studio A or B was the more lively. Now we shall play tones whose pitch is modulated or changed, and unless you are listening in a room of pronounced liveness, you should be able to tell clearly which of the two tones is the livelier. You undoubtedly were able to tell that the second of the two studios was the livelier. So you see how these studies of the human ear invariably lead to improvement of devices which are built to cater to them. For example, this studio which we are broadcasting from has a live end and a dead end, so that programs which depend on a great deal of color of tones, such as symphonic broadcasts, are picked up from the live end, other programs, such as dramatic plays, in the dead end. Not only do these studies of the characteristics of human ears contribute vital information in the construction of rooms acoustically, but in the design of telephones, microphones, and receivers themselves, great care is taken to see that the harmonic beauty of sound comes to you with much of the fidelity your ear would hear it in the room.
Thank you, Dr. Steinberg. Ladies and gentlemen, the Columbia Workshop has presented the first of a group of programs dealing with sound and the human ear. Tonight's experimental demonstration was on pitch and pitch perception. This broadcast was made possible by the assistance of scientists of the Bell Telephone Laboratories, one of America's foremost scientific research institutions, where such studies have been carried on as an aid to improving the telephone. Dr. John C. Steinberg conducted the demonstrations, many of which were based on investigations conducted under the direction of Dr. Harvey Fletcher of the laboratory staff. The workshop wishes to acknowledge its indebtedness to these men and to Mr. T.E. Shea and Mr. John Mills, whose generous help is enabling us to present this series on sound and the human ear, the next of which will be heard in about 4 weeks. We always appreciate your comments on these programs. They aid considerably in shaping future presentations. The Columbia Workshop presentations are arranged and directed by Irving Reed. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Workshop presents The Fall of the City by Archibald MacLeish.
Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast comes to you from the city. The world has watched with wonder for 3 days, not for the common occasions of brutal crime or the usual violence of one sort or another, or coronations of kings or popular festivals. No, but for stranger and disturbing reasons. The resurrection from death in the tomb of a dead woman. Each day for 3 days there has come to the door of her tomb at noon a woman buried. The terror that stands at the shoulder of our time touches the cheek with this. The flesh winces. There have been other omens in other cities, but never of this sort and never so credible. In a time like ours, seemings and portents signify. Ours is a generation when dogs howl and the skin crawls on the skull with its beast foreboding. All men now alive with us have feared. We have smelled the wind in the street that changes weather. We have seen the familiar room grow unfamiliar, the order of numbers alter, the expectation cheat the expectant eye. The appearance defaults with us. Here in this city, the wall of the time cracks. We take you now to the great square of this city.
We are here on the central plaza. We are well off to the eastward edge. There's a kind of terrace over the crowd here. It is precisely 4 minutes to 12. The crowd is enormous. There might be 10,000. There might be more. The whole square is faces. Opposite over the roofs of the mountains. It is quite clear. There are birds circling. We think they are kites by the look. They're very high. The tomb is off to the right somewhere. We can't see for the great crowd. Close to us here are the cabinet ministers. They stand on a raised platform with awnings. The farmers' wives are squatting on the stones. Their children have fallen asleep on their shoulders. The heat is harsh. The light dazzles like metal. It dazes the air as the clang of a gong does. It is 1 minute to 12 now. There is still no sign. They are still waiting. No one doubts that she will come. No one doubts that she will speak, too. 3 times she has not spoken. Now it is 12. Now they are rising. Now the whole plaza is rising. Fathers are lifting their small children. The plumed fans on the platform are motionless. There's no sound but the shuffle of shoe leather. Now even the shoes are still. We can hear the hawks. It is as quiet as that now. It is strange to see such throngs so silent. Nothing yet. Nothing has happened. Wait. There's a stir here to the right of us. They're turning their heads. The crowd turns. The cabinet ministers lean from their balcony. There's no sound, only the turning.
First the waters rose with no wind.
Listen. That is she. She's speaking.
Then the stones of the temple kindled without flame or tinder of maize leaves.
They see her beyond us. The crowd sees her.
Then there were cries in the night haze, words in a once-heard tongue, the air rustling above us as at dawn with herons. Now it is I who must bring fear, I who am 4 days dead, the tears still unshed for me, all of them. I for whom a child still calls at nightfall. Death is young in me to fear. My dress is kept still in the press in my bedchamber. No one has broken the dish of the dead woman. Nevertheless, I must speak painfully. I am to stand here in the sun and speak. The city of masterless men will take a master. There will be shouting men, blood after. Do not ask what it means. I do not know. Only sorrow and no hope for it.
She is gone. No, they are still looking.
It is hard to return from the time past. I have come in the dream we must learn to dream, where the crumbling of time like the ash from a burnt string has stopped for me. For you the thread still burns. You take the feathery ash upon your fingers. You bring yourselves from the time past as it pleases you. It is hard to return to the old nearness, harder to go again.
She's gone. We know because the crowd is closing. All we can see is the crowd closing. We hear the releasing of held breath, the weight shifting, the lifting of shoe leather. The stillness is broken as surface of water is broken, the sound circling from in outward. Small wonder they feel fear. Before the murders of the famous kings, before imperial cities burned and fell, the dead were said to show themselves and speak. When dead men came, disaster came. Presentiments that let the living on their beds sleep on woke dead men out of death and gave them voices.
Masterless men, when shall it be?
Masterless men will take a master.
What has she said to us?
When shall it be? Masterless men will take a master. Blood after.
What has she said to us?
Blood after!
They are milling around us like cattle that smell death. The whole square is whirling and turning and shouting. One of the ministers raises his arms on the platform. No one is listening. Now they are sounding drums, trying to quiet them like that. No, something is happening. There in the far corner. A runner, a messenger, staggering. People are seeing him. People are calling. He comes through the crowd. They are quieter. Only those on the far edge are still shouting. Listen. He's here by the ministers now. He is speaking.
There has come the conqueror. I am to tell you. I've raced over sea land. I've run over cane land. I've climbed over corn land. It was laid on my shoulders by shall and by shan't, that standing by day and staying by night were not for my lot till I came to the sight of you. Now I have come. Be warned of this conqueror. This one is dangerous. Word has outlawed him. East over sea cross has all taken every country. No men are free there. Ears overhear them. Their words are their murderers. Judged before judgment, tried after trial, they die as do animals. Offer their throats as the goat to a slaughterer. Terror has taught them this. Now he is here. I tell you, beware of him. All doors are dangerous. The warders of wealth will admit him by stealth. The lovers of men will invite him as friend. The drinkers of blood will drum in him suddenly. Hope will unlatch to him. Hopelessness open. I say and say truly, to all men in honesty, such is this conqueror. Shame is his people. Liquors of spittle. Their lives are unspeakable. They're dying indecent. Wait, I have said to you.
They are leading him out. His legs give. Now he is gone in the crowd. They are silent. No one has spoken since his speaking. They stand so circling the governors. No one has spoken or callen out. There is no stir at all, nor movement. Even the farthest have stood patiently. They wait, trusting the old men. They wait faithfully, trusting the answer. Now the huddle on the platform opens. A minister turns to them, raising his two arms.
Freemen of this nation, the persuasion of your wills against your wisdom is not dreamed of. We offer themes for your consideration. What is the surest defender of liberty? Is it not liberty? A free people resists by freedom, not locks, not blockhouses. The future is a mirror where the past marches to meet itself. Go on towards arms, peaceful towards peace. Free and with music towards freedom. But face tomorrow with knives, and tomorrow's a knife blade. Murder your foe, and your foe will be murder. Even your friends suspected of false speaking. Hands on the door at night, and the floorboards squeaking. Those who win by the spear are the spear toters. And what do they win? Spears. What else is there? If their hands let go, they have nothing to hold by. They are no more free than a paralytic propped against a tree is.
With the armored man, the arm is upheld by the weapon. The man is worn by the knife.
I wish you could all see this as we do. The whole plaza full of these people, their colorful garments, the harsh sunlight, the water sellers swinging enormous gourds, the orator there on the stone platform, the temple behind him, the high pyramid, the hawks overhead in the sky, teetering slow to the windward, swift to the downwind, the houses blind with the blank sun on them.
Once depend on iron for your freedom, and your freedom's iron. Once overcome your resistors with force, and your force will resist you. You will never be free of force. Never of arms unarmed will the father return home, the lover to her loved, the mature man to his fruit orchard, walking at peace in that beauty, the years of his trees to assure him. Force is a greater enemy than this conqueror. It's a treacherous weapon. But nevertheless, my friends, there is a weapon. Weakness conquers. Against chainlessness, who breaks? Against walllessness, who vaults? Against forcelessness, who forces? Against the feather of the thistle is blunted sharp as metal. No edge cuts seed fluff. And this conqueror, unresisted, will conquer no longer. A posterer, beating his blows upon burdocks, shifting his guard against shadows. Snickers will sound among road menders. Titters be stifled by laundresses. Coarse guffaws among chambermaids. And reddened with rage, he will roar. He will sweat in his uniform foolishly. He will disappear. No one hear of him. For there is a weapon, my friends. Reason and truth are that weapon. So let this conqueror come. Show him no hindrance. Suffer his flag and his drum. Words win.
There's the shout now. He's done. He's climbing down. A great speech. They're all smiling and pressing around him. The women are squatting in full sunlight. They're opening packages. Bread, we'd say from the look. Yes, bread. Bread wrapped between corn leaves. They're squatting to eat. They're quite contented and happy. Women are calling their men from the sunny stones. There are flutes sounding away off. We can't see for the shifting and moving. Yes, there are flutes in the cool shadow. Children are dancing in intricate figures. Even a few old men are dancing. You'd say they'd never feared to see them dancing. That's odd. The music has stopped. There's something... It's a man there on the far side. He's pointing. He seems to be pointing back through the farthest street. The people are twisting and rising, bread in their fists. We can't see what it is. Wait. It's a messenger. It must be a messenger. Yes, it's a message. Another. Here he is at the turn of the street, trotting, his neck's back at the nape. He looks tired. He winds through the crowd with his mouth open, laboring. The people are offering water. He pushes away from them. Now he has come to the stone steps. To the ministers. Stand by. We're ready. Listen. He's leaning on the stone. He's speaking.
Let us come to conquer. I am to tell you. I have run over cornland. I have climbed over coneland. I have crossed over mountains. It was laid on my shoulders by shell and by shant, and standing by day and staying by night were not for my lot till I came to the sight of you. Now I have come. I bear word. Beware of this conqueror. The fame of his story like flame in the winter grass widens before him. Beached on our shore with the dawn over shoulder, the lawns were still cold when he came to the sheep meadows. Sun could not keep with him, so was he forward. Fame is his sword. No man opposing him still grows his glory. He needs neither foeman nor thick set of blows to gather his victories, nor a foe's match to earn him his battles. He brings his own enemy.
He baggages with him his closet antagonist, his private opposer. He's setting him up at every road corner, a figure of horror, with blood for his color, fist for his hand, reek where he stands, hate for his heat, sneers for his mouth, clouts for his clothes, oaths if he speak, and he's knocking him down in every town square till hair's on his blade and blood's all about like dust in a drought. And the people are shouting, flowers him flinging, music him singing, and bringing him gold, and holding his heels, and feeling his thighs, till their eyes start and their hearts swell. And they're telling his praises like lays of the heroes and chiefs of antiquity. Such are his victories. So does he come. So he approaches. No man to conquer, yet as a conqueror marches he forward. Stands on your mountains, soon to descend on you.
That touched them. That frightened them. Some of them point to the East Hills. Some of them mock at the ministers. Freedom? Freedom for what? To die in a rat trap? They're frantic with anger and plain fear. They're sold out, they say. You can hear them. Down with the government. Down with the orators. Down with the liberal, learned minds. Down with the mouths and the loose tongues in them. Down with the lazy lot. They've sold us. We're sold out. Talking is done for us. They're boiling around us like mullets that smell sharp. We can't move for the march. They're crazy with terror. There's a voice over the crowd somewhere. They hear it. They're quieting down. It's the priests. We see them now. It's the priests on the pyramid. There might be 10 of them, black with their hair tangled. The smoke of their fires flat in the quick wind. They stand in the thick of the smoke by the stone of the victims. Their knives catch in the steep sun.
And your gods remember.
They're shouting. Listen.
Let the world be saved by surrendering the world. Not otherwise shall it be saved. And your gods remember. Let evil be overcome by the coming over of evil. Your hearts shall be elsewhere. And your gods remember. Turn to your gods. The conqueror cannot take you. And your gods. The narrow dark will keep you. And your gods. In God's house is no breaking. And your gods. In God's silence is, sleep is. Lay up your will with God. Stones cannot steal you. Lay up your mind with God. Blade cannot blind you. Lay up your heart with God. Danger departs from you.
It's a wonderful thing to see this crowd responding. Even the simplest citizens feel the emotion. There's hardly a sound now in the square. It's wonderful, really impressive. The priest there on the pyramid, the smoke blowing, the bright sun, the faces.
In the day of confusion of reason, when all is delusion, in the day of tyrants of tongues, when the truth is for hire, in the day of deceit, when ends meet, turn your God. In the day of divisions of nation, when hope is derision, in the day of the supping of hate, when the soul is corrupted, in the day of despair, when the heart's bare, turn your God.
A kind of dance is beginning. A serpent of people, a current of people, coiling and curling through people. A circling of people through people, like water through water.
Out of the stir of the sun, out of the shout of the thunder, out of the hush of the stars, withdraw the heart.
A very young girl is leading them. They've torn the shawl from her bare breast. They are giving her flowers. Her mouth laughs. Her eyes are not laughing.
Lean now the love the air, with the door and the cold wearer. Lead to the mark, withdraw the heart.
She's coming. The drums pound. The crowd shrieks. She's reaching the temple. She's climbing it. Others are following. 5, 10, hundreds are following. Crowding the stairway. She's almost there. The flowers are falling. She looks back. The priests are surrounding her. Wait, something has happened. One of the ministers, one of the oldest, the general, the one in the feathered coat, he's driving them down with the staff of a banner. He's climbed after them, driving them down. They're shouting and yelling enough that they're going. He's telling them off, too. You can hear him.
Men, all men, listen. Twist your neck on your nape bone. The knife will wait in the pit for you.
There's a time for everything. Time to be thinking of heaven. Time of your own skins. Cast your eyes to the windward. Do you see smoke on those mountains? The smoke is the smoke of towns. And who makes it? The conqueror. And where will he march now? Onward! The heel of the future descends on you.
He has them now. Even the priests have seen it. They're all looking away here to the east. There's smoke, too, filling the valleys like thunderheads.
You are foolish, old men. You ought to be flogged for your foolishness. Your grandfathers died to be free. And you juggle with freedom. Do you think you're free by a law like the falling of apples in autumn? You thought you were safe in your liberties. You thought you could always quibble. You can't. You take my word for it. Freedom's the rarest bird. You risk your neck to snare it. It's gone while your eyeballs stare. Those who'd lodge with a tyrant, thinking to feed at his fire and leave him again when they're fed, are plain fools, or were bred to it. Brood of the servile races, born with the hang-dog face.
They're all pointing and pushing together. The women are shouldering baskets. Bread, children. They smell smoke in the air. They smell terror.
Children and doing the strong man's will. The free will fight for their freedom. They're free men first. They feed, meager or fat, but as free men. Everything else comes after. Food, roof, draft, even the sky and the life of it.
The sun is yellow with smoke. The town's burning. The war's at the broken bridge.
Are you free? Will you fight? There are still inches for fighting. There is still an itch in the streets. You can stand on the stairs and meet him. You can hold in the dark of a hall. You can die. Or your children can crawl for it.
They won't listen. They're shouting and screaming and running. The square is full of deserters, with more coming. Every street from the bridge is full of deserters. They're rolling in with the smoke blowing behind them. The plazas choke with the smoke and the struggling of stragglers. They're climbing the platforms, driving the ministers, shouting. One speaks and another.
The city is doomed! There's no holding it! Let the conqueror have it! It's his! The age is his! It's his century! He's one man! We are but thousands! Who can defend us from one man? Bury your arms! Break your standards! Give him the town while the town stands!
They're throwing their arms away. Their bows are in bonfires. The plaza is littered with torn plumes. Spear handles.
Masterless men! Masterless men must take a master! Order must master us! Freedom's for fools! Lost is the present! Freedom has eaten our strength and corrupted our virtue! Men must be ruled! Fools must be mastered! Rigor and fast will restore us our dignity! Change will be liberty!
The last defenders are coming. They whirl from the streets like wild leaves on a wind. The square scatters them. Now they are fewer. 10 together are 5. They come with their heads turned, their eyes back. Now there are none. The street's empty, in shadow. The crowd is retreating, watching the empty street. The shouts die. The voices are silent. They're watching. They stand in the slant of the sunlight, silent and watching. The silence after the drums echoes the drum beat. Now there's a sound. They see him. They must see him. They're shading their eyes from the sun. There's a rustle of whispering. We can't see for the glare of it. Yes? Yes? He's there in the end of the street in the shadow. We see him. He looks huge, a head taller than anyone, broad as a brass door. A hard hero, heavy of heel on the brick, clanking with metal, the helm closed on his head, the eye holes hollow. He's coming. He's clear of the shadow. The sun takes him.
They cover their faces with fingers. They cower before him. They fall. They sprawl on the stone. He's alone where he's walking. He marches with rattle of metal. He tramples his shadow. He mounts by the pyramid, stamps on the stairway, turns. His arm rises. His visor is opening. There's no one. There's no one at all. No one. The helmet is hollow. The metal is empty. The armor is empty. I tell you, there's no one at all there. There's only the metal, the barrel of metal, the bundle of armor. It's empty. They don't see. They lie on the pavement. They lie in the burnt spears, the ashes of arrows. They lie there. They don't see or they won't see. They are silent. The people invent their oppressors. They wish to believe in them. They wish to be free of their freedom, released from their liberty. The long labor of liberty ended. They lie there. Look, it's his arm. It is rising. His arm's rising. They're watching his arm as it rises. They stir. They cry. They cry out. They are shouting. They're shouting with happiness. Listen. They're shouting like troops in a victory. Listen. The city of masterless men has found a master. You say it was they were the conquerors. They that had conquered. The city is fallen.
Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese, presents Babuouk, a radio version by Lester Fuller of his play dramatized from Guy Endor's famous book of the same name. The year 1790. A slave ship bound from Africa to the French sugar plantations on the Isle of San Domingue in the West Indies.
We're on the ship of death. We're dead already.
This is the last time I sign on a slave runner.
You'll get used to it, son. We land tomorrow. Hey, shut up! All of you, shut up! They think we're going to eat them. White men don't eat human meat. You're crossing the water to the white man's land. You'll wear golden clothes and work in the white man's fields. Yeah. Golden clothes.
Hello, Captain. How do you do, Monsieur Adeleuze? Glad to see you again, sir.
Good trip, Captain.
Not so bad, Monsieur Adeleuze. Only 30 slaves died.
Good. We'll need the live ones for the field.
You're sad, Babuouk.
Yes, Naiti, I'm sad for home. We're strangers here, and home is far away beyond the clouds.
Remember, Babuouk? Remember how we used to gather round the lighted fires at home, and how we listened to the wise men tell stories? Stories about brave men?
Yes, and I was the best storyteller in the village.
But here in San Domingue, your tongue is tied. The other slaves think the devils of dumbness are in you.
Huh?
Will your tongue always be bound, Babuouk? Why are we slaves?
If we run away, we're beaten.
Will it always be like this, Babuouk? We're like beggars here. Shall we be content if the masters throw us a few seeds?
Can we lift our heads alone and shout for freedom? The others are like children. They click their heels in the air for a piece of candy and forget that their sweat waters the king.
Someday all this will be changed. Someday we will all rise up and beat down our enemies.
Someday. Oh, you're beautiful, Naiti. Let me put my head in your lap. Your hands are soft and cool. They melt away my sadness. My heart lies quiet.
Have the packages come from the boat, Francois?
Yes, my dear.
Oh, good. Then we'll have some real French food for the party tonight instead of this awful native food. I've been here for 20 years and I still haven't learned to digest these tropical foods. Let's see. I think I'll put Laborie next to Antoinette at dinner. He ought to amuse her. He was in Paris 4 years ago. Oh, my, it's hot, isn't it? I'll never get used to this climate. It isn't natural, is it?
No, my dear.
Yes, I think I will put Laborie next to Antoinette and her fiancé. What's his name? Oh, yes.
Look at Babuouk out there in the sun.
Stop working, Babuouk.
Throw down my shot, Babuouk. The overseer isn't looking. Stop.
You're right, Babuouk. Don't listen to these fools.
You know, Babuouk, if you work all the time, the master will be sure to see you. You'll get ahead, Babuouk. You'll go far, and the master will be very proud of you. He'll say, of all the slaves on the island, there's no one like Babuouk. And you know what he'll do?
What?
He'll invite you to his daughter's party tonight and make you a master, too. Oh, Babuouk, when you're the master, please don't beat us. We promise to work hard for you, Master.
Oh, Master Babuouk, please don't whip us.
Not a school and a half for you, Master.
How can we serve you, Master?
Fools! You call yourselves men. The master's whip cracks in the air, and you kiss his hand for bounty. You'll plow your sweat into the ground to buy pretty dresses for his daughter, while you're happy to wrap your own body in rags. You think you're brave. Yes, you're brave. Brave enough to sneer at the scarecrow in the fields, but you grovel your noses in the mud of the road when the master's carriage passes. You're slaves. You're fools. You're slaves because you lull your misery with empty laughter. I was born a free man, and I'll die a free man. It's better to die for truth than to live with lies. Laugh. Go on, laugh. You're like dry nuts. You rattle in the breeze.
Bomba, kanga bafiate, kanga molenale, bomba.
What's that you're singing, Babuouk? Nothing, Mr. Odluck. Nothing, eh? Don't you know a slave was burned last week at the Duplessis plantation for singing that song? No, monsieur. You're lying, Babuouk. You've been a troublemaker ever since you came here. There isn't a worse slave on the island. No, monsieur. Babuouk, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Monsieur. Maybe this'll teach you not to sing.
like a dead thing.
For a little water, Ignace. He beat me, too. For a little water I didn't steal.
Oh, don't worry, Mozambique. Someday all this will change. Someday we'll be free.
Even a fool sometimes speaks like a wise man.
I worked hard, Babuouk. You know I worked hard. And they beat me.
They beat you, and they beat me, and they beat us all. Not always with the whip, but in ways more cunning, in ways that eat more surely into the bone. Chains make not only a slave, they also dull the eyes and deafen the ears and clog the nose. To dead eyes, a woman's grace is but the waving of a field of cane waiting to be cut. A scarlet sky means nothing but a sweating skin. A wooded forest, but there are no forests in the mink. Cane is more precious for the soil to bear. Sweet, straight cane for the master.
A storyteller's tongue is smooth. The teeth cannot catch it. But an elephant rushes down trees and doesn't speak a word.
There aren't enough men yet, Ignace.
A message came from the Duplessis plantation today. All over the island they're ready. Listen, a man must be found to lead us. A young man. The day is coming. We will be ready.
Freedom?
If we take it.
Freedom.
I worked hard. 1, 2, 3. I cut the cane. 1, 2, 3.
Ignace, the sun breaks through. Tell me what to do.
Listen, and I will tell you. There are ways.
A toast, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, a toast.
To freedom and liberty, eh, Hubert?
To freedom, Monsieur le Duc.
To freedom.
Oh, but enough of politics, monsieur. It is much too hot. Oh, tell us, Hubert, what's the news from Paris?
But how can we speak of Paris without mentioning politics, Madame Dornduke?
Yes, Mother, there's no talk of anything in Paris today but the revolution. The rebel has gotten out of hand. Why, even the opera's closed. Really?
Antoinette, these minor disturbances can't be avoided in the great struggle for liberty and freedom.
But they needn't be so brutish about it. Imagine, a crowd of hoodlums stopped our carriage and made Hubert bow to each one and address him as citizen.
Oh, I really don't know what this world is coming to. It's to be dreadful.
Here, what's that dreadful noise?
Just the blacks, my dear. They're celebrating your engagement party, too.
Oh, how nice.
Well, how's business, Laborie?
Oh, how can it be? These ship owners must be stopped. First, they keep the price of slaves so high that we're in debt to them over our ears. And then, to work off the debt, we produce more sugar. What happens? The surplus gluts the market and the price of sugar falls. So we have to buy more slaves to produce more. We plunge farther into debt and hope somehow to catch up. Oh, but it's hopeless.
We're all bankrupt.
But I notice that none of you has suggested giving up your plantation since you lose so much money.
Where do you get such ideas, Hubert?
Who wants to hear a story? Who's that? Babuouk? Hey, all of you, Babuouk, speak.
Sir, the dumb has found his tongue.
Well, do you want to hear the story or not?
Yes. Go ahead. It's America. Babuouk, speak.
Yes, I speak. When I have something to say, I speak. Only monkeys jabber to give their teeth exercise.
What's the story, Babuouk?
How would you all like to be free?
How would we like to be free? How would you like to be free? I'd like to be rich, too. Maybe they'll rain bananas.
Wait a minute. Don't laugh. You're going to be free. Yes, it's true. We're to be sent home. Listen, a great black king has been born, greater and more powerful than any other king. He's coming to free us. He's going to wipe away the black cloud that hides our sun. He's building ships to take us home. What's his name?
Yes, what's his name?
His name's Tlika. King Tlika.
Why didn't you tell us before?
Yes, and who told you? I heard a voice in the wind. Then there was a tremendous crash of thunder, and the skies opened. I opened my eyes, and King Cleaker stood before me. My name's King Cleaker, he said, and I've come to take all the slaves back home. I'm going to make them free.
Cleaker! King Cleaker coming to free us!
Tonight, sing and dance. Tomorrow we'll be free.
I haven't heard you express your opinion of the slaves yet. All visitors form their opinions early.
I've hardly had time to form an opinion.
These so-called humanitarians think we're nothing but a set of cruel beasts who force the naturally virtuous savage to slave for us.
Well, I don't entirely approve of this system of human servitude.
Human servitude, indeed.
What about the workers in France who earn scarcely enough to add garlic to their diet of bread? Who are so miserable they bless the judge who condemns them to life in the galleys of Toulon. Have you seen such misery here?
No, Lavery. I certainly don't approve of that either.
The eternal arguments of the so-called philosophers of France.
Yes,
impractical theory, that's all. What's that? Come, let's see what all the noise is about.
Oteluck, make them stop that song. It stirs them up.
Oh, nonsense. Let them have their fill for once.
But I tell you, Oteluck, we're living on a powder barrel, and we're going to cast the torch ourselves.
Oh, don't be such a pessimist, Laborie. Look, Hubert, how happy they are. They sing and dance like carefree children.
Here by spring, here by spring, here by spring, here by spring.
Well, Babuouk, are you ready to tell me who started the story about the Black King? It's not so much fun to hang here by your wrist like a side of beef, is it?
Captain, I won't have you treat my slaves like this. It's obvious he knows nothing. Besides, you'll ruin him for work.
Am I the military governor of the island, or am I not? This insane story has disrupted the whole army. They've been chasing around for a week looking for runaways. Besides, the slaves won't work. They stop and start to howl like imbeciles. And all they can say is, Tlika, Tlika. Now listen, Babuouk. You'll hang like this until your arms are pulled out from your chest if you don't tell. And that's not all we'll do to you. Did you ever see a slave burn? You twist and groan and gasp for air, but it doesn't help. You burn just the same. You don't want that to happen to you, do you?
No, Captain.
Well, then, all I want you to do is tell me who started the story about the Black King. That's not so much to do, is it? Tell me his name. You can have the day off. No work to do all day. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Come, Babuouk, if you're innocent, nobody'll hurt you. Just tell us who started the story.
You'll speak, you black savage, or I'll know the reason why. Come on, out with it. Who started that story? Maybe 50 lashes with a wet whip will make you talk. You black savage, you, I'll make you talk. My God, you'll tell me.
Ignace, they've got Babuouk.
Beat the drums. Get all the slaves into the forest.
They've got Babuouk. They've got Babuouk. They've got Babuouk. Oh, soldier.
Hey?
Let me down. Let me down, soldier. I'll tell you who started the story. I'll tell you. What? I can't stand it anymore. Let me down. I'll tell you.
Tell me and I'll let you down.
Let me down. Come nearer.
All right. Tell me.
Hey! Let go. Let go. Help. Help. Let go. Goodbye, soldier.
Oh, Babuouk, we thought you were dead.
Dead? Why, they can't kill Babuouk because Babuouk isn't ready to die just yet.
Babuouk, we all pray to Dambala to save you.
What kind of men are we that we should pray to Dambala for the favor of the white masters? Haven't we any strength of our own? At home in our tribes, did we do nothing but beg? Did our arms dangle wearily at our sides? Or did we sing a battle song and go out to fight? Aren't we men here, too? Even the enormous elephant fell before our spears. But there is better game than that which runs on 4 feet. There's the best game of all, the beast that walks on 2 feet.
Yes, we've been bitten often by snakes, but must we forever shy at earthworms? What are we afraid of?
When the sun rises, Ignatius will set fire to the cane at Duplessis plantation. That will be the signal for the rest. Then the others will set fire to their field.
No, don't, Babu. Listen to an old man. Listen before it's too late. Your fury, your anger has made you all blind. You're a handful here. What can you do against the guns of the soldiers? There's a right way and a wrong way. We must not kill, for what will we get but blood? The spirit of freedom is in the air we breathe. The masters cannot escape it.
Wait! Wait, you say! I say we will not wait. You're too used to the lash. Your back cries for it. The God of the masters is thirsty for the water of our eyes. Must we weep forever for that thirsty God? Is there no other God in heaven? Yes! There's the God who gives the sun its warmth. There's the God who lends the sea his anger and storm his rage. He is the God of the slaves. He sees the evil of the masters. Rise up, he cries. Rise up and tumble the God of the masters out of the heavens. The thirsty God of the masters shall die. Yes, there's the God who gives the sun its warmth. There's the God who lends the sea his anger and storm his rage. He is the God of the slaves. He sees the evil of the masters. Rise up, he cries. Rise up and tumble the God of the masters out of the heavens. The thirsty God of the masters shall die. What is it? Who's there? The sky is flaming. The fields are on fire. We want to talk to you, Mr. Outlook. Babuouk, what are you doing with that basket? Go out and stop the fire, do you hear me? Oh, no, monsieur. We're going to kill you. Kill me? Babuouk, stop! For God's sake, stop! Oh!
Sky is black with ashes. You can't tell whether it's day or night. The air is so heavy, it's hard to breathe.
Stop it, Lavery. Stop it. You're driving me crazy.
Gentlemen, I called you together here to discuss the defense of the town, not to give you a chance to act like children.
Captain, do you think we have a chance?
The town's well fortified.
Well, what made them do it? I don't understand. What made them do it?
You wouldn't. But I understand, Monsieur Hubert, what made them do it. You foreign agitators.
Don't be absurd.
Yes, you philosophers, filling the air with idle talk of liberty and fraternity and equality.
You've slit our throats. At the grave of death, you bray like jackasses. It's you who deserve to die, not the slaves. You're cowards, afraid to face the world. Or perhaps you have looked and found it not to your liking, so you blind your eyes and your brains. I looked and saw a dunghill, but I thought men's hopes could change it, make it vanish. You looked and saw nothing, but your hearts beat a terrible warning. You don't want to know why the slaves revolt. Truth to you is only what you want to believe. You don't dare whisper to yourselves or you'll never sleep again.
This is treason.
No, call your own acts treason, Captain.
You're under arrest. Guards, put this traitor in a cell.
Yes, kill me, kill me. Perhaps that'll stop the revolution.
I don't know what the world's coming to.
Stop those drums. Stop them, somebody. Stop them.
Gentlemen.
Yes, Captain. Let's do something. Let's do something.
There's only one thing to do. Massacre them all, loyal and rebel alike. They've all become infected.
We're seized with liberty.
The town is well fortified. The troops are loyal. I have already given orders for the construction of 50 new racking wheels and 100 new gallows.
I'm an old man. Listen to me. Let's take to the boats.
And leave everything behind? Do you think we're fools?
Better a live fool than a dead planter.
The troops will hold them.
I hope so. I hope so,
Make
Captain.
them stop, please. Make them stop.
2 days we've waited. 2 days. Why don't the others come?
Why do we have to wait here? Let's attack the town.
We'll wait for the others.
Wait. I'm sick of waiting.
You fool. You think we can fight the soldiers alone? The drums are beating. The others will know that we are ready. They'll come.
Babuouk, I'm afraid.
What poison have you all drunk? Freedom isn't for cowards.
There's death in the air, Babuouk. Don't you feel it?
Are you afraid of freedom, too? Are you afraid to stand alone on the hill, your face to a cloudless sky, your lungs breathing a wind that has no master? Are you afraid of the sun, the moon, and the stars?
They're coming!
The others are coming! They're coming!
Coming through! Where's Babuouk? Babuouk, they sent me to tell you we're ready.
Yes, so we.
The soldiers are ready, too. I saw them putting big shiny pistols on the hill.
Big shiny pistols? Bigger than this musket?
1,000 times bigger. And they put iron balls in them.
Iron balls?
Yes, iron balls! I've seen them! They're big!
It's wrong.
No, it's true!
Iron balls! Can iron balls hold us back? It's just some new magic of the masters. But their magic isn't any good anymore. We march!
Cannon ready?
Aye, Captain.
Good. Remember, don't shoot till I give the order.
Aye, Captain.
The devils. The way they beat those drums.
They're coming. Listen.
Sound the call. Remember, don't fire till I give the order.
What are they doing now? Why don't they come?
Quiet.
Why don't they come?
Ready, men. Fire!
Come on, you heathen! Try it again! Yes, why don't you come back for more? They'll hold you! Did you see them run?
Come on, we'll make you free!
Reload cannon. Reload and wait. We'll see how they like the taste of iron, the heathen scum.
Wait! Wait! Don't run! Let's go back and fight! It's better to die than to be slaves. Victory is for men, not cowards. Come on! Sing!
Bomba, bomba,
Come on! Let us march to death singing! My chest will hold the iron ball. My throat will sing for freedom! Freedom!
Ready? Fire!
They will not turn! They
into the cabin. I've got it. I've got it. My chest will hold the iron ball.
Fire!
It is deemed the judgment of this assembly, elected by the citizens of the new Republic of France in the year 1, that the rights of man are hallowed and inviolate wherever the flag of France shall fly. The glorious principles of the Revolution, liberty, fraternity, and equality, must be maintained, or the hopes and sacrifices of mankind have been for naught. But we have proclaimed the sanctity of the rights of property. They too are sacred and inviolate. As a man, the slave was created free and equal to all. But as a slave, he is the property of his master, and so must remain in perpetua.
Columbia Workshop has presented Babuouk, a radio version by Lester Fuller from his play of Guy Endor's book of the same name. Edward A. Blatt and Irving Reese directed. The Columbia Workshop is an experimental dramatic laboratory which was established a year ago by CBS to explore the dimensions of the oral play, to try new techniques in their presentation, to encourage new writers for the medium, and to experiment with all forms of pure sound in drama and its effect on listeners. Your cooperation and interest helps us considerably in determining the success or failure of these experiments. The workshop welcomes your suggestions, criticisms, and comments on its program. If you have a favorite story which you think would lend itself to unusual dramatization, write to the director of the Columbia Workshop, care of the Columbia Network, New York City. Tune in next week for Mr. Sycamore, a dramatization of John Eyre's unusual fantasy of the mailman who became a tree. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.